9 o'clock, please join us for pledge allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I know. Our podium is gone.
No, we didn't take it.
I don't know where it is either. How do you take it?
You just pointed it out.
I just noticed it wasn't here.
We want to, first item is to approve the minutes from February 28th.
Also move Mr. Chairman.
Ron moves.
All second.
Tim second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Now we're gonna open the sealed bids that were to be opened at 9:01 for the extension office. This is
Your
from
chair's outside, Mark.
Auburn. Bid amount is $46,800 to complete this project. And that was for the extension office. Mr. Abendroth. This is from Suburban Contractor LLC, Contracting LLC. Total cost estimate, $59,600 for Suburban Contracting.
What all does that include?
Apparently belong to district court.
He had a spec list.
I can.
Kitchen, bathroom rework, partition, walls, doors, old flooring, new 220 outlet.
That's demolish and rebuild.
Yeah, I can read
I mean, I don't need to know, just.
the advertising for bid. Kitchen, bathroom area remove. Yeah, I mean, it's whatever is posted in the paper. That's a difference of $12,800.
That's 12,800 difference.
And let's see. One more. Their insurance. I see that their insurance, there is NA on workman's comp. Suburban Contracting LLC. Just food for thought.
Did they have to provide insurance?
I will review. I don't know what it stated in
I
the
don't remember either.
proposal or in the request. Abendroth Builders is saying no workman's comp.
Can we just table this till later in the meeting?
Yeah, we table
and
this till later in the meeting.
Look at them and discuss them.
Yeah.
9:05, right on the dot. Crosswinds. Amanda Cunningham.
Chair, that's
We've got,
Sure.
misplaced motion.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
Not
We
yet?
got miscellaneous motion, my bad. Oh, we have consent. Yeah.
Hey, Jesse, they're wondering if they need to come back later, if you're tabling the bids, or if you're gonna make a motion to award it, or...
I suppose you can come back if you would like. I mean, I really don't. That's fine.
Just make sure you don't do it.
And we probably ought to detail them out, make sure they do meet,
Right.
detail them out, so make sure they do detail the specs that we require.
Well, we required, we opened.
Right,
We
right,
opened.
and we opened them, so,
Won't have to order it
so.
today.
Consent agenda is, upon request of Talbot County Housing Authority Board, move to authorize director chairman to sign real estate mortgage release acknowledging satisfaction and full debt secured by, I'm gonna butcher the last name, Holly Crowdis,
That's close enough for me.
okay, 124 Miami in Burlington, Kansas, lot 8, 9, 10, in block 19 of the city of Burlington, Coffee County, Kansas.
Also moved.
Tom's moved,
Second.
Ron seconded, any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Okay, this is where it's gonna get dicey. Consent agenda. Upon the recommendation of the Health Department Administrator and approved of the Coffee County Attorney as to form, move to authorize and direct the chairman to sign the grant application form for funding from the state of the state of Kansas Department of Health and Environment in the amount of $159,980.20. Term is July 1, 2022 through June 30th of 2023.
So moved.
Bob's moved,
Second.
Tom seconded. Any discussion? No discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
The only thing I was gonna ask, how close is that to where it was last year, Carl?
I'm not sure.
Okay,
I think it was lower, I'll double check, but I think it was over 200,000.
over 200 last year.
Next one is move to authorize director chairman to sign 4 tax abatements in the amount of $2,918.60.
What?
Yeah.
There was
Your,
a total of 5, we pulled one, tabled one.
okay, what did we table?
We tabled the, how would we do this?
To the Circle B lumber and
Yeah,
cost
Circle B
supply.
number.
There are more documents to go with this, so we don't have enough documents to make a decision on this one here. And Connie's checking that out.
So what was the motion then?
The motion moved to authorize director chairman to sign 4 instead of 5 tax abatements in the total amount of $2,918.60.
So moved.
Don's moved. I'll second. Any further discussion? None heard.
I guess I just question, I mean, I don't know. I guess the process was done correctly to, I guess, before the meeting, so I don't know who made that decision to pull that.
Well,
I mean, or did
Connie
Jesse
did
and
prior to,
Don
Connie,
talked.
Connie and
Okay.
Don was
I just
talking
make sure
prior
we're-
to. And,
Okay.
and so, there was more documentation that needed to be brought in
Okay,
to go with the tax abatement.
Okay.
And so she asked if we would pull it,
okay,
table it, whatever you wanna call it, until she could get the further research
okay,
done.
all right, good enough, all right.
Don's moved, Jesse seconded. No further discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. All right. Sorry about that. Now for 9:05.
Well, thank you for letting me come in. Good morning. It's good to see everybody. I'm with Crosswinds Counseling and Wellness, Amanda Cunningham. I'm really just here to kind of give you guys an update on what kind of transpired last year and what we're looking forward to this year. First, I just want to say thank you for the generous appropriation. That money goes a long ways for us and helps us continue to provide services for those that are underinsured, and so I just appreciate that. I want to introduce Matthew McGee. He's our Coffee County manager. He's been, at least at the last one, I can't remember if it's been a full year or not. Has it been a full year?
I haven't worked for Crosswinds quite a year yet,
Okay.
but next month will be.
And so he's really our boots on the ground person here in Coffee County and has all of our relationships with our community partners. Also want to, hopefully, this month we'll be bringing Sarah Stockwell in from Coffee County on our board. Carl's no longer on the board, although he's still a strong supporter, and we still have Sarah Steiner as well as our board members, and so that'll get us up to our ratio of 2 individuals from Coffee County. So I just want to kind of give you a little bit of rundown on last year. So we were granted a $2.4 million SAMHSA grant, very large grant that we have not received something like that in a long time, but all of that money is spoken for, so we had to write programming and positions and have to spend it in that fashion. And so our main goal of that from SAMHSA was for community mental health centers, knowing that business was going to spike following COVID. So it was specifically centered on how to create better access and supply services to those that are in higher need and who are kind of underserved already in the population. So we're really focused on those individuals with severe mental health problems, both children and adults. And then we chose to really look at the Hispanic population and the agriculture population. So this month we're hoping to open our doors to a brand new Hispanic center. It will be located in Emporia, but it will be housed and staffed by all Spanish-speaking providers, so clinician, receptionist, peer support, and case management. So we're really excited about that. It's going to be in a different location, really trying to break down the cultural barrier of walking in an establishment like Crosswinds and a community mental health center. And so really wanting to establish that trust and help those relationships and really break down the stigma that's around that. And then the other focus was agriculture, which, as you guys know, we've talked about a couple times. Just there's, over the last few years, have been a really increase in suicide in those in the agriculture community. They also have a lot of stigma around coming in for help and services. And so we're going to do a lot of education and media outlets to really get information out there and let them know how they can come in and where they can come in for help, and that they're not alone in that, in those conditions that are happening, those symptoms that they're feeling. So that's a pretty big deal. We're pretty excited about that. It's got a lot of work behind it. We have positions that are open, trying to fill those through all 7 counties. And again, just really focus on that open access and getting people in quicker and getting them the help that they need. So also with that, we did that kind of strategically. So I think I talked about it last year a little bit, but the legislature in Kansas was the first state to financially support a new model of care for behavioral health, and it's called the CCBHC, Certified Community Behavioral Health Clinics. Easiest way for me to explain that is a little bit like the FQHC, so the Federally Health Qualified Centers that have to meet certain standards in order to get federal dollars to come down and have better reimbursement. So we primarily are about 70% fee-for-service income. And so our codes haven't changed since like 2006, or most of them have not. And so we're really behind the mark on creating any different revenue stream for that. And so this will give us a different model of care that allows us to become a cost-based service, which will hopefully help us as a business be able to be more competitive in the market with salaries and keeping people in our workforce. And then with that too, the standards of care are just going to enhance what we can do for communities and make sure people are getting the care they need, services, getting in more quickly, all those different sorts of things. So we're really excited about that. There's a really high emphasis on treating the community versus the individual, and working even more closely with our community partners. You'll hear things, you know, it's going to bring forth more of the co-responding, bringing in physical health and mental health and making sure that there's a lot more collaboration. So it's going to be a really good thing with that as well. You know, we continue, we always talk about a strong business model, so we continue to write lots of grants, look at foundations and things like that. We're able to take advantage of the Jones Foundation, which also works with Coffee County, and really working on trying to expand services. So specifically, can we get more staffing, more curriculum and things for our psychosocial groups that we especially run for summer, and some after school and some adult groups in Coffee County. And so we're using that funding to help kind of make those more robust services. We also did something in kind of preparation for these CCDHCs because it's a lot of change for our staff. And I don't know about you guys, but change is often very difficult. And so we were looking ahead and spent last year with a consultant working on the KLC leadership principles and trying to help our management staff kind of get that language and vocabulary. And then wrote a grant, a transformation grant through the KLC, and are able to send 60 of our 175 staff through their training, trying to establish that communication across our agencies so that as we're going through these changes and as we're looking at new ideas and how to implement them, that we can kind of have that same language and help all of our staff kind of be on the same page and get through all those changes and all the stuff that we've got going on. So then the next biggest thing that we've got going on, if you haven't heard, is that in Emporia we have 5 buildings that we operate out of, now 6 with our Hispanic Center. And we end our lease on our main building, which sits right behind the hospital, in May of 2024. And so we had to find a new building, which for all of our staff is a big deal. So we ended up buying a sorority house there in Emporia. It sits across from Emporia State. And we're also looking at another large building so that we can combine all of those buildings into one. So with that, we have to do a capital campaign to help raise the funds to buy those buildings and remodel them. But that also led to us understanding, and we already knew this, is that we're also at capacity at most of our other buildings, Coffee County being one of our big ones, that we would love to have more staff if we could find them, but if we did, we also don't have room for them. And so I've been working with Bobby Sum and with our current landlord, Jean Mary, on how do we expand or how do we find new location for us here, because we just don't have more room in the building we're in. So my plug to you guys was, if you know of any property or opportunities for us, that would be very helpful, because we are growing and we need the space to be able to do the things we want to do here in Coffee County. We have to strategically figure out who's in the office when in order to accommodate our current staff, and we are probably 3 positions down pretty easily.
Just here in Burlington.
Just here for Coffee County. And we can be a little strategic because we got people going in all the different schools, and so we can kind of plant people at different days. But
how many are employed at the Coffee County location?
We have 2 therapists. We have 2 case management spots. One is not filled right now. We could use another therapist, if not a therapist and a half. Probably a case manager and a half. You probably better answer these. And then our after-school person, or group people, we can always use some of those as well. And we have a full-time receptionist as well.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a criteria for how many square feet you need, or?
Right now, I would say it'd be good to double what we have, and I think that's about 1,200 square feet is what we have.
Okay.
So we could use about 3 to 4 more offices and probably a larger group space. Luckily, the school's with us right now. Let us come to the schools in the summer and run our bigger groups, but we do like to run after-school groups, and we would like to do more adult groups as well. And so we need the space to do that.
All on employees. Need more employees?
Need more employees.
Do you have how many cases you did here in Coffee County?
Yes, we did a little over 300 last year.
How many of them are ongoing, do you think? Or is
So that would,
that's everything?
yeah. I didn't bring numbers of how many new people we had. I can look that though and send that to you.
I thought you had it all last year.
I will next time. Yeah, I usually bring that for the appropriation, so that,
Yeah, I was just trying to think last year's numbers.
Yeah.
I think it was a little less than this number.
How many employees do you have on right now in Coffee County?
I gotta count in my head.
Right.
4.5 probably. You've got a full-time attendant care, case manager, 2 therapists, oh, and receptionist,
Yeah.
so 5.5. We have sometimes attendant care workers will drive from Emporia, which isn't always a great thing, but and then we also are doing medication services out of our Coffee County office where people can tele video to Emporia instead of having to drive to Emporia, so sometimes our nurse, whatever that schedule looks like, will come up and provide out of the office too, so that they can take their vitals and get them online. But I think ultimately we'd like to have probably 8 would be a great number. Do you have anything to add to that? Top for you?
No, I think it's, like we said, we have, there's a high level of need, and, it just spreads all of us thin, being short-staffed, but, we're hopeful that those spots can get filled and be able to, meet a larger need.
Yeah. What tends to happen when we get into the schools and school year starts is referrals go up, and then that person's quickly full, whoever's in that school, or needs more time there, and then we almost automatically need another person. And so Coffee County has a lot of different schools that we serve out of, and they're pretty, spread apart.
Always apart.
And so that coverage in itself is sometimes difficult to get everywhere, and we actually are serving the south part of the county with people out of Emporia, so it actually changes that ratio again too. But just to meet that need.
A lot of miles to cover, a lot of
It
people
is.
to take care of.
It
Sounds like you need more space, and you also need more staff.
Both,
Is the funding in place to take care of more staff?
Yeah, so the nice thing about staff is right now with that ratio, that 70% fee for service is they're all billable staff, and so when they see people, then we get that reimbursement. With the new model of care, it's cost-based, so we get to project and know how much that cost is, and then actually get paid the actual cost of the service and not a 2006 deflated cost. So we're anticipating that and looking forward to being able to have those projected costs and have a better model of funding.
Money's what makes the world go round, unfortunately.
It is. Another thing I know Wade's not here, but he typically asks me and mentions in here the frustrations around emergency services and screenings. I would imagine that frustration and concern is still there. A lot of the state dollars that you might hear about in legislation of going towards mental health is going to be not necessarily towards community mental health centers, but to the state hospital and to the children's, they call them PRTFs, they're psychiatric rehabilitation treatment centers, because they're really suffering. They don't have enough beds, they don't have enough space, and it's just taken people a long time to get in, and that causes a lot of frustration and hardship on the communities. But with that, Crosswinds was chosen through KDAS with a grant to help promote and implement a Stepping Up initiative. It's a national initiative really focused on keeping those with mental illness out of jails. And so in talking with Coffee County and the Sheriff's Office, they're very interested in partnering with us on that. And that's probably going to look like having a jail liaison of sorts, where we'll have a staff member that will be working closely with the jail to, one, know who our clients are that are coming in and making sure that we can get them wrapped in services, but then also helping with discharge planning. So any person leaving the jail, making sure they're connected to whatever types of services they need, not just mental health, but really trying to reduce how many people are coming back in. Mm-hmm. And so looking forward to getting that started. It's very much in the early stages. The state's not even providing me with the wording of their grant, just that we were chosen to start this, and we have some initial meetings coming up. So hoping that will help with some of that and give law enforcement some resources for themselves directly.
Hopefully it'll give the ones coming out of the jail an opportunity for a step up,
Hopefully.
and lead in the right direction.
Yep. And in conjunction with that, we have a great program. We've been doing it for a few years, but really, we keep expanding because it's doing so well. It's called SOAR. It's a very, it's a short acronym for a very long word, but it's Ssi and Ssdi, which is the state benefits program, outreach, access, and recovery. And so we have individuals that really all they're doing is going back and collecting all the back information on individuals that are very ill and don't have insurance. They're going in and out of hospitals, jails, homelessness, and they're collecting all that information for them to kind of fast track them through that Ssi and Ssdi process, because otherwise, I don't know if you've known anybody that's tried to go through that, but they can get denied a few times, and it's a very long process. But this is kind of a fast track to get it all gathered and send it through. And we have won 17 of our 19 cases we sent through, which is some of the best numbers in the nation actually for the program. But the really cool thing about it is, one, it gets those consumers a medical card, so now their physical health, mental health, dental, eye, all those things are covered. But it also, from the day we start that program and get them accepted into the SSI program, that they will back bill services. And so we know last year we brought in $120,000 to all those different agencies that may have provided medical care and got some of those services paid for. So that could be the hospital.
Gotcha. If they've come from the jail to the hospital and had services done, then they can.
Yeah, any of those places, it will back bill from when we turn in the application. And so that's a really good thing. So it's a win for the consumer, and it's definitely a win for the community partners that we have, and we're, and us as well. So we just kind of keep adding staff to those positions as well, because it's doing such good stuff. Any questions? I really just kind of wanted to give you guys that update, give you a chance to ask me questions, but also, let me know if there's any needs you're hearing, or Matthew, and let us know how we can keep serving people and doing better if there's gaps out there.
I haven't heard anything. I mean, I know there was.
I know the jail's always got a concern with intake and evaluations
capacity
and this, that, and the other, so.
Yeah.
Sounds like you're in tune to that, so.
Yeah, it's all the screens that are involuntary that cause that hubbub. They're not very often, but they leave a mark for sure. We continue to have our interns provide services in all of our jails, and so those services are free, which is working really well, and those would just be kind of the regular intakes and ongoing therapy services. And they've done televideo, and they come on site as well whenever they're allowed to.
Sounds good. Hopefully you can find some employees.
Yeah, if you can help with that, let us know.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think we're all in that
all
same,
levels
we're
are,
in the same ship.
I know. And we're real excited. Hopefully the new cost-based system will allow us to be more competitive. We're able to raise salaries this year to just be more marketable. We're not near that $15 minimum wage that keeps getting kind of held over people's heads, but we're trying to get closer so that when that happens, we're not hurting ourselves too much. So we'll try to keep closing that gap, but the cost base would allow us to do better.
Putting extra money back for your fuel expenses for this year, are you?
Didn't do that. I filled up on my way here. I was like,
That was scary.
You still got your arms and your legs.
I know. But yeah, driving is going to be interesting because we do a lot of money.
Well, it's just gonna increase your expenses for the year
Yes, it
that
is.
you didn't have planned
Feels like
for.
almost double, right?
Oh, yeah, yes. Well,
So,
thank you for what you do.
well, thank you, and thanks
Thank
again
you.
for letting me
Thank
come
you.
in and give you an update. Good to see everybody.
Appreciate the updates.
Please let us know if you hear anything or we can do anything.
All right,
Thank
thank you.
you.
Thank you.
Andy.
Let me see around that podium there, will make everybody feel a little more.
Probably.
It was just belonged to district court, and they took it back.
They took it back.
We'll have to get something.
Did they not notify you?
You want?
Did they not notify you?
No idea.
So it's down to Kelly Wall.
Well, I'm not sure. I went over there and checked to see if anyone else in the clerk's office knew, and that they were the ones who said, yeah, it belonged to district court, and they took it back.
Oh, I didn't know that's what happened, I guess.
Been there for 4 years. Well, we have.
We'll have to talk to them, I guess.
Okay.
Well, we're a little ahead. We're gonna skip to 9:40, Economic Development, Bobby Skipper, Stan Lukes, and Mike Burns, Auburn Pharmacy Project.
Yes, sir. This, as a discussion originating with a call from Mr. Burt with Auburn Pharmacy. His concern was there was no NRP program established, and there was no way to provide abatement across the board with an NRP. And then he asked about other things that we might be able to do. I told him most of it lies with, we need this, the county has to partner with the city to provide most of what he's asking for. And so I'm just going to let that discussion take off. You can summarize it, Mr. Burt, and
Let him start off.
Well, thanks for your time today. Mike Burns, I'm owner of Auburn Pharmacy, and Don, good to see you, and I appreciate the welcome to Burlington. If you will, allow me to kind of share with you our path, how we got to Burlington. Obviously, been in Garnett. March 23rd will be 30 years. Long time, but community pharmacy is tough, ladies and gentlemen. It's not getting any better. The financial picture and economics of pharmacy, period, is tough. In fact, CVS 6 months ago announced closing of 900 of their stores. They're going to close them and consolidate them. That tells you a lot right there. Been in the area for a while, obviously Garnett, but also in Lebo. Peter Allender called me a few years ago, and with the economics of pharmacy and the increased regulatory burden that I think that all of us are under, and listening to them in healthcare, believe me, I understand what they're dealing with. So we came in, we visited with Peter, we brought him into our group, and he's even said that's the best move that he ever made. And I don't think James Higgins would mind sharing with you that I've been talking with him for quite a few years. And as profits continue to decline year over year, and I finally got a call from him, and he said, you know, Mike, I'm ready to take a look at that contract a little closer, and I think I'm ready to do something. I said, well, what's your change of heart? He said, well, I got a van parked in my pharmacy, and I'm tired of dealing with it, and that literally was kind of the trigger, if you remember when the lady drove through the front of the pharmacy over there. So came over, I visited with James, we put the deal together, we brought them into Auburn. You can imagine changing software platforms, phone systems, and everything else, but there are a lot of things that we felt like we could bring to the community, and one of them we're very, very big on vaccines. That played huge in our community over here in our county, you know, obviously due to COVID. So kind of fast forward, I had also, everybody's aware of the tragedy with Dan Salva and what happened there. Pharmacy is a very small industry, and so we all know each other. I don't know if you know or not, but between the three boys, Alex, he's 24, he lives in West Virginia, and they asked him to run the pharmacy. Now, he's a sharp young man, but he's in West Virginia, and he really doesn't know pharmacy, and I'd reached out to him too and said, hey, if you or your family need anything, let me know. Well, this fall, and they said, we're going to give it, when I talked to him, he said, we're going to give it about a year, and we're going to see how it goes. Well, they gave it a year, and they saw how it went. Tough. He also was worried what was going to happen if they lost staff. What the heck is he going to do from West Virginia? So he made the call, we put that together, we put the two stores together. That's really the trend, is because of volume and because of very narrow margins, putting stores together makes a lot of sense. Now, you know, the community in general may not understand that, but it's really where things are going. We felt like it was the best thing we could do. Also to continue to expand and offer services that weren't previously being offered. So, and I don't need to share with you all, you're probably aware of the issue with our drive-through, okay? Another thing that COVID taught people who maybe weren't drive-through customers, it taught them to be drive-through customers. So this isn't the only location where we're having issues with our drive-through. Previously, one drive-through lane was adequate. Now it's not. You need more than one lane. So particularly when we put the two stores together, it only compounded the problem. Obviously, they didn't have a drive-through, but once they got access to a drive-through, they said, oh my gosh, we want to use that drive-through. So obviously, we had cars stacking up, and also trying to put the two together, training and everything. We've come a long way. We've gotten much better, but the drive-through still continues to be an issue. Now, honestly, we've got a great lease where we're at. It's a nice building. Everything works except for the drive-through. And so that's an issue for us, it's an issue for our patients, an issue for the city.
And of course, sometimes even back out to the highway, and then they're blocking where even if you wanna park and come in, sometimes you can't get in. So guys, we've looked at every possible option in adding a second drive-through somewhere, adding a tube out in the parking lot. It can be done, but it's gonna be very expensive, and is it really the overall best option? So we took a look at what would it look like if we were to just build a new pharmacy. And Bert's gonna get up here in a little bit, and he can share with you, what it's gonna look like. We've done this in other communities before. It's incredibly expensive, but when we make a commitment to the community, we know that we're not going away. So, and you can imagine, as our bids started rolling in and seeing what the costs are today compared to even just a year ago. Talked to my son-in-law, who has Doherty Steel over in Paola. Steel prices we haven't even seen the peak yet. The number one importer of scrap steel was Turkey, and the two main customers, they were buying it from the Ukraine and Russia. So you can imagine what's going on with steel. So now we're going to deplete all of our reserves over here. Steel's it's going to be like oil. So I just say that as things are going to continue to go up, but we think we're ready to commit to do something, but we need some help. And so when we've been in the communities, we typically we go to economic development, and we ask them if there's anything there. Now look, the one thing we don't ever want to do is we don't want to ask for anything that's going to be on the backs of our neighbors. That's not what we're asking for. And so they'll talk a little bit about our proposal is if we build the building, obviously there's new taxes generated by us and be paid by us, which will pay back the TIF that we're talking about. That's the beauty of it, and it would be available to anyone here if anyone else wants to do the same thing. So that's really what we're asking for, and I'll allow Bert to get up, or I'll stop if you guys have any questions of me before I turn it over to Bert. No? Oh, okay, I guess
So
that's
once
it.
again, welcome to Burlington, appreciate it.
Well, thank you. I've got a lot of friends over here, and I actually just moved in September. My niece and her husband, we raised her and her husband and 5 kids. We bought them a house over here in Burlington, and so they really like it. They love the schools, they love everything about it. So we are proud to be here. So, Bert.
Your business is a growing business. How many other locations do you currently have?
We have 30 locations
I
now.
was in that
Yeah, and I say that our growth, it isn't a good sign when you get a call and say, Mike, I'd like you to buy my pharmacy because I'm not making the money I used to. I'd rather turn it over to you and work for you. I mean, that sounds great, but if you really think about it, it's tough. And, but, being based out of Garnett, we have some advantages. We've been doing this a long time, as I say, 30 years. And so the regulatory stuff, we handle a lot of that out of our office. But it also enables us, again, with the vaccines and the other clinical programs that we run, a lot of individual pharmacies just aren't able to do that. So having the number of locations, it certainly helps where we have a team of people that can get together. We also are very involved in long-term care and a lot of other services that we do. So those number of locations certainly helps. So, okay. Bert.
So I am the CFO and construction manager of Auburn Pharmacy. Been doing that for well over 10 years. We, about 6 years ago, decided to develop a prototype that we would build as our state-of-the-art pharmacy to carry forward and in all locations, something that fulfilled the needs of modern pharmacy. And we've built 4 of these now. Even strangely enough, Mike allowed a competitor to build our building in Hillsborough, and we built that for him too, just to help, because that's what we do in pharmacy. So this is the proposed building, those that haven't seen it. I did not bring a layout of the inside. The key component here is we have 2 lanes of drive-through. This canopy allows us to channel our 2 vehicles through there at a time. Through the process of building these 4 stores over the last few years across Kansas, Abilene was the last one we completed and worked out great. Similar volume of pharmacy customers in that location as there is here. It's a little bigger yet, but the problem here, most communities when we go in, there is the revitalization program that allows a 10-year tax abatement, and that generally is pretty handy to have around as far as offsetting the cost. this particular situation, we're 45, I haven't looked at the most recent bids, we try to use local contractors everywhere we go. If there's a person locally who can be competitive, that's who we're gonna use, because we want them to service our facility in the future as we're going through HVAC, electrical, concrete, we want all those guys to be here, because they're customers of ours, we wanna be customers of theirs. Numbers are coming in, Decker Construction is our contractor, but right now we're about 47% higher, give or take, than the last building we built 2 years ago. That takes you past that break-even point Mike was talking about, and payback. Everything has limits, so we need some assistance to build this building. But we've secured contracts on lots here in town, I'm sure you guys all know where, and to try to help with the situation, keep the healthcare in one particular spot, show progress in Burlington and Coffee County. And to do that, after talking with Mr. Skipper, I realized that you guys had a TIF proposal that had at some point been drawn up and talked about. And that's handy, because TIF and abatement are essentially the same thing from a different cut of the same steak, if you will. So the problem with coming into a community and saying you're going to be a part of the community is once in a while you have to do what you say, and this is one of those. We don't need to help as Auburn Pharmacy with helping the county and the city come together and establish a TIF district and all of those things. But because we have the project going on right now, and it is a catalyst in speaking with staff from the city and from the county, we would like to be a part of that and help kickstart that project. The TIF district, I'm sure you guys all know all about how they work and what they are.
That's, for me, I don't.
Okay,
exactly.
sure.
I don't exactly, and that's
sorry,
sorry, it seems like I'm interrupting,
No.
but, economic development, as far as I'm concerned, is fairly new, as far as activity of what things are going on in Coffee County.
Sure.
For me, anyway. I don't know, hopefully everybody else feels about the same way.
I think it pretty well is for all of us, because the ones before, the director wasn't as motivated as what Bobby's brought to the table last two.
Correct, so it,
yeah,
starting
it back
with
up.
district or any sort of abatement
Sure.
is, somewhat new, so I've often said that we need to have some sort of a,
Okay, so let me
discussion, study on what is the best for each.
Explain TIF, because
Yeah.
actually we're on the World Wide Web, and all
Okay.
the people in Coffee County are looking out here to see. So explain it to them so they can understand
You
also.
wanna join me?
To join you, we've got Attorney Joe Serrano here.
Yeah.
Joe, how are you?
Good.
Specializes
Yeah, nice talking with
in
you.
creating districts in the state of Kansas.
Yeah, Joe Serrano, Kutak Rock. Good morning. I know we've talked a little bit about economic
We've
development,
talked about a
but
little bit
very,
about a lot of
very,
things.
yeah, very little. So let me give you kind of the lay of the land of TIF. Because TIF is really unique. It's one of the most powerful tools, other than star bonds at the state level. It's one of the most powerful tools that a community can offer as an economic development. There's community improvement districts, there's transportation development districts, there's industrial revenue bonds. But TIF, the reason why TIF is so important is because it does divert property taxes for 20 years. IRBs have diverted property taxes for 10 years. So as a way to kind of set the table for TIF, tax increment financing, it's actually a city-initiated program. The county has the ability to veto, the school district has the ability to veto, but if you're within an incorporated area, it's a city initiative project or development. It's 2 steps. First is you find a district. You have to establish a TIF district. It's an area by which you determine whether it's blight or it's conservation, or just by de facto, if all the buildings within that area are over 65 years old, it automatically is eligible for TIF. So you first have to establish a TIF district, and you have to determine eligibility, and that really is at a city level. There are notices that go out to the county and the school district, and that's the time at which the county, if they say, we don't want to do this, then you have a 30-day period in which you have the ability to veto the establishment of the district. Once the district is established, at that point in time, once the ordinance is published, the county effectively sets a base value, which is the value of the property, the assessed value at the time that the ordinance is established, and that is the base. on the date that the ordinance established in the district. And and then the notice goes out to the county, and the county can veto. So, once the base is established, any increment, any property that is improved, that amount was called tax increment. That increment is effectively diverted. So if you have a burned out house, and you're going to establish this area, this is the TIF district, and the value of that house, the raw land is $5,000, and you improve it by $1 million, you're going to get taxed on that amount. You were going to ask.
Well, so I guess, let's say, I'll just pick one.
Sure.
And I'm not even really looking at the map.
Yeah.
Trust Point Real Estate's in this, up there on the highway.
Okay.
I would say they'd be in close proximity. So if they wanna remodel they don't get any abatements on what they have now, it's just if they improve what they have now. Is that a correct statement?
That is correct, but you cannot use TIF for vertical construction. It has to be infrastructure. You can't use it for vertical construction. It's just not allowed. So unless it's a parking facility, unless you have a parking structure, but you can't use it for building. So if you want to do improvements.
So, to back up, how does that benefit Auburn Pharmacy?
Okay, if I can help a little bit, and you stop me anytime I
No,
make
if
a
it don't cover the vertical
Right,
construction.
so we're looking at 2 lots in town here,
Mhm.
that one does have a burned out house, and one has a blighted house, to
Correct.
be polite. They both together net the county $586 worth of tax revenue. We are looking at putting somewhere around $1 million, hopefully less, but looking like a total of $1 million-ish, onto and into this lot, not counting lot costs. So TIF allows you to do anything from the pad down on those costs. Well, you guys know a lot about construction costs, it's part of your job. A lot of your costs are from that pad down, especially in this district, because we have to connect every single drip of water that lands on concrete or rooftop to the best storm sewer that is available there, so that nothing goes into the street. So the TIF money that we would be looking at, just using $1 million, and I ran this, and I'm going completely from memory based on your mill levies of 126, I believe that would increase the tax, actual cash, increase of about $38,000 per year for the city and county. So, you know, we came in here looking for 10 years, because that's what we're used to using based on the revitalization program. So 10 years of that's $380,000, and that can only be used from the pad, parking lot, sidewalks down. It's basically earth or earth contact. Anything that's bolted to it can't be used. And so that's what we, you know, when we're able to propose, if a district is done, that's what ours is going to look like, is 10 years worth of this increased tax money is what we would like to receive to put into the ground to build this thing as soon as possible.
So where does the money come from?
The repayment of the money comes from my tax payment. So in neighborhood revitalization tax abatement 10 years, the way that works is it's granted, so I don't have to pay taxes, but the way it really works is I have to write a check, I send it to the county appraiser, then they send it back to me. In this case, you fund it up front, or the city, or however, I'll let him tell you how exactly and who does that, but you're basically writing me a check, which is a loan. And that loan gets repaid because I start paying taxes. Not quite?
That's not right.
Okay.
Good try. No, good try. So, the increment, we're talking about, let's say, $38,000. $38,000 is the increment based on this example.
Right.
And again, it's established through the city, so the city has a special allocation fund. So they will pay $38,000 to the county. The county then pays $38,000 to the city, and they deposit in a special allocation fund. They have to certify, the city then has to certify costs that are eligible under the TIF Act. Land acquisition is one of them, infrastructure is the other, parking is allowed. They certify those costs, and then they reimburse the developer for that amount that's eligible for reimbursement. And that could go on for 20 years. So that's kind of TIF in a very, very generic way.
But you can set it at 10 if you wish.
You can set, you don't even have to do 100%. You can set it at 10 years, you can set it at 15 years, you can set, I don't want to reimburse 100%, I only reimburse 70%. So it doesn't have to be, it could be negotiated, that's where we get into negotiations.
Why is the county even in on it? Why isn't it between the city?
It really is between the city, and for TIF, it's really in between the city and the developer.
But don't the county, school district, and the city all have veto authority, correct?
No, the county and the city, the county and the school district have veto authority. So that was when you establish the TIF district, that's the first step. When you establish the TIF district, you have to send out notice, the city actually sends out notice to the county and the school district, and if you don't like it, you have the ability within 30 days to veto it. And then there's a second step, and that's why TIF takes so long. There's a second step, you have, actually, the city has to approve a project plan. Project plan, what that does for a project plan, that is actually, that says, for 20 years, we will reimburse, up to 20 years, we will reimburse the developer, for the increment that's generated off the property. So it really is a city initiative, but it's before you today because, you would have the ability to veto if you decide to otherwise not approve this project.
So if we don't veto it and the school district does it still go?
No, it does not.
If anyone vetoes it, it's out?
It's out.
All three have 100% veto authority in case of TIF. Any of you can say no, and it's done.
Not three, it's the city is initiating it. The city's initiating it. So, it's not, if they don't initiate, then there's no veto, so.
So other than our veto authority, we really have nothing in it.
You really don't. It's all you have, and you have it at 30 days from the date that the TIF district is established, and then a later time, there has to be a project plan that's approved. And that project plan, once the 30 days expires, pretty much the county's out of it. There is another thing that I think we should discuss, go ahead.
Joe, you're mentioning the pay-as-you-go aspect. There's also the bond aspect. Now, in the case where he's asked what the county's involvement is, if there was a case where something were bonded, it doesn't have to be an actual debt. The county can issue a lump sum, per se. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Again, this is a city initiated program. It
Yes.
really is. It's not a county. The county, if you look at the statute, is a bioscience center, or a city initiated project. So if there's going to be debt that's going to be issued, it has to go through the city.
Yes.
But it's not through the county. The county, all the county does.
The county could lend to the city.
Well, we have to be really careful with that. Very careful, because you're incurring debt. When you incur debt at a county level, you have to make certain that you go through the steps to incur debt. Whether it's an election or if we talk about jail, PBC, but you gotta be careful. The one thing that I think we should discuss, which is right for the county, is industrial revenue bonds. I think Bert and I had a conversation, and he was talking about sales tax. So I want to talk a little bit about industrial revenue bonds, because, again, if the city doesn't start it, then there's really nothing before the county. There really isn't. So there's one thing for this.
So the city's right here, what's your view, Stan?
With respect to a district, I don't believe the governing body would support a district. I think they would support a program to work directly with one particular business, but they're not establishing a district that's going to incorporate multiple entities, of which some are tax exempt. There may be some buildings in this, well, I know there's buildings in the city that's over 65 years of age. We just went through a bond process for our generator at the electric plant. We're not enthralled with the concept of going out and obtaining another bond. It's not that I'm not in support of Auburn Pharmacy, but Auburn Pharmacy wants to stand alone. They want to be, if there's a rebate program or a ability for the financing to go through and the support, I don't believe they want to put a burden on anybody else either. And if it's only for infrastructure, the infrastructure that's in the area is all the cities. It's not a infrastructure that has to be built. We have to provide connection points, not a problem. We have all the infrastructure in the area.
anything that's being done is done on the pharmacy's property, not in public space. Budget-wise, there's absolutely no way we have funds to support a $38,000 a year or a $380,000 a year program. I do not believe you will get a TIF district program through the city.
Why
I
couldn't
don't
the
think
TIF
that's
district
gonna-
just be Auburn Pharmacy?
No.
Why does it have to
Well,
be?
you can,
Why couldn't it just be them?
you can establish a district that, it has to be a defined geographic area. And within that district, it has to be an eligible area. Blight is one of them. Conservation's another. Floodplain's another. So you can define an area just like this, and the city can say, yeah, this is, after they've done a blight analysis, this is an area that is effectively eligible for TIF, tax increment financing.
So the map with the lines on it, you get hung up on a district, that's really not the purpose. To receive or to violate TIF on behalf of the city, you have to meet some requirements. Typically, they draw a map, just like what you're looking at, because it encompasses most of the businesses around the town that would qualify. You know, if this is established, this isn't just for Auburn Pharmacy. There's hundreds of businesses in here that could benefit from this program in the future. We just happen to be the guy who cracked the egg, right?
So they'd have to go through the same process that we would,
Less
but I
established.
think to your point, I mean, if they wanted to at least see how it works and get it started, if the city's concerned about the district could simply encompass the two lots that we're talking about.
Absolutely.
And then there you go. Now the city doesn't have to worry. And Stan, we talked about that. We came in and we visited with Stan and the city manager, and we went through all this before we came here. And, so that is an option where you could establish that would be the district, and then, and that would give us the opportunity.
I think one of the most important things to note here with the TIF is that if the TIF is granted, whether it be to us or anybody in the future, the increment that he's referring to, the increased value of the taxes is the source of repayment from what we built, not your business down the street's helping repay that. It's what we've done. We aren't burdening anybody else, and there's no intention to do that, and that has never been a part of this discussion or plan, and we would not want to be part of it if it was. The investment into the community that we're making, our increased taxes pay back the funds. It's a way to get people to afford to build a new building. It's really, that's, at its purest sense, that's what it is. It costs too much to build right now. It makes a business unprofitable to make the investment, and it's a way to help kickstart that development.
Have you been to the city council with this, presented this to the council?
We've met with members.
Well, they're the ones that make the decision.
It's not been
for the city.
officially approached with them in presence. The governing body has discussed and been informed of what the potential is. And I know they are against any district development that would expand beyond the exact property lines that they are involved with, that Auburn Pharmacy is involved with.
So you would be in favor of a TIF just encompassing their property, but not anybody else?
That's correct. From the governing body's viewpoint, yes.
But, and then what
How
they're saying
to
is,
financially support it, it's a whole different world. If the tax money comes, when they pay the incremental difference back over a 10-year period of time, it comes directly to the county. It's like a, I'll call it a mortgage on the property. If the funds came from the county, they would be getting their funds back. I said the city does not have the ability to put out, I'll use the word, the amount of funds that would be necessary at the start. We're getting hit with a whole bunch of other items that was unexpected, including, the escalation in cost and of everything that would produce and serve.
So in a typical TIF situation, I've been involved in these in Kansas City, Missouri years ago, and most cities, as he's describing, don't have the funds to just finance something like this, so they sell bonds. and that complicates it, considerably. And the suggestion that the county may be able to afford to help finance that on behalf of the city, is the real bringing together of the guards, if you will, here. Trying to help the cities within Coffee County, with county assistance to then provide construction motivation for people to build new buildings. And of course, we're thrilled with it just being around our property, but if they were to pass a district and other people, and I don't know, maybe you can do that every time. You can go to the well as often as you want.
Well, the issue, and I'm sorry, Bobby, because we haven't had a chance to really visit about it. If we draw a district like this around this, what happens is you set the base at the time the district is established. So any diversion, if the city ever did something like this, that value of the property tax is set. Anytime it goes up, even if it just goes up by market conditions, that increment is going into the special allocation fund. So we would have to be very, very cautious before we went down a path. And by the way, we represent, I don't know, Mayor, we represent, I haven't met you, my partner handles Burlington, but we represent the city. And before we would ever engage on something like this, we would be very, very cautious because that value, even if it's market conditions, is going to be diverted to a special allocation fund, and it can only be used for economic development, whatever is eligible under the TIF Act. But one thing I think is really important that we should talk about at the county level is industrial revenue bonds, because that is an involvement with the county. The county actually can offer industrial revenue bonds, and it's similar to a TIF. It's a diversion of property taxes. Actually, instead of there's a payment of property taxes and it goes to the special allocation fund and then goes back to the developer, industrial revenue bonds is taken off the tax rolls. It's 100% taken off the tax rolls. So that's a county initiative, or it could be a city initiative, and that can only last for 10 years. So you can divert, or basically divert, not have to pay that 10 years of property taxes from a county initiative offering of industrial revenue bonds. So I don't know if you want to go down that path right now, but that's something that is an involvement with the county. If you can't do both. You can't have property tax through a TIF and industrial revenue bonds because it's all property taxes.
Revenue bonds take the city out of it?
Revenue bonds, how we structure it is effectively they buy their own bonds. We structure it in a way that they buy a revenue bond, they buy industrial revenue bonds, and in lieu of making a payment of taxes, they are automatically exempt because of the way the statutes were operating. I could go into details because I do a lot of revenue bonds. I don't know how much you want to talk about IRBs, but it is something
maybe
that
not a lot right now, but I'd like to talk about IRBs.
I would like to hear a whole lot more about it, but like Tom said, not probably right now, but I think there's some options there. And I want these guys to be able to expand.
Yeah.
And any way we can help them, I want to. But I feel like, I really probably shouldn't say it, but I feel like county is more willing to help than the city.
If that's in fact the case, because TIF is TIF is city, then you could offer industrial revenue bonds. There's not really veto rights at the city level or at the school board level. There's just not there's notice, but there's not a veto right. And effectively what it is, if we're talking 10 years at $38,000 a year, it's the same amount of money. I mean, if you were going to limit it to 10 years as opposed to 20, the benefit of TIF is you could go out 20 years. But if you're going to limit it to 10 years, industrial revenue bonds at a county level or a city level, they're fine. I mean, it's the same amount of money. Even above that, industrial revenue bonds offer them a sales tax exemption on materials used in the construction of the facility. Now, we talked about it's only $45,000 approximately, but it's still numbers that add into it that otherwise.
A lot of money to me.
Can they do industrial revenue bonds with the city or with the county, either one?
Either one. The county or the city has the authority in the IRB statute to offer industrial revenue bonds. Now, if it's within the city limits, we do have to provide them notice, and we give them notice, and they basically can consent, or what usually is they don't respond. But a county can issue industrial revenue bonds.
So I'm all for helping out new business.
Mm-hmm.
People wanting to come to town, that's great. But my mind takes me to the the business has been here for 40 years or more, they're gonna be going, where's mine?
Yeah.
Do you have an answer for that?
Well, the biggest benefit in this type of example is it's paying $558 a year in taxes. And if they improve it, it's going to pay $38,000 a year in taxes. So if somebody invests, that's been in the community for 40 years and they want to invest in their improvement of their own facility and generate taxes, then there's other things that you could do. You could rebate it, you could home rule it, you could do some other type of economic development. But really TIF, property tax abatement, IRBs, it's because it's not generating much revenue. It's going to generate a little bit more revenue, $38,000 in this example, and after 10 years, it's put back on the tax rolls, and presumably the city and the county, the other taxing jurisdictions will be benefiting from that taxes. But it's not a good answer. I mean, that's the reality of it. I mean, if you talk about economic development, it's because we're giving them some kind of assistance in order for them to spur development within the county or the city, and at some point, presumably, the county and city and other taxing jurisdictions will benefit from it.
Well, Tom, to your point, and that's always a good question, you gotta be able to explain to them. In all honesty, we can stay right where we're at. My life's actually easier staying right where we're at, and it's less outflow of cash. Yeah, is our drive-through gonna be inadequate and back people up, and yeah, but I can stay right where we're at. And we won't generate any more in taxes, we're gonna stay right there. Anybody that's been here for 40 years, they can stay right where they're at. But if they say, hey, this thing for Auburn worked out pretty well, whether we do it between the city and the county, maybe instead of the city selling bonds, the county loans the city the money because they have the cash, which makes sense to me, but of course I'm on the receiving end here. But anybody could do that same thing. And so it doesn't mean that because you've been here 40 years that you don't get an opportunity to do it. If they want to build something new, they wanted to find some other lots that are blighted, say, hey, it would be a lot better to build something new, and obviously at the increased taxes, it would be an opportunity for everyone if they want to go through the process like we are. And that's what's fair about it, is their taxes aren't paying for this. Our taxes that we chose because of the structure we build, we're going to generate new taxes that didn't previously exist. We're just asking for those taxes to help pay down some of our debt. We think probably coming out of the ground up to the parking lot, we're probably going to be that 350, 380. So it's hitting about that 10-year number. The rest of it's going to be above ground and won't be eligible. So that's really why we're here, saying if we could get it, this thing's going to be doable. Without it, we highly doubt that we'll ever be able to do it. So, and that's what it's developed for, is to, hey, let's incentivize businesses, whether you've been here 40 years. I mean, that building's been sitting over there a long time where we're at. And so, does that kind of help?
Yeah, I mean, I get, in the end, we're gonna get more money.
Yeah.
I mean, so I guess where my mind goes is, to be fair to everybody as best you can. It's like, kind of like a tax abatement on, well, did appraise it this, not appraise it that type thing. Everybody's gonna be stepping up for that one, but, I guess what I'm saying is if an existing business wants to remodel their entire building, the costs are high even to do that now.
Yeah.
I mean, it would be nice if some sort of abatement was available for them, because now they've taken say it's $150,000 structure, remodel it and turn it into $250,000. I mean, I think they need abatements, or however you want to word it, on that other $100,000, and just leave the value as what it was, as opposed to increasing the value. So I guess in my mind, that makes it fair to everyone. So.
And that's where typically, and not to get into the whole thing, but the neighborhood revitalization program,
That's exactly
the NRP
right.
They talked about,
Yeah.
We have that in Garnett and a lot of the communities where nothing's established today, but they pick the area and say, and it's going to be somewhat of a blighted area, an area that they want to see growth in, or some improvements, so they designate those areas. Not until you decide to apply, and you have to apply for it. I've seen people in an NRP go ahead and do an addition or upgrade the building, and they forget to apply, and they're not eligible. So what that does is, if you have a building that's, let's say, valued right now at $500,000, and they want to upgrade their parking lot and do a remodel, and it takes them to $1 million. then depending on how that NRP is structured, the increased taxes from the $500,000, they still continue to pay that.
Correct.
But from $500,000 to $1 million, which it gives it up to everybody could do it if they want.
That's what
Those
I'm at.
increase, rather, because of the knee-jerk reaction when people wanna improve their properties, like, well, if I do it, then I'm gonna turn around, my taxes are gonna go up. That's where the
That's
NRP.
exactly what I'm after. So
Yes,
where
and that's
it benefits
something-
you when you come to town, it benefits, I
So,
mean, actually, if this line was drawn over to me, basically to block off the highway all the way down. I mean, because everything a block off the highway is zoned industrial, if I'm correct.
Off the highway,
Yes, a block each side of the highway from one end to the other is,
a lot of it, it's zoned residential / commercial.
commercial, yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you could take down one of those older houses and, just like you guys are getting ready to do.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
and
one of the-
meet the zoning requirements.
There's a lot of different programs out there, and that's why he's very valuable to have here, because it's very confusing. Like TIF can't be used for anything above.
Right.
And because of the type of financing and how it's in the state statutes, is it can only be used for our cost underground. NRP, however, that's different, I mean, and that meets what you're trying to do more. Industrial revenue bonds, I think, is somewhere in between, right?
It is. I mean,
So we could do an industrial revenue bond for anybody that wanted to remodel their store.
You do, but it becomes kind of cost prohibitive at some point. I mean, it's just a cost issue, and if you're doing a $150,000 remodel, your neighborhood revitalization program is the option that.
But can you just go and say, okay, well, we can't do that for you, but we can abate that $100,000 for 10 years?
You could do it if you home rule it. You could say, we can't take the cities, we can't take the school districts, but if you want to say from the county's perspective, at whatever the county receives, you can home rule it and say, yeah, we're going to rebate that to you. But you can't spend anybody else's money unless you go through this process of statutorily authorized process.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I know we're always gonna get these people that, well, what are you gonna do for me? I was here, been here for 20 years, what are you gonna do for me? But to me, our issue right now is Auburn Pharmacy.
Right.
And if we can make them a TIF district or whatever it is, and I'm not sure what I want to do because I want more information. But if we make them a TIF district, so what? Somebody else wants to come in and do it, can't that become another TIF district or be added on to the existing whatever or somehow?
Well, yeah, I mean, you can expand districts, but you can have isolated districts. But remember, it's a two-step process. It's create the district that is geographically defined, that is now blight, let's say, or conservation, and then you have to go through another step, which is approval of a project plan. They have to say, hey, listen, we're going to approve this redevelopment project plan, and once it's approved, at the time that TIF is really mixed up, because once you approve the district, it establishes the base, and automatically, any increment that's generated is paid to the special allocation fund. The base goes to the various taxing jurisdictions. But the project plan, when it's approved, it could be 3 or 5 years down the road, or you can have multiple project plans within a TIF district. But once that project plan is approved, that's when the amount of money can go from the special allocation fund to the developer up to 20 years. So you start collecting increment once this TIF district is established. You don't divert the money until there's an approved project plan that goes to 20 years. So it's a flawed statute. It's a really flawed statute, but that's the reality of what we're living in right now. That's where we are. The thing that the county could offer is if we're going to do multiple districts, you have to go through each of the steps every single time.
Okay, and I fully understand that, but we're looking at Auburn right now.
Uh-huh.
We're not looking at everything
Right.
else up and down.
That's right.
What can we do to help Auburn create? Because we know, I've been up there, the congestion that they create, which is great because it's good business, but we're gonna have some accidents and stuff up there if they stay where they're at. So, I mean, and the mayor, I suppose he's speaking for the city council, has already said, hey, we're not going to create a big district. I mean, so I'm thinking, why can't we just create a district around Auburn? And if that's it, and I also want to look at the bonds you were talking about. I don't know which way.
Yeah.
I don't have nothing, but if we can look at those two, I mean, let's move on with it instead of, worrying about what's gonna happen in the south end of town, somebody doesn't like it.
Yeah. When you say we, meaning the county doesn't have the ability to create a district.
We don't.
That's right.
But we
But the city, which is
We
what
can,
they're
but
really.
we can do the bonds, right?
You can offer, if the city, if we're going down a path, let's just throw out a couple of hypotheticals. If we go down a path, we go to the city says, listen, we want to take up this consideration of a TIF district, and it's shot down. They come back, the developer come back to the county and say, hey, listen, we can't get a TIF approved at the city level, would you issue industrial revenue bonds? And that benefits the developer.
But the mayor said he thought the council
It
would improve one on their property.
if that's in fact the
And so
case.
those things need to be figured out, and I need more information, because I don't know which way is the best way to go. And Bob, I don't know that we really know. It seemed more plain and simple when we came in here this morning than it does now.
No kidding.
So we thought, you establish a TIF district with the two lots we're talking about, that satisfies the city. They're not at risk of losing any future revenue, okay?
And it doesn't baseline all the other.
That's right, and
properties
so
in
they
that
don't,
map.
they don't get drug into it, so any increase, you gotta understand, what he's saying is, if you put 10 properties in your TIF district, any tax increase on the other 9, let's say ours is one of them, any increase on the other 9 has to go into that bucket.
That's right.
That's what they wanna avoid.
That's
So
what
you
we want,
avoid
right.
that by saying, well, we'll just make a small TIF district around the two lots.
Why would you wanna avoid that, though?
Avoid a district that includes 9 or 10 properties?
Yeah.
Because any increase in value, they have to put into a special fund allocation inside their budget, which is already stretched thin.
Yep.
So
That
if
puts
that
a
map-
major hit on an obligation on the city.
Yeah.
Where if we've got an individual business, okay,
But you still get the present value, or
we would
The
get the
base.
present, but if they,
you don't get any more taxes, is what you're
that's
saying.
correct. And neither does anybody else.
As valuations go up, the increased taxes
So it
will
goes into
not go to
Anybody inside those lines, if they improve their business, or even just inflationary value increases,
That's what.
nobody benefits if they establish that district. That's
So
why they
As
don't
his
wanna.
values go up, that extra money still goes into that kit.
Yes.
For 20 years.
Because they're in that
Yes.
district.
And it goes into economic development fund.
That's right.
Yeah.
So the easiest, make the district just our 2 lots, okay, get that approved. And since, again, it's new taxes being generated, I would hope that, then the county wouldn't be against it, nor would the school district, okay? So we can get that TIF district established. Then, it's about how's the city gonna finance it? The city's, coffers are thin, to go out and borrow the money is gonna be difficult for them. The thought, or at least was proposed, that potentially the county could, instead of the city selling bonds, borrow the money from the county's winning, the city's winning, the county gets paid back, and we get our project in, and then obviously, once that's all paid back, then which is gonna be a lot more than $38,000 a year in 10 years, I assure you, now that probably $50,000 that we're gonna pay in property taxes fully is going back to all the 3 taxing entities.
I think an interlocal, I mean, if we look at it, if we're going to do it for 10 years, let's say we're doing it for 10 years. If I'm looking at it from a developer's perspective or an issuer's perspective, I'm thinking it's 10 years. Why go through an interlocal? Why have the county? All we have to do is issue bonds. It's automatically off the tax rolls. They get the benefit for 10 years of not having to pay $38,000 of tax. So that's a lot easier. Now, if you want to go over 10 years, you want to do it 20 years or up to 20 years, then you have to do TIF, and it has to be city initiated. But if you're only going to limit it to 10 years, I'm looking at this is simple.
10 years satisfactory?
Yeah, I mean, and we kinda came up with that number too, because again, we think what it's gonna be taxed at based on our mill levy, what that's gonna generate, and what we think is gonna cost us coming out of the ground till TIF says you can't be reimbursed for that. So the numbers kinda worked, so 10 years is okay for us if we wanted to do a 20. Now, I don't know how much cost and expense and administrative cost there is in doing IRBs.
There's not too much. I mean, there's cost of issuance. You have to pay for a trustee, which is $2,500 a year. You have to pay for cost of issuance, bond counsel, me, the city. I don't know if the city would have an origination, or the county would have an origination fee, but we could put together kind of the costs associated with that. And then, but I again, interlocal and as an advisor to the county, incurring any kind of debt obligation, whether it's a loan, there's a financial, there's a federal law that if you have any kind of financial obligation, if you enter into a lease, you are now having to report that to the, what is called EMA, as a continuing disclosure obligation. So you gotta be careful if you enter into interlocals. You just have to. The law changed about 3 or 4 years ago. So the city could look at it and say, listen, we could do a TIF around this property, and if they opt not to do so, then they could come back and ask for issuance of industrial revenue bonds. They could take it to the city and ask for industrial revenue bonds.
Even, the way I understand, the mayor, even if they do go with the TIF, Auburn Pharmacy's still gonna have to come to the county because the city doesn't have the money to front them the money, so they're gonna have to come to the county for a loan. So the loan's gonna have to go from the county to the city, from the city to them. Why don't they just do the bonds and call it whatever, and leave the city out of it?
I don't know where I've seen a situation where an issuer, a county or the city, is loaning money. You'd have to issue bonds. You'd have to actually issue bonds, and they would take the benefit of those bonds. That's an expensive proposition. That's a lot different than industrial revenue bonds, where they're buying their own, and it's kind of a book entry type of deal. If you're going to enter into a loan, you're going to have to issue TIF revenue bonds. There's no other way around it. If you're just going to have, hey, we're going to rebate the city's portion of their taxes, you could do that by resolution. But if you're going to actually loan this money associated with this, where we mostly see it, here's how we mostly see it. Developer pays it, we do it on a pay-go financing basis. So the developer pays all the costs, and they get paid back over time. That's where you could get into, hey, listen, cost to carry, your interest cost, it's not $338,000. They're paying a loan, it's going to be $450 after the time they pay off their loan, $500. That's where you can get into extending that TIF year, justification for extending the life of the TIF, but you only can do it in the form of a TIF. And it's not you guys doing it, it's the city. Again, I want to make it perfectly clear, because all you're doing is you're not going to be issuing TIF bonds, because you don't have the authority to issue TIF bonds. If you're going to enter a loan, you got to be very, very careful.
But for the TIF, the city doesn't have the money to support the TIF, if I understand Stan correctly. So the city would have to, or the county would have to loan the city the money to support the TIF.
If you're not going to do it on a pay-go basis, which is every time they pay $38,000 a year, it goes back into their pocket. If we're not going to do it on a pay-go basis, but we need upfront money, and you're going to have a loan from the county, we have to be, we got to be very careful.
Well, that's just what that's what I'm saying here. I'm hearing the city doesn't have the funding, the county has the funding, but the TIF doesn't allow it. So the bonds, and so I'm just.
There's a lot of discovery to do.
My mind is blown right at the moment.
Okay, I think Bert and I are just talking real quick, and but to be candid, I mean, we're willing to do that too. Somehow we gotta get the numbers to work with us. If the city, basically where we're at is the city doesn't have the money, they don't wanna go sell bonds to try to help us out, they wanna see it happen. Okay, very supportive, and we appreciate that. If it all comes down, that means that either the county's gonna loan them money, and I understand the risks associated, you're representing the county, you're doing your job, okay?
And we represent the city too, but.
You know, but, a lot of hats you wear, but, so you either loan the city the money to allow us to do it, or then we do it more like a neighborhood revitalization, which that's how that works. You don't loan us any money, we pay the whole project, but then our property taxes come back to us to help pay down our loan because we incurred the whole thing for a period of time. And yes, so
The city has to authorize NRP in their jurisdiction as well.
And the
It all
benefit,
has to originate with the city, fully understand that.
and the benefit of industrial revenue bonds is in lieu of paying the taxes and getting it back like TIF or in neighborhood revitalization, an IRB, you're not paying the tax bill, it's taken off the tax roll, so there's not money that you have to pay.
We got options, maybe an IRB is a.
And it all started because we built this in several other jurisdictions, and we had the abatement program. And the abatement program makes them affordable, that's what it's designed for.
And you hit us at a bad time, because we haven't got anything established yet.
That's exactly right, and we're just trying to help ourselves.
I'm fighting to get something going.
Yeah.
So
You know, a lot of concessions like this, my understanding is there's new employment added to, is there any, what's your projection of employment in the next 5 years if this happens? Are you gonna, employment numbers go up?
I would see us adding 2 to 3, if you can find them for me, I'd probably hire them now.
I figured that might be part of your answer. So there is a little bit of projection there.
Sure.
For maybe 2 or 3 new employees in the next few years.
Yep.
Tim, you're about to explode.
What's the downside of the industrial revenue bonds?
Like I said, I probably do 50 of them a year, maybe even more. It's a very valuable tool, in my opinion. It doesn't get you to the level of TIF. The only downside of industrial revenue bonds, if we're talking about property taxes, is it doesn't go out. For economic development, for developers, it doesn't go out 20 years. Other than that, it's a pretty darn good program.
So it could go 10, which we're talking,
Mm-hmm.
And here you have no problem with 10.
No.
We're good with that. 10's your number.
I mean, 10, in all these programs, as you go across the country, 10 years is somewhere along the line became the establishment. And I can tell you why. Because from the concrete pad down, that's pretty much your cost is 10 years of the increase of the tax rolls on all of these if it paid back. And that's the shortfall we have. We only get so much, construction costs go up, but what we get paid for a bill is the same. And it's
going down.
Yeah, going down.
and the bonds would be between them and us.
It is. You'd be the issuer. They would effectively buy their own bonds. They don't really buy. They don't put, $1 million into a project fund. They effectively own it, and they do it on what we call a drawdown basis. So every time they incur costs, they run it through the bond trustee. They don't really have to put money in, put money out. Things have evolved in the last 7 years into a situation where industrial revenue bonds for communities that want to offer it for 10 years is a really good tool.
Okay, so my question would be, why wouldn't that be what we would want to do? We take the school district out of it, opportunity to veto it, we take the city out of it, who has no money supposedly. So, I mean, to me, this is simple. I like things simple.
This is really probably your best, at a county level, it's probably the best option you'd have to offer something in the realm of where they're looking for an incentive, for an assistance. This is probably the best option in my opinion.
The costs associated with that are around, hearing you talk earlier, running some quick numbers, around close to 10%.
Maybe.
Additional.
Maybe. I mean, I can discount my fee, a lot of times the bond council has the largest fee.
I was
Everything's 10%.
We have not done it within the county. We haven't done it, so, we'd have to run through I'd charge a reasonable amount, but, it's something that is an add-on for the value.
So you would work with us?
Absolutely. If we're trying to get them in the community and we're doing it at a county level, this really is. I'm sorry to be repetitive. This is the option. It really is.
It sounds to me like there's a huge amount of interest in absolutely putting this program together and doing it further quickly. Where do we move forward from today?
Well,
To set a time frame to work with.
assuming that you guys want to go through an industrial revenue bond, we don't want to deal with the city in trying to figure out a TIF. Then what we would have to do is come back before you, offer what is called a resolution of intent. This is assuming that you want to go down this path.
We're open to, don't think we don't appreciate
Yeah, no,
stand the
please.
support from the city at all.
The problem-
We've been very supportive and appreciative.
I see the problem with the TIF is there are two entities that could say no.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
it. You and school
We
district.
just take them out, take that option out. and
Absolutely.
Work with the options that we have.
Well, and the city doesn't have the money to loan them for the
They don't work
construction.
TIF anyway.
So, right there, the TIF is completely out of the city.
So can we do just a question, do the bonds now to get this off the ground and running, and then create the revitalization
NRP.
program later?
Yes,
And encompass that at the same time?
Absolutely.
Okay.
It really is city initiative, the NRP, but we could talk about what other programs the county can offer, but
Time
importantly.
is of the essence right now, it sounds like.
If time is of the essence, we're not talking TIF.
But give us time frame for an IRB.
To issue what you would want, what you absolutely would want is you need a resolution of intent. What that does is that allows for the Department of Revenue to give you a project exemption certificate, so you go right away, go start getting, your construction materials free of sales tax. And then about a month or so later, you can come back and get a bond
So you
ordinance.
can start, we could technically start construction before they're issued?
Absolutely. It's once the.
Cutting those trees and stuff down.
The big
Well,
tree.
for us, with increasing costs,
Oh,
the
yeah.
longer we wait,
Yeah.
The more it's gonna cost.
so we're very time sensitive, and of course, the sooner we can get started, the sooner we can fix the congestion problem. So time does matter, both in service and financials, because it's just continuing to go up.
So, the process, real fast, is we have to get what is called cost benefit analysis, or CBA. We have to publish it in the paper. We have to notice up the city in the school district. They don't have a veto right, but you have to wait 7 days. Statutorily, you have to wait 7 days from the date of publication. You have a public hearing. Really, it's, here's what the cost benefit analysis is. Do you guys approve this project as is? You would offer a resolution of intent. From that resolution of intent that says we will intend to issue bonds at a later time, you take that resolution of intent, we handle it, take it to the Department of Revenue, you get a sales tax exemption in about a day or two. So we're talking, in TIF, where you're looking at, as I told you, Bert, 90 to 120.
Right.
Here, you could do it in 3 weeks.
Oh, okay, that's kind of well.
And guys, however, we were here to throw in on the TIF if it was benefiting us and it benefited people in the future. We're willing to be the guinea pig.
Thank you, Bert.
Help with that,
Yeah.
but that's, if it's IRBs is the way to go. I can tell you, in every case, when we buy a pharmacy in a town and try to maintain or establish, and a lot of those are older and run down and need rebuilt. Most of those have the 10-year in our neighborhood revitalization credit in there, and that is once it's passed, that is a fabulous tool for people who want to build or construct or reconstruct in their town, because they simply call the appraiser's office and say, here's what I want to do. What do? They send them a form. I've done it 4 times. You fill it out, you file it, you pay your tax, they send it back to you.
Kind of sounds like to me we're a little blind eye to growth.
Yes,
Well,
we are.
well, it's tough to handle the costs,
Mm-hmm.
and it's tough to bring people to small towns. I mean, I always ask, I grew up in a small town, smaller than Burlington, and you ask, why'd you come here? And there's always a story. Well, if you can help that story by enticing somebody to come and stay in your town and raise kids in your town, man, that's what it's
Well,
about.
if we did the IRBs, and this now at least opens up the conversation for a neighborhood revitalization. Most communities we're in, they have a neighborhood revitalization of some kind. I can tell you, even in Garnett, I can tell you 3 new homes that have been built in those areas. They went into an older neighborhood, took out an old house and built a brand new home. It's a great addition to that neighborhood. They did it because it'd save them on property taxes. And so that helps some of those older neighborhoods take those houses out, and it encourages development there rather than everybody going out to the new areas, which may not need the NRP. So it's something that at least opens up, I know he's been working real hard to try to get something going, so hopefully there's a lot of good things that come out of this. We do the IRBs, we get a new state-of-the-art pharmacy, we take a look from a city, state, and school district, all 3 have to agree on the NRP, correct? Yeah, thought so. And then, gosh, in a few years, let's see what this thing can do for us.
Yep, I agree.
Yep. Okay. So where do we go from here?
So say, what's your time frame moving forward?
Well, he says 3 weeks.
As well as we probably need to discover some more information too, Mike.
Okay, yeah.
Like Bob said, this is all new to us, or new to me for sure. It's a learning process. I think we've learned a huge amount here today. Is there more to learn? I'm not real sure, but time frame moving forward.
And we need to be talking to him, possibly to see just how much he is gonna charge us, 10?
A developer, we don't, you guys don't pay me, they pay me. It's all no cost to the issuer. It's no cost to the issuer. Where we go from here is if you agree, we can engage a provider. Usually Department of Commerce provides free of charge, the cost benefit analysis. We can start that process. They're going to have to get some information from you.
Sure.
They'll have to, costs, what your costs are, what's your employment, what are indirect, ancillary benefits. And again, Mayor, they could take it to the city, but, it's the same process. It's the same process.
Okay. Well, we have a site plan, we have most of our costs in, we're ready. You won't be waiting on us.
What's your construction time, Mike? Once you break ground, is that a 6-month program or a year?
That depends on the
He
truck.
sometimes says 6 months, and we always laugh, but I'm gonna guess it's probably more 8 or 9, but we'd love to be in by the end of the year. We really need to.
So,
The Decker's pretty good, they do a good
Decker
job, I tell
does
you.
great. The problem right now is getting things.
Yeah.
Not to let the cat out of the bag, but I went ahead and ordered and paid for the TPI for the roof because it's an 8-month lead time. And if I hadn't done that in January, there's no way of getting it done before Thanksgiving, but that is now in a warehouse waiting on something to be approved here.
Be a permanent open top pharmacy.
You know, the beauty of,
Now writing.
the beauty of working in small towns, most people are scared of, but I think the benefit is, we try to hire people who live in small towns. And, it's one thing whenever you have to hang your sign that says, built by Bob and Tom's Construction, you're gonna get made fun of if you don't hit that timeline. So I find that we get good production in small towns, and, they've been very good. And so there's just some trades that you can't always get in small towns, so you have to go out elsewhere, but we're surrounded by pretty good, so I'll stick with 6 months.
I'll hold you to it.
And you wanna have bonds issued this year, because the abatement starts the year after the bonds are issued. So you would be taking off tax rolls of 1/1/2023.
Right.
So there's a couple processes. We'd have a resolution of intent that gives them the ability to buy the materials free of sales tax, and then we come back and do a bond ordinance sometime in the future and approve some bond documents.
I'll get you guys started with commerce in that first step, unless you want to.
No, please.
Do we need to make a motion, or, I mean, is there?
At this point in time, Tom, I really don't know what went on.
Probably
I'm
need a
gonna
weight
sit over here
ball.
like
Do we
Joe.
have to do anything to
You
get
don't,
the
you
industrial?
don't, no, we'll be back. We'll be back once the cost benefit analysis is prepared and we publish in the paper. We'll be back before you and ask for your approval for a resolution. There's nothing that's needed today.
Now, is there anything obligation from the city today to move through this process now?
Not right now, but we will have to provide notice, because we're in
Yeah,
the corporate,
I understand.
we provide notice. Once we have the resolution, we provide notice, and you have the ability to come and talk about the public
No,
hearing.
I just want to
Yeah.
make sure we weren't going to hold up their starting
No,
time.
no, absolutely not.
Okay.
No.
In the future, on that note, Mayor, it would be good if the commissioners are in favor of it, months down the road from now, approaching the city again to have a common discussion with the commissioners about a NRP program or a TIP program, what that looks like in more detail.
Yes, that'd be good.
Yeah, 'cause
That way everybody's on the same
there's a
page.
lack of understanding
Yeah.
on both sides
Yes.
with respect to the rehabilitation program.
You know, even if there's some type of county funding that would have to go into the city to get the TIF deal started, and I don't know if that can even happen or not, to help them fund, it would come back on the backside and be paid back to the county.
Yes,
I mean, just to help the city,
any city.
any city, I'm sorry, any city, start, because it's just like a piggy bank that just keeps growing and growing. Once you
Which
start
makes
it,
sense.
once you start it, it just keeps snowballing.
Yeah, and it just
It keeps
makes a
circling.
circle.
Yeah, and so,
You know.
I understand I understand Stan saying, well, we just don't have the funding to throw out $38,000 or $68,000 to these individuals to build this building. And I understand that, but if you don't ever start it, if you don't ever change the path,
Mhm.
nothing ever gets changed on down the road.
We have ideas,
Let's
we
try
have
to-
ideas, you know, sometimes it's paid by the developer through a form of an origination fee, and under state law, the origination fee has to go into an economic development fund to be able to generate further economic development. So there are other things, just a straight up loan from a county, as your advisor, I'd be very cautious, as I say, and we'd have to look at a lot of different angles so that we don't have a reporting environment, a reporting event that is required for the SEC, so. But yeah, we have ideas, absolutely.
Cool. My teleprompter quit, so I don't know.
Thank you for hearing us tonight.
Yeah,
We-
thanks.
Our
We
goal
didn't
is to-
expect this much time from you, but thank you.
Well, I
No,
think it
it's
was
been
good.
enlightening for us too, I
It
tell
was-
you.
It was good information.
I learned a lot today just from this conversation. I mean, we had briefly discussed it, but I was still lost. But now I understand a whole lot better.
Good.
Good conversation. Did you want to weigh in any way, Wade? Sorry.
Nope, I was just here listening.
Okay. You?
I didn't
any
get
negative-
buzzed on that.
As far as the
negative
paperwork,
thoughts?
as far as the paperwork, Wade's gonna have to guide us through all the
Yeah.
paperwork that we gotta do to make this happen.
I think figuring out which direction is the best to move forward, that's what this discussion was about. Sounds like there's a plan to move forward, and now it's getting sort of the I's dotted, the T's crossed, and then coming back before the board with that paperwork, so. That's what I heard.
That's right.
That's right.
Thank you for your time, guys.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thanks for coming.
take a 10-minute break, please.
We'll get.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you. Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, you bet.
What do we got left?
I just wanted a 45-minute executive.
Appreciate it.
Make sure that's the same,
That's, yeah, 'cause that was.
because it's,
I asked them to separate.
We're gonna come because
okay, yeah, make sure.
or something, I don't know what we got.
Yeah, we just really use it.
You see
You know,
you see
our business.
Not really.
Before they moved out here.
Stormwater, and that goes through.
Yeah, we still accomplish what we're going on, get them to talk through.
I don't know what size you got on Garrettson.
Kind
The
of,
main one runs.
when we do a tip, it's gonna have something.
Don,
I
what do you
can
have to switch? I can check.
No,
I wanted to see what the
Head is right, head is right.
I don't know what type of.
Yeah, really.
Correct. And that's what I'm trying to do, is get the county to work with the city. So they're gonna watch this video. They're gonna go back to.
Because we'd like to get it moving as soon as we can. That actually doing much faster than doing
Our goal is not to put water on the highway. Nice to meet you.
Nice to be here. So I need to get the.
Our civil.
I understand what the city.
I don't have my highway or whatever I can start with what.
Yeah, when I was listening to you, and then the key thing is, we're trying to set this
so it allows that person or that owner to use all the rates. Some of them will reimburse 100% for 10 years.
That basis.
Yeah. Revitalization.
And they have to then just turn over.
Right.
Mayor, good to see you.
Yeah, you're a different face, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and Tyler's comes down here all the
Yeah.
time, you know, I guess he's just close to some bonds book a little.
$1.5 million.
Yeah.
Got a West kilo,
But we paid $1.5 million in cash. Yeah.
So,
And they got a reasonable rate, but it's a 10-year deal.
Yeah.
We had the time before putting X amount of dollars into our bond
Yeah.
to pay for it.
Mhm.
And that fund valuation that we put into annually is more than what the bond payments are. So we'll be able to continue to keep that fund going.
Everything they can to help make this happen.
There's absolutely no way.
Get us here, that's usually the first question we reach out to is economic
Change the
development.
state
Find out who
statute
they own in the
that
area.
we have to rebate
You know,
funds
what's the
back
same
to
thing
our
in Concordia.
EMT Networks
We have a
customers.
pharmacy there and the other
Because when
pharmacy
it
owner
was
called them
established,
back. We
the
introduced
interpretation of the
that
law was
Wednesday night,
incorrect.
find out.
So now we
But
got,
we may put those two
we got
stores
to come
together,
up
a little bit
with
different there, the city owns.
It's like,
Yeah.
our budget says, here's our income, here's our outflow, and they change that, it creates a problem, and we cannot move funds
But they also have some.
line item A to line item B.
That's what it takes to keep these things going.
So we have to be awful careful as
We
to
run all the
establish
numbers and
the proper budget.
it does make sense at times.
Yeah, absolutely, I get it, and I'm glad you guys were able to
Where
close
we
on
have
that. Tyler told me,
visitor
that was,
rooms,
you know,
really
just recent
down the
closing.
road.
Yeah, he's down here more than I am, but he's a good guy.
We're not
You like to come in and get
No,
more
it's just-
healthcare from pharmacy, not just vaccines.
when we go into the
but,
next budget year,
you know, more
and the revenue
in-depth,
neutral rates,
Right.
the legislature
consulting on
created for us.
medication or what we call our medication
Yeah.
reviews.
Well, we could have a
We've gotta
joint
have
discussion on
extra
just
space.
economic, you know,
Unfortunately, we
this
have one room. When you come
this
in, we've got one
is
room.
probably
They
60% of my
well,
hiring,
we
this is probably
usually
50% Tyler.
do that occasionally.
We're happy to sit down and talk,
Okay, we
anything,
clean it out
talk,
now,
you know,
it's
openly
full,
about
and
economic
stuff.
development,
I call
what
our
works, what
patient
doesn't
meetings.
work, what are the hiccups,
Or if you wanna have
what is
someone
the
come in with a price.
general population
Sit down and go
sentiment.
over your whole medication
So,
program.
we're happy to join.
Let's talk
Well,
about
it's
it.
just like, I
Help you
don't remember how many
with
properties
we wanna do
was
that.
in the sheriff's center.
Important to us.
Mhm.
Most of them
were
we've
empty properties.
Mhm.
I think one had,
One back that was.
One tenant.
Really?
And the other thing we didn't talk about is that buy this, you know,
think it's good for us, filling up the trash.
The
rest of it vacant.
Yeah, we built that for Eric Gregor's. Eric's a friend of mine.
Filling those
Eric's
spots.
built one. He's like, I don't even know where to start. That's it.
Right.
Yeah, the buy-in development is vitally important because even if someone's here dropping on this one doesn't have.
Thank you, Bob, for shepherding that conversation.
What?
Shepherding that conversation.
Well, but we can,
Yeah, we're happy to deal with these.
intervene, or we call it, they call it
That's good.
intervene, we call it,
That's-
it's a good program.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
I sent him an email asking where we go. You don't want to stay in the room.
We
Yeah.
like using land if they did it again or something. If we need something down the road,
Right.
I'd rather have the guy.
And we don't want to
Put it in.
Sure.
It's nice, 'cause it lasts a lot longer than we're looking at. Yeah. Yeah, it does. It does.
Anybody's interested in that here, this vacation Friday.
No, we drive by and look at it every day. Quite a while, quite a long time for us to.
One thing I mentioned first was for the.
All right, see you guys.
I know that house burnt down now.
Bob, thank you. We'd have to use, your valley drinks and everything else.
Let's proceed on.
So we're on it. Yeah, take care.
Thank you, guys.
All right.
Good. How are you?
Oh, no, I know my brain was spinning, 9:30, that was an hour and 15 minutes.
I know a whole lot more than I did before.
It was a lot more.
Me too. I didn't realize that money was talking about in the economic development, which.
City or county, I guess it's a city. Fund.
Sure. To figure out a way to put into the economic development fund, the city, so to speak. These, the TIF district is one way to do it, that's what he's trying to accomplish with VEDO, would be another, so.
Yeah, we need to get that one done.
Yeah.
Well, it should be getting pretty close, I think. Dang pop.
Oh, pop soda.
Oh, and if you just tap on the red, Grayson said, it makes it go.
On that?
Yeah, or just tap, like,
Like my cell phone?
Or just open it, it'll fish and quit.
yeah.
Put Mentos down there, it'll be okay. Here, buddy.
That didn't work.
Think more than that? That's good. We took a little break. Wayne's gonna be at least 45 minutes late, minimum.
And Heidi, I was just looking at her,
Yeah,
she
depending
only
on
needs
this
15
next
minutes,
executive
or
session.
she,
Okay.
since she's after Wayne, would it be possible for her to go with Wayne, since he knows how long Wayne will take, and she said hers was.
Wayne's is gonna take probably 30 minutes at least.
Yeah, she said hers was only about 5 minutes.
Wayne got about 8 or 10 motions. Yeah. Let's just go ahead and get, Mr. Skipper.
I'll tell them to speed up.
Okay.
Wait.
Wayne said he was just pulling up.
Well, he might as well go to lunch.
Tell him we'll call him when we want him.
We wanted,
I'm calling about 3 o'clock, maybe I'll take it in.
At the request of the commissioners 2 weeks ago, and the chairman, I've invited Mr. Joseph Serrano to discuss bond financing for possible projects you might have coming up in the county.
Real quick before you start with that, the county gives, and I don't know what the numbers are, but to the different cities, infrastructure money every year. I just ran it by Mr. Serrano before we came back in. If the county were to consider maybe providing each of the cities economic development money, similar to the infrastructure money, I think that would be a way to bypass any legal issues. And you can maybe talk about that for just a minute, if it's something that could be done in a way to maybe avoid some of the legal complications that were discussed earlier.
Yeah, one of the big issues is I kind of hounded on was the loan. Whenever I hear about loan or debt, I get really goose because there are statutory procedures, but if you establish a fund and it's designated, some call it seed fund or, you know, and spur development, you know, there's an economic development fund that's established, and you know, we talked about, you know, it's automatically distributed kind of like an infrastructure fund, based on population, then I don't see any fundamental problem associated with that. That's not really a loan to Burlington, if you will. It's really it's an established fund that is otherwise the city's qualified to receive based on, similar to the infrastructure fund.
That's kind of where my mind was headed. Only I was thinking if you increase their infrastructure funds by a certain percentage and said that certain percentage has to be used for economic development.
Similar. That's the same thing. I mean, it really is. Yeah, you could say, and you know, then how much are you going to be monitoring it? That's one question, as to how much you're going to police that.
My problem with that is I represent a lot of rural people, and I don't see that the county, these rural people are paying taxes just like the cities. We give infrastructure money, we give parks and recreation money. If the cities come and they want it in a community center, which some of the rural people may come in and use, we have community improvement and so forth, and we take money out of there and help them with that. I really don't see anything wrong with the way that it's being done now, because I don't want to start taking more tax money from the rural people and giving to the cities, because those rural people come to the cities paying the sales tax already. So we're just really sticking it to rural people, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, it's a policy decision, you know, if it's something that we want to try to, you know, maybe enhance a little bit more of an economic development, you know, position, then there are things that we could consider, and the county council and I talked just briefly about one of those items, which is similar to the infrastructure fund.
But if it keeps people off 50 highway, the new interstate, going to Emporia to buy something that brings a business in here, wouldn't it be beneficial for the county and for the county, the outside of the city area, you know?
Yeah, if we weren't spending $3 million on the old new interstate.
Just thought I'd throw that out there.
I knew you wouldn't.
So I was just saying, the city doesn't have the money to front the TIF.
Right.
For one business. So we give money to each city throughout the county. Couldn't a certain percentage of that go towards economic development? The money that we're already giving them.
To create a TIF district.
To create a TIF district. To fund a TIF district. You're not giving any more tax money. You're not giving them any more money. You're just going to request that 10, 12, 14, 18, 20% of it goes to create a TIF district.
But
to help them fund economic development.
Every community they may need that money for something besides economic development. Some of these outlying communities, probably economic development is not a big priority. Just being able to use that infrastructure money to fund their infrastructure and stuff is their priority.
Or to put it in their account.
And if we say, okay, you gotta take 30% of it and put it in this fund, then we're taking 30% away from their infrastructure money to do their infrastructure.
The important aspect of TIF, and I don't know if it came across, but once you establish a TIF district, that property tax that base is set. So even if market conditions go up, let's say it goes up 3%, that 3% increase is going to the city's special allocation fund to be utilized for economic development. Now, they can reimburse a project at a later time, but you know that's one way to start getting money into the communities. If they can, you can't just say we're going to tip this. There has to be an eligible reason behind it. Blight is a good one. Some cities don't like blight, so you go to conservation, or it's a floodplain. We talked a little bit about floodplain, but there are the things within the TIF Act that allows for, you know, kind of economics for, if they can get eligible for a TIF district. But the level then is base. Your taxes are flat for other services. Everything else at increment goes into that allocation fund to be used for economic development. Eligible TIF costs really, but. So, should we transition? So bond financing, are we talking about the jail, or?
I'm assuming, is that what you?
Well, I just wanna make sure, do we need to do this probably need to do this in open, the bonding?
I think a general discussion about what the options are regarding bond financing, what would not cost the taxpayers any more money and what that would look like, and then the different, I mean, there's several different options for bonding. So one would require the taxpayers, I mean, if I understand it right, the taxpayers it would affect the taxpayers. A different way would not, and how those two different options match or don't match, and then there's probably some other options. So at least the discussion historically has been for the jail project, if it's approved and goes through, that the board does not want it to cost taxpayers any money. There's reserve funds that would be applied, and then some sort of bond financing into the future to not affect the taxpayers, so that it would be entirely not a taxpayer burden. And explaining that to taxpayers and how that can happen, I think is where we start, so that when people come in and they look at the question on the ballot, they understand how it's going to be paid for.
Okay.
And ultimately, that's where we are. I don't think it needs to be discussed anywhere other than in here now.
Okay, that was my question, because it's a 45-minute executive session, and I feel that if we're discussing bonds for the county jail, and it needs to be in the public eye.
Well, the executive session request is for the, area in the north part of the county.
Oh, my
next
bad, I
steps
missed
there.
one. I missed one, my bad. Okay.
But on the jail, if we're discussing reserves, we are discussing taxpayers' money.
Sure, sure. No, I think this entire conversation
This here's
needs to
open
occur
session.
here. Yeah.
This here's open session.
Okay.
Yeah. I missed that one, so, okay, sorry.
No, that's all right.
My wires are short and circuiting today.
So a lot of people watch the meetings, and just, this could be maybe a reference point, and then maybe Mr. Serrano could come back, because there's going to be public meetings to discuss sort of the accounting and economics of the bond financing, and how, I mean, at one of our prior meetings, we had some local accountants come in, and they scrutinized, you know, sort of the numbers and how they would play out long term. So one of the key questions I think that hasn't been answered is how it gets paid for, other than reserves and bond financing. So
Sure. I mean, we used, I think, Anderson County, I believe, where we established a PBC, or a Public Building Commission. So if you want to do bond financing for a public building, you know, you can either take it to the electors to say, listen, we're going to have an increased sales tax. We have to you can take it to the electors if you want, and that doesn't seem like what we're going to be wanting to do, or you can establish a public building commission. And then through the process by which you establish that commission, you have to set up a board, 3 to 9 people on the board, and then there's if more than 5%, I think it's 5% of the electors don't want you to go forward with this financing, then they can file petitions. But it needs to be signed by at least, I think it's 5% of the electors. And then if you do get 5%, then you pretty much have to not go forward with financing. So in terms of the types of financing that we use, I mean, so we look at, my job's pretty simple. It's where's the revenue coming from to pay for this? Is it a sales tax? Is it a grant? Is it property tax? Is it a reserve? Is it some kind of revenue that's being generated from the facility itself that's the revenue bond? So I'm not certain which direction we want to go, but my understanding is it's about a $20 million or $21 million project of which.
27.
Is it 27? It has gone up.
25 to 27.
Well, and we went from 92 or 3 beds down to 60. And it's still about the same.
Is that right?
Because
Things
of the
have changed.
timeline of
Yeah.
this.
Yeah, and there's going to be some reserves from the county that would be utilized to pay for
Upfront, yes.
upfront financing. So to do it, you really have to establish a lease revenue of a PVC, and you establish a lease revenue. And I don't know, I'm sorry I didn't bring my notes with me, but is there going to be any revenue that's generated from the facilities from other communities? Because at one point we talked a little bit about that. But the long and short of it is you have sales tax, or you have property tax, or you have revenues from the facility that's going to pay off this debt. And you can structure bonds in a way that is a pledge. And I just don't know the direction in which the board wants to go. But if you have a sales tax, you got to take it to the electors. If you have property tax diversion, which is really kind of skirting kind of the issue, is it going to impact any kind of the residents? The answer is, well, you only have a few buckets to draw from, and if it's going to the property tax, assuming that you don't have to increase your mill levy to pay for this, then it really doesn't have an impact. If you have to increase the mill levy to pay for it, then it is going to impact the residents. So I'm not certain which direction the board would like to go, but I'm happy to talk about alternative financings that may be available. But really, if you're going to debt finances, bonds, you run it through a PVC. It's your easiest way of doing it, and we have to figure out how you are going to pay back those bonds, whether it's property tax, sales tax, or revenue from the facility. So I don't know.
So the push has been the entire time to not burden the taxpayers.
Yeah.
To say the county is going to build this structure and do it in a way where it doesn't affect the taxpayer. And I think ultimately, the reserve funding is the one of the key areas where that would come from. But what was it, 80-20, which is what was talked about, 80 reserves and then 20% another way, or was it backwards?
Backwards.
Right, okay, so 20 reserve and then 80% through some other form of financing that wouldn't impact the taxpayer. The ballot question was going to be, do the taxpayers agree that they want a 60-bed facility for around $25 million, and that's what the question is. Outside of that, the goal is to not say, and a sales tax, and these other obligations. Is there a way to do that and accomplish it? Because they need to know up front before they go out into the community and say, well, we thought we could do it this way, but we can't. We need a sales tax of so much to get it done.
Yeah, if you're going to take it to the electors and you're going to utilize sales tax, you need to put that proposition on the ballot. You do. If you're going to take property tax and you not increase your mill levy, but maybe take, notwithstanding the reserves, but maybe, reduce services over here in order to, so you're not increasing your property tax, then you don't have to put that proposition on the ballot. If you want to, and you want to say, we are going to go, you don't have to, but you want to have an increased mill levy, again, this goes against the fundamental question, it doesn't impact the residents, citizens, but if you want to, and you want to say, hey, listen, we want to increase our mill levy to help for that, and that's the case, then I would suggest you put that on the ballot. But if you have other revenues that you have, other than the reserves, that you're going to utilize, please let me know so I can adequately advise. But it sounds as if there's not really, in my opinion, a way that you can couch it that says it's not going to impact the taxpayers. Because at some point, you have to get the money from somewhere in order to pay back those bonds.
Could you add in discuss a revenue piece?
Yeah, are you talking about like a lease revenue, or are we talking about revenues from the facility itself?
A mixture of revenues from the facility itself, maybe with a geo backing, and how that would change the dynamic of what you're talking about.
Yeah, you have to figure out the revenue itself from the facility, if you're going out there and you're getting funds from other sources. Anderson County is going to pay you for their jailer. You can blend that into the discussion. In a typical situation, what we call a lease revenue bond is effectively you're leasing the facility, but you're leasing the facility to, yourself. But it's really the PBC's leasing it to the county. The county is then obligated to pay revenue to pay off those bonds. And then you put a geo back to that it makes certain that if you have to and you can't pay those bonds, you can tap the property tax, you can increase your property tax. But I don't really know of a good way of saying it's not going to impact the taxpayers, because at some point
it will.
At some point, it's going to impact them, whether you're taking it from this bucket for county services, or you're taking it from revenues over here, or you're levying a sales tax.
For me, it was no sales tax, no increase in property tax. It was basically the revenues from that jail would help pay for this new jail. Granted, the taxpayer money funds that jail as far as inmates and its goings on, the sheriff and all like that. So, with that being said, there's an increased cost with the new facility. So we're gonna have to put more in that kitty, so to speak, whether it be out of the general fund or wherever to finance that.
I see.
That's the way my mind was going at it. I don't know if that's the correct way, but, because after talking to the sheriff, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I think he said to house the inmates they have now and police all that and all like that is around 600 and some thousand a year.
Okay.
That's the way it said.
Okay.
The projections of the new facility, that goes to 800 and some thousand,
okay,
if I remember correctly. But yet we get some revenues coming back in from housing other counties and this and that and the other, so that was going to help to offset some of those costs. It's not going to pull in the whole 850,000. It's just going to offset the difference between the 600 and the 800. Help offset that.
So by going down to 60 beds, that potential income will reduce by half probably. Because we was talking about 80-some beds started.
Right.
And now we're on 60 beds with the projection to add to it 10 years down.
And then that $27 million estimate too was with the alternate to add the other beds. So, if you just do the 50 beds, it'll be a lot less than 27 million, but if they take the alternate to add the other 30 beds or whatever it was, it would take it to 27 million.
So is the discussion then the revenues themselves will pay for X portion, and then the general fund from the county will pay, you'll have what you already do and a little bit more hitting from the general fund, and if that's the case, then we don't have to put anything on the ballot.
Well, I would still like to have it on the ballot because it's still taxpayer money.
Mm-hmm.
That was my only thinking. So, I agree we don't have to put it on there, but.
Well, that's what the board has said from the beginning, that the voters will get to decide that, whether with the sales tax or without, and that's what you said, without, but whether the general public agrees that Coffee County needs a new jail was my understanding from the beginning. But Osage County just went through, and I think they have the revenue bond because they signed a contract before it even started with the feds to bring in federal inmates because under the current presidential administration, they shut down the private facilities to where you have to hold federal inmates in a different setting. So some of the county jails across the state, probably across the country, are holding federal inmates and paying quite a bit more to hold that space than your adjacent counties will pay. So typically, it's my understanding most counties charge, if they're going to hold a Coffee County inmate, around $45 to $50 a day.
Okay.
The federal side will pay, my understanding is between $100 and $125 a head, and you do the math there. One of the concerns of the local public is you bring in federal inmates, and why do we have federal inmates in Coffee County? Why do we need that? Why do we need, and it's a repayment system really is what it is, and that would be my guess where the revenue would come from. But do the people in Coffee County want that, or to bring, if you're bringing in other inmates from other counties, I mean, you'd have to have quite a bit to generate the revenue. So if you don't have that revenue, then you get into that problem area where how do you pay it back, and then you sort of, so, I mean, that's a risky way to go. But I mean, maybe you can talk more about the risk of doing the revenue bond, if you don't have a really good forecast that revenue is gonna maintain an income stream.
Right. If you do a revenue bond, that the revenue from the facility itself is supposed to pay back that debt, you would almost have to geo back, put your credit behind it, in order to get that rate to come down to a value that is, you're not paying too much interest. So you're gonna have to put your credit to the back those bonds. But if you lead with the revenue itself from the facility and geo back, you have a pretty good bond sale because of the credit of the county. If the revenue itself doesn't sufficiently pay off the bonds, then you would have to either take it from the general funds or increase taxes. If you're doing it from a sales tax standpoint, the problem with the sales tax, if you're doing a lease revenue with a geo back and then a trailer with a sales tax, if you impose a sales tax, which I don't think you're going to do, but you don't need that revenue, what are you going to do with that sales tax? So I would think that you would simply do a straight up revenue bond with the geo back, and to the extent that the revenue itself is not sufficient to debt service those bonds, then we could tap the general fund if necessary. And if we don't have enough in the general fund, then you're going out and increasing your mill levy.
You know, and I know things have changed, you know, the size of it has changed. On August the 30th, you know, we made a commitment, 20% out of reserve, which would be somewhere in this, what we projected $6 million to $7.5 million over a 10-year bond issue, paying $2.6 million a year. And over a 10-year period, that was gonna amount to about $1.8 million in interest. You know, it kind of achieved both goals, pay it off as quickly as possible could, and not pay any more interest than what we wanted to, instead of stretching it out 20 years. And a lot of those funds, without increasing taxes, you know, a lot of that 1.8, if it doesn't come from the revenue from the jail, it come from reserve accounts.
Okay.
Because our unencumbered cash a year ago at 12/31 was a little over 41 or 2. At the end of this last year, that'll probably been moved up to 48 to 50. So we got quite a few dollars sitting in the reserve and unencumbered cash.
Okay.
So we got some, in my mind, we got some different avenues to go to control payments, reduce the interest over a 5 or 10 year period. But, you know, we're in a new ballgame now.
Yeah.
And so I don't know what the interest would be on revenue bonds right now or anything, but.
Well, I mean, we're selling some bonds right now at just price, and it's straight up revenue bonds, and it was at 2.8%. I think we're selecting that this morning. They selected which bidder it was going to be. So it's 2.8, I think it was right around 3%, something like that. They ran the numbers, but,
See, we figured 3%, I think,
yeah.
3%. So you're still below what the projection was back in August.
What's going to be in 3 weeks?
Yeah, exactly. March 16th is going to go up at least 25 basis points, and it may go 50 basis points. So, and then 60 days thereafter, it could go up another 50 basis points. So we're in a real, I'm not a municipal advisor, I'm the lowly bond counsel. I can't crunch those numbers. That's outside my qualifications, if you will, but it's going to go up. I mean, it really is. But the answer is, if you're taking it out to the electors, I think the question is, take the sales tax off. It never really was going to be on the table, was it? And so,
I don't think it was ever on the table.
yeah, exactly. And so then it is, do you want this facility? And if you have enough in your reserves to pay, and this is my question, I guess, is, were you contemplating utilizing that 20% of your reserves as a cash contribution up front, or are you using it as a debt service on the back end, or both?
I was using it as a cash investment up front.
Yeah, to shut down the interest.
Okay.
To eliminate as much interest as possible.
So you're putting a contribution up front And then you'd have, and that's really good, by the way. I mean, that helps for just the credit.
Would that not
itself.
help your interest as well?
It does. It helps our interest. You know, it will help because it's less money exposed, less money, less interest. But it's going to be a little bit of adjustment. But then, what about if the facility itself doesn't generate enough revenue? What are you thinking about in terms of how are you going to support that credit, if at all? That's my question to you. So if the revenue itself doesn't pay off those bonds, what is the county's?
I don't think there's any way the revenue is gonna make enough revenue to pay off the bonds. There's no possible way. Not at that few of bets.
Especially since we're going to 60,
Yeah.
projected up front.
Mm-hmm.
And there's also projection of more officers involved. So the revenue from, say, bringing in only 30 inmates may be offset by having to hire 2 or 3 more to make it work. So I don't want to muddy the water or anything, but I know there is a projection of more employees.
It won't sustain itself, period.
Even if we get the federal,
So the revenue,
federal jailers.
revenue to me is going to be very limited.
You're not gonna have enough space to have very many federal employees in there, I don't believe. I mean, right now, we're, what,
Federal
18?
inmates.
Federal
Not
inmates,
in-
federal.
Because that's a whole nother thing that's been brought up. You're gonna bring in a bunch of federal
Yeah, no.
employees into Coffee County.
No.
That's not.
Yeah, well, we might need to bring, anyway. So, yeah, I mean, for 60 beds from what we have now, what, 18 at max?
So 26.
If it's the right ones, it can be 20-something.
Yeah, 20-something. So from here to 60, you're gonna have enough you're gonna have probably 10 surrounding county people here, you know. So, I mean, I just don't see there's gonna be enough revenue over and above what we're gonna have to have.
So then how are you going to, what is the support? Is it coming out of a general fund, or are you going to have some other?
It's gonna be taxes. I mean, it's gonna be taxes paid to the county. I mean, it's not gonna increase anything. All of this money here is from taxes.
Right, but are you going to take it from an infrastructure fund or a line item for infrastructure and take it, or are you going to say, oh, here's our general fund, here's our reserves, we've already used our reserves to pay a portion of it, and then are we going to take some of that reserve to debt service the bonds? Or are we taking it from a line item? And that's the question, I don't know, because that goes to the direct issue, is what you're asking, does it impact the taxpayers?
It would probably have to come out of, wouldn't come out of, more reserves, because you're gonna run out of reserves pretty soon.
Right.
So it's going to come out of however it so be.
So the capital, like a capital improvement, your CIP or something?
That's what I see.
Yeah.
I think that.
But those are coming from extra funds that's not being spent on an annual basis.
Okay.
So it's still gonna be coming from reserves. You know, whether it's a capital improvement or whether it's there's 4 or 5 of those funds got public funds in them, and they get funds added into them every year because their unencumbered cash moves up $4 to $5 million every year. This last year, it's probably gonna move up 6 or 7. That's how many dollars we transfer at year end. And so, you know, we don't have to increase, as long as the valuation stays consistent, we don't have to increase the tax mill levy and still generate more funds into the reserve.
Then we, go ahead.
I just think you want to be careful that it's not an illusion that there's a revenue bond and then it actually is being taken out of the county taxpayer coffers, which I think is what you wanted to avoid. And although it's not a sales tax, and it's not one of these other financial structures, it's still, if the revenue does not support itself, then you're going back to the same exact place you didn't want to take it from.
That's why it's hard for me to answer that question, is how do we do it without impact to the taxpayers? I mean, if there's enough revenue from the facility, which there clearly will not be, then at some point, it's taxpayers' dollars that are going to be spent to debt service that facility.
Even at the beginning of this, because we're pulling, even $7.5 million we're pulling out of this is my tax dollars, that's your taxpayers, I mean, it's everybody's taxpayer dollars that's went into these accounts.
That's right.
So you can't say that taxpayer dollars is not gonna pay for this, because it's not true. But
increased.
We're not going to increase
taxpayers' money.
That's it's not going to increase your taxes
Well,
due to the facility itself.
in my thinking is that when we do the budgets and everybody says, you know, I need X amount more in my budget, I mean, don't we just pull it from the general fund to add to their budget as it is sets now?
For the most part, I think that's how it goes.
Yeah. So, I mean, he's gonna,
What's the difference?
yeah, I mean, he's gonna need more money to operate, but when you crunch numbers on just say 20 beds for a year, I mean, you're looking at anywhere from, my number crunching, $300 to $550,000 a year in extra revenues for the new jail that he's not getting now.
Right.
So therefore, that's where some of that funding to pay for these bonds, in my mind,
Mhm.
is coming from.
Right.
So you think a quarter of that's gonna go to more staffing though?
I think he indicated he would need a max of 8 new employees to run, but it may be less if you have less
Beds.
beds. Now, the sort of the elephant in the room then becomes 60 is now where it is, but 78 was where it started, and actually could have been even higher. Does it need to be considered to be 78 with these things in mind? I mean, there's those who are for, those who are against, and the necessity of what's needed, I mean, now is something I think, but there are people who think that the county doesn't need anything at all. And 78 beds, you talk to some of the other counties, and one of the ones that's come up a number of times is, I think, Bourbon County, where they built less than what the recommendation was, and they're in a fix right now because they don't have enough beds available to handle the number of people who need to be detained. Now, some will say, well, maybe you don't need to detain that many people, and one of the things that's going on nationwide and probably in Kansas very soon is bail reform, where it's going to be either you detain or you don't detain. And with that was something that had just come through when I was in Michigan. So all these things need to be dealt with, because the last thing you want to do is build something and then you don't have the bodies to fill it, and then, you know, then the county has this building that doesn't justify its existence. I don't think that's going to be the case. I mean, the people who are involved on the criminal justice side of things and who are out on the roads, all you got to do is go talk to one of my secretaries who's been here for 30 years and under 5 different county prosecutors, and I think she could tell you what it was and how it is present time. That's completely different and what it looks like. But that's not what the general public sees, and if we're doing our jobs, that they don't see that and they feel safe. But it's coming.
Well, I mean, the biggest question was, why do you need 78 beds? How are you gonna pay for it? So we went down to 60 beds. I think that was the last one, 60 beds. And now we're trying to get that answer to how are you gonna pay for it. We need to get that nailed down before we go to our county meetings, you know, throughout the county, holding meetings in the evening, and because we're still gonna get hit with those same questions. You know, so we need to pin down X amount of dollars we're gonna use out of the reserves, and what we're gonna do to do the rest of it. We, you know, using Tom's numbers or just speculating. I mean, you don't know that you're gonna have 20 extra, you know, at X amount of dollars a day.
That was just 20 beds.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but you don't know that. I mean, people are wanting solid answers and you can't give it to them. So,
As you notice, the costs have gone up dramatically, just like Auburn Pharmacy's facing now from 2 years ago. They're spending an extra 40%. The longer we let this tarry, the more it's gonna cost.
Yeah.
Well, I guess a solid answer is that we're gonna take it to the taxpayers and give them the option of whether we do 60 beds, and hopefully we have some income that come in and help pay for it. Because if they say, no, we don't wanna do it, I'll guarantee you, we're gonna spend several $1 million redoing the jail we have anyway.
Mhm.
And we're gonna be doing that, and we are not gonna get anything then, and we're gonna be paying from taxpayers' expenses forever. So, I mean, to me, that's a solid answer right there is, we can either work on something, but we need to figure out how that revenue is gonna come in, where we can try to create some revenue, or we just do something at taxpayers' expense and continue to support it at taxpayers' expense with no revenue.
Yeah, well, Bob, if you recall, to renovate the existing jail, at least the price tag was $10 million. My guess is it's probably closer to 13, 14.
Half, probably half.
And you only gain four more
beds.
beds. So you go from a capacity with people on the floor of 26 to maybe 30. And is that gonna solve the problem? Not even
That's
close.
not cost effective.
It's gonna create an even bigger issue. Maybe not 2 years, maybe not 5 years, but probably within 5 years, I'd say it's gonna be a big problem.
How do we contract, how do we work with, force a few federal guaranteed beds?
So, my
for a while-
understanding.
For a while.
My understanding is, and I don't know what, I'd have to figure out what the contract or the agreement was with Osage County, but I think that's happened with other counties where the feds come in and they say, I could be saying this wrong, but I believe it's this way. If you have X number of beds held available, whether inmates are in the facility or not, they're gonna pay for use 20 as a number. We will pay you to hold 20 beds for federal inmates, whether those beds are filled or not. Now, I could be wrong on whether they're there or not. I don't think I am. That's how I understand it. And there is another county in Kansas that their complete facility is full of federal inmates in their county. And then you say, well, where do the people who get arrested in that county go? Well, they go to the adjacent county.
Shipping them out, they're making
Because
money off of it.
they're paying $45 a head to have them held in another county, and they have their entire jail full of federal inmates, because the federal, on the federal side, they're willing to pay that twice the amount. So guess what that means? They're gonna pay for their facility, and they're gonna have that revenue to justify. Now, if you remember from our special meeting, some of the citizens didn't want to have federal inmates and other inmates from other jurisdictions here in Coffee County. And I think that's sort of one of those things that would have to be talked about, because then the concern is they'll be released back into the local community, which isn't the case at all.
I think that's what they all think.
That's what they all was
It is.
thinking.
That's what they think.
But when we're talking about revenue bonds and revenue potentially from bringing outside inmates to help pay for this facility, I think that's a ripe for discussion, especially in this setting, because that is a way to finance this, and that's what Coffee County is not unique to this. This has happened all across the state and all across the country, I'm sure, to pay for, to help the taxpayers not have to be burdened with paying for a facility. Somebody has to pay for it, so why not somebody else who doesn't have the space? Now, I've had someone tell me, oh, well, Coffee County just wants to build a hotel, or an inmate hotel.
The Cadillac.
I don't know how to get around that, because Coffee County has the need, and it has to be paid for somewhere. And if it's not gonna be through a sales tax or some other form of burden to the taxpayers, the revenue bond seems to make sense if you can bring that revenue in. It's just with that asterisk that if the revenue does not come in as expected, that it will come out of the county coffers. And having this discussion right now, so it can end up in the paper, someone can come back and watch the video, it's being transparent that that's just the reality of it. And that's why having you here to talk about sort of what that looks like and what the options are. I mean, it's either the sales tax or some other form of taxpayer-generated income to fund this, or the county is creative in the revenue bond.
The revenue bond is a really good option. It is a good option because you lead with the revenue coming from this facility, and we call it a double barrel. And then the second barrel is the city's coffers, you know, what you're tapping. The question is, are we going to have an increase in taxes as opposed to we're impacting the taxpayers? Yes, we're impacting the taxpayers. As you mentioned, these are taxpayer funds, but are you going to have an increase in taxes? And so, I don't know how you sell it to the constituents other than, here's what the financing will be. We're going to have upfront financing from our reserves. We're going to sell a lease revenue bond, and to the extent that the lease revenues are not sufficient to pay debt service the bonds, then then there will be a contribution from the county. I mean, that's the reality if you go through this type of financing.
Continue paying it out of the reserve funds.
But based on your surplus revenue.
It could be, yeah, it could be from surplus revenues, but it's not going to be an increase in property taxes, and we're not going to have an increase in, we're not levying a sales tax.
To me, it's no different than any other department coming here during budget time and saying, hey, I need an extra $250,000 this year.
There's no difference.
Where you pull it right out of the kitty and put it into that department. So, be no different here for me.
The word reserves that's being used, even though you're pulling some cash, you're contemplating using some cash out of reserves. Reserves, the word, at least on your level, is an obligation. You are obligating to put money back into a reserve. So in the instance where revenue, if you go down the revenue bond path with the GO backing, in the instance where your revenue is not sufficient to cover the debt service, and the credit of the county comes into play with that GO backing, you would take that from among your surplus revenues, not your reserves.
So in other words, to bond 17 million, let's say we take 10 out of reserves, 17 bonded.
Yeah.
It's $1 million a year roughly cost. So.
Offset by whatever revenues that are coming in. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Like I say, it's costing Mr. Johnson now $600,000 a year to house 20 employees, and actually more by the time he ships everybody out. So it could be closer to the $700,000 range. So the new facility, using our reserves, I think we're close to $1 million a year payment. So not that much more in cost.
If at the front end, the county, the reserve, actually that's not how I wanted to say that. The income generated from a new facility, if it did not meet the initial payment criteria for the first year, say it's $1 million, and just getting started out, the word of mouth isn't out, and Coffee County doesn't have those contracts in place ahead of time, they would have to tap into
surplus revenue.
The surplus revenue. And I mean, I don't know, starting out, I would see that might be where either you have it full or you don't. And that would be something that I think would need to be known up front, because not having a contract and knowing that you're at least going to have X number of beds reserved is going to impact that even from the beginning. And then if you're tapping into that surplus, and then you have to be prepared to say, well, I told you so. And that, I don't know what that would look like, but we're just talking because I know when we have these meetings, these are the things that are going to come up, and you want to have the answers ahead of time. That's why.
So I think we need to do our work and see what the federal employees, see what that contract looks like. If they're paying for the 20, if they want 20 beds sitting there, we might ought to go for 78 beds. I mean, I don't think that's what the taxpayers wanted. They wanted less beds, so we're at 60.
Maybe they want 40 beds sitting there then.
Yeah.
We had the 78, maybe they want 40 of the beds.
Well, I mean, that's once again all speculation until we get to it. But even at 60 beds, that would give the county, you know.
But to have a letter of commitment up front saying, if you build it, we will.
You just let us know how many you got, this is how we pay for it.
We will reserve this X number of spaces.
Mhm.
Which is what happened in Osage County. They had a letter of commitment from I think the U.S. Marshals, maybe.
I think that's who's doing it, U.S. Marshals.
From what I'm understanding, Bourbon County is full and farming prisoners out. I was advised over the weekend.
Full of their own people?
I
or
was
federal?
gonna ask Wade, is there any way we would be able to tell if those their own people, or is that some of the federal prisoners?
I mean, I think that would be probably have to find out from the sheriff, who can contact the sheriff. But that's information that I think is relevant to contact the different counties in Kansas who have built a jail within the last 10 years and what they were projected at and what they're at now. My understanding is that Sedgwick County that built, I don't know when they built, but that they're having to farm people out because they're full. And I know that from another sheriff in another county that I'm pretty good friends with that said, yeah, we're housing Sedgwick County inmates 3 hours away because they don't have space to house their inmates.
But if they're taking federal prisoner versus a county prisoner, I mean.
Sure. I mean, and that needs to be looked into, but
Right.
I mean, counties pay too.
Well, then you're gonna see the county starting to up what it's gonna cost Coffee County to have their prisoner.
And 45 will stay.
Yeah, 45 will go up to 70.
I don't think the trend is going away, because Saline County's building $90-some million facility, so I don't think the trend is going to go away.
And one of the things I've heard just out on the street is that the majority of the people who are in the Coffee County jail are brought in from other counties. I'll tell you, last I looked, one inmate in Coffee County at present time is being held for another county. Everybody else, although they have different, maybe outside addresses, they're all being held on Coffee County cases.
But sometimes that is, because I know we just did it recently. We held one from Lyon County, but they held one for us because we did not have the facility to separate them.
Mhm.
And they didn't either, so we had one of theirs, and they took one of ours, so that the people would be separated.
Sure, but that ends up costing, I mean.
Right, but.
Yeah, it's a war.
Somebody's hauling them back and forth, it's costing both counties hauling them back and forth.
Sure, but in some cases you need it, I mean, under the current design of our facility, if you have two co-defendants, and more importantly, if you have multiple let's say you have 3 or 4 co-defendants, how do you keep them separate and not?
Exactly.
They can't have contact with each other, they can't discuss the case, and they have inventive ways to do that. So they need to be separated to the point where that's not gonna happen. So they have to go to other counties under our current design. You have pods, then you can separate them in pods. It's a whole lot easier than you can in our linear structure.
Yeah, and I didn't know she had something she didn't go as far as,
It's too bad the sheriff or under sheriff aren't here because they could probably talk a whole lot more about the inner workings.
Irregardless, we could do revenue bonds saying that the revenues generated from this facility, if those revenues fall short, we'll pull out of the kitty.
That's right.
I mean, it'd be no different than any other department saying, I need to up my budget by a couple $100,000 or whatever, we give them the money and it comes.
And that's pretty well the way it's gonna have to be, no matter what.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
No matter what happens, that's the way it would have to be.
Yeah, exactly.
Even if we.
Even if you remodel what
just
you got.
remodel what we have, that's still the way it's gonna have to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if it were a sales tax, it would directly impact the taxpayers and be paid for that way. This is doing it in a way where it would avoid that direct impact.
Right.
Yeah.
It would be taken out of the surplus.
We're still spending taxpayers' money, but we're not adding to it.
Correct.
Right.
I mean, but there were still people that was upset. We don't want you spending our taxpayers' money towards that jail because we don't support it.
Right.
I mean, there was that talk as well.
There was a lot of talk about where it was located as well, too.
Exactly.
Raise the sale tax and they will be using that $3 million highway.
Exactly.
So, what, are you taking it to the electors then? I mean, at what time? Because that impacts.
August.
In August, it's August. So assume that it goes forward, are you looking, you wanna have bonds set up issued right away?
Yep.
All right, that's fine.
What do they need to do right now? You mentioned the
We need to, yeah, we would have to set up a public building commission, and I could get the paperwork and work with the county council's office and get that taken care of. And, you really won't, cause that's you'll enter into a lease agreement with the PBC, where the PBC is effectively an alternative for the county commission, so, yeah, we'll get that squared away and then wait until the election, and then, but we could start processing this in terms of, listen, I could get people on the line, says, how much, what are we looking at in terms of our rate? Who's gonna be buying these bonds? You have to take it out to a public offering over $2 million, so, so we could get that kinda lined up, knowing that feds are meeting, and it's gonna, the rate's gonna go up, in my opinion, and everybody.
Well, even if you just factor a quarter every time, every, 4 months?
Yeah.
3 months?
Yeah.
It's gonna be big come the end of this year.
Yeah.
Once again, more good discussion with this guy. I think we need an office in here for him. Where you live at?
Kansas City.
Kansas City.
That's a long commute.
Keep it like it is.
Yeah, long, the roads are rough today.
Oh, they're gonna be paving them.
Yeah, no, they're fine, they're fine.
Need to be using old highway.
Yeah, use Highway 50. Not coming the wrong direction.
We have 20 minutes until lunch. I think 20 minutes would cover our discussion.
Will it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That I'm asking for.
Okay.
So I would ask the commissioners to go into an executive session, including Mr. Wade Bowie, Mr. Joseph Serrano, and myself, for 20 minutes. For the discussion of,
Trade secrets and
Trade
financial
secrets
services.
and financial, what it says.
I know that's what it says, but is it, we have two attorneys, so he's an attorney that deals with the bond financing side. Isn't it more of a legal matter involving, a potential, contract issue with the county?
yes, sir.
So I understand that's what you put it under, but thinking about it a little more in detail, I think it's more of a legal issue, and I think that's a better exception in my opinion. Would you not agree?
I agree with that.
Potential litigation.
I will move for exactly what Wade just said.
So it's attorney-client relationship exception. I mean, you're contracted as a sort of as an attorney, legal advisor for the county related to your expertise area, and I think that's the better exception, in my opinion.
I agree.
I'll second it.
Bob's moved, Tim seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We're gonna go in at 11:45.
You're fine. I haven't covered it yet.
Tom told me this was gonna be a fun day.
When did we get this resolution?
We will. I'm having a blast.
Okay, be back up here 11:45 then, or?
I can just call you, because I don't know, we've got still,
What they just,
we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 more appointments and more
Okay.
discussion, so I can call you, it'll probably be after lunch.
that'll be fine.
Yeah. would work.
Drop it lunch. How are you?
In executive session, okay.
Oh, they are?
12:05. FYI, the cameras are still rolling.
Mm-hmm. Sorry. Did you make copies of that? Oh. No. The only thing I don't know is what happens when somebody quits after a year. They don't get any money, but they got the money they got that year.
That's mainly like, so if they're in the middle of the year and quit. How much was it? A year? No. That's a year. We're up to 5 years. Says you got 5 years. $3,000, $1,500.
raise that table?
Yeah, let me come grab a bite of it.
I'll go have lunch, hello.
How are you doing?
Good. See, how's this thing work?
So it looks like it has one more setting and it's,
Oh, I see now, okay. Let's do this. How far are you going? Oh, that's
yeah, I
it.
think it only has, oops, sorry.
Okay. All right.
I wanted to do that earlier, we didn't get a break enough. Hopefully that helps in the meantime. Oh yeah, that's much better, because, would that be better for you than how short it was, because you had to
Oh,
go?
yeah. Yeah, I'm about as short as any of them.
Thank you for doing that, so
You
we can.
bet.
Okay, so everybody's got the updated motion.
So, still just give me a call in? You wanna run these guys in front of me? That'd be fine.
Well, I had asked about,
Or anybody else
Ours
is
wanted
waiting
to-
here.
It's
gonna take like 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Yeah, well.
you're only gonna take about 2 minutes?
It should only take less than 5.
There you go.
And Heidi wasn't gonna take long either.
run
So you're okay?
Yeah.
Okay, let me.
Run me to the end if you like. Because I would really like to be on part of this one.
Okay.
Because, I have two folks waiting in the wings, and we've done an interview on a part-time right now.
Okay.
So we're trying to get what their direction would be for insurance, to be able to move them forward.
If you, yours is gonna be really quick, I wonder if he'll do that and then break for lunch, because I know I think we're talking about breaking for lunch, so I guess we can wait till they come back. What time is it? And see what, so they should be back in a few minutes. And see if they wanna break for lunch maybe after yours, or.
You want me to just head back, or what do you think?
If you, they should be back shortly if you wanna
Just
hang
hang out?
around, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you for taking that table, I appreciate that, that always helps, now the table is close to me. I said, now the table here is close to me.
Yeah, I think they said that below. They reclaimed it. So then you can spread your stuff. Yeah, because they had to go do the jury duty down at Kelly.
I mean, they can get involved as much as they want, but the key is to have that consultant, to be that to-call person. That's the key. After that, everything else is pretty much, you know, if we're trying to make it maintenance anyway.
Right.
Then that's the only way to do it.
And they're all in motion, and,
Yeah.
lifting the numbers.
And then by July, they'll all be in motion. I mean, there won't be too much that's gonna have to be explained or designed at that point. Because I'm in the middle of completing two major designs right now. And then the cost share program is, I'm in the middle of negotiating with them for the contract. So, all of that's gonna be underway.
Sign in, good.
We did.
Okay.
You do not have a resolution for the Ross grant, right? Or do you?
Yes, I have that. They
You have,
sent that
no, you
in.
have one that you've already filled out, I don't think you already signed.
We did, but it was for $0.
Well, that's still what it is.
Yeah.
And then the other.
Yeah, here's, I got a copy here.
Things to do, but then they can also work.
No, this is what they did just back, in January.
So the state doesn't have it.
So.
I think that would be a great option.
That's what I'm saying, because he told me Friday that they had the same time.
Why not?
So we don't.
Why not see how it flows? I mean, all you're doing is just you're removing one position.
And I printed out all those counties.
Could we just get a copy of this?
Absolutely, yeah.
And then we probably won't take
They're
it.
not gonna have a $10,000 salary, you're gonna have basically fee base, that they're gonna be, 10,000, whatever, 20,000, whatever, for their consultant fees, just to come in and say, okay, we're gonna be available, we're gonna visit with you, once a month or whatever, and let you know what's kind of going on. But most of the contact that they'll have is with the road supervisor and administrative assistant. And they call administrative assistant whatever they want. They wanna call it a office manager, they wanna call it a construction manager.
I'll give you a good each copy.
What the administrative assistant does. Pretty much, construction manager. I mean, so, Kenny right now, they do the plans and specs for the asphalt. Of course, I do the review on it, and I stamp off at the very end of it, but you know, different from that. Yeah. All right, I'll find it, yeah, I'll hang out and see what you guys want to do.
We have to, Wayne.
Oh, good. Well, we didn't have to treat the road, so we're doing pretty good. Yeah. And then it's changed real quick when the city brings it up.
Jesse signed that grant for the health department.
Yep, I have the two things I need to sign right
Okay,
here.
because Lindsay needs to get a copy of it real quick to send out.
I don't know who did, it wasn't me.
Are you?
No, we wouldn't stand on those steps to do it.
Use this one if you approve the health department.
No, to
go through that.
Well, I'm not saying I wouldn't catch him, but I might get forced trying.
And Wayne had these listed everything.
Okay.
Hey, good.
How are you?
I apologize, I took the
What is it?
pulpit, whatever it's called, the.
Pulpit.
The,
Podium.
podium. We had a jury trial last week.
Ah,
We had it
you're the
down
one.
at the 4-H building, so we needed it down there, and I thought it got brought back, but I need to check and see where it is.
So we can have it back.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. We didn't know if it's the permanent
Nope.
permanent confiscated or what.
So it's not permanent?
It was borrowed.
Okay. All right, we're back. Wade, did you have something that we needed to address that's time sensitive real quick?
I was handed, some information on, Tim, you can,
30 by 30, basically, from what I understand, Liberty, Stewart of Liberty is going in and doing a lawsuit, which would make the Biden administration do a environmental impact study before they could even make it active.
So basically, it's blocking his executive motion.
Correct.
For the 30 by 30.
Correct.
It's gonna block him, but it's gonna make him do
A study on it.
Impact.
And this is asking the county to get online and basically put your name in to support it.
Basically, somewhat of a subpoena, or a signature of, support. Maybe not a subpoena, signature of support. And this has gotta be done by 1 o'clock today.
1 o'clock today.
So I would guess we would need a motion to, I'll let, our counselor.
We supported this, I mean,
We supported it.
opposing it.
Yeah.
yeah, there's already a current resolution that you approved.
This would just be an added to that.
This would be basically, either giving myself or Andrea, on behalf of the board, the authority to file, I guess, provide support that the NEPA study would be required, National Environmental Policy Act that requires, or would require, a programmatic environmental impact statement under NEPA, which would require the administration to disclose details and properly obtain input of state and local governments as well as stakeholders. So I know one of the core features of the resolution that this board signed related to the 30 by 30 is to provide local input on what happens with local lands within the geographic boundaries of Coffee County. I think this, in essence, is another step along the way to see that if they're gonna, if the administration is gonna do something, that they provide this documentation. Is that a fair statement, Tim?
You'll have to provide
Yes, sir.
documentation on each and every property, correct?
Yep.
That they purchase.
Yep.
Well, that goes to 30 by 30.
Yeah, it goes in 30, yeah.
Yeah.
So each one has to be handled on an individual basis.
Did you capture all that information?
I got most of it, but I'll go back and get it off the video later.
Okay.
So in essence, a motion to support the
NEPA.
NEPA requirement for a programmatic environmental impact statement related to 30 by 30 land acquisition. Yes.
Finally, somebody else throwing the Biden administration some red tape versus them throwing the red tape.
Right.
When you get that, Angie, you can read it as a motion.
So move to provide support of the NEPA requirement for programmatic, environmental impact statement related to the 30 by 30 land acquisition. Is that right?
Any land acquisition within the geographic boundaries of Coffee County. And then authorizing Andrea to sign up on behalf of the county for support online. That's what you, yeah.
Biden probably has that stuff in his basement, he'll get right on that tonight.
Probably already done.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll try to reach it soon.
You don't have anything to do anyway.
Sorry.
Take a nap.
So this is pragmatic environmental. Number 4. Look at 4.
Oh. You want me to keep that?
If you wanna break it down, or you wanna come back, or...
No, I think we all need to get away for just a little bit.
You were on the way in there. Well, it wasn't, I guess it wasn't a hearing, was it?
No, just in case. She's down in the basement. She can provide it as soon as we get one.
Wasn't a hearing.
No.
So we didn't have to have it meet at that time.
Right.
That'll work. Thank you. Yeah, I think as far as the deliverables, what you're asking.
Related to what everybody, the land acquisition, any land acquisition within the boundaries of Coffee County. Authorizing interference to sign up online.
And so Cliff says by 1 o'clock, since this motion will be approved, can we go run downstairs, because I need to do this online before 1?
Yes,
Okay.
we're gonna have to.
Okay.
Where's that 1 o'clock at? East Coast?
Texas.
Texas.
When did this come out, Ken?
Friday.
Came out Friday?
Yes, that's the real thing.
I got it sent to me Friday afternoon.
They create a short time frame, so it's no opposition to it.
Yep.
That's not right.
Okay, I have it ready now.
Okay.
Move to provide support of the NEPA requirement for a pragmatic environmental impact statement under NEPA that would require the administration to disclose substantive details that provide necessary information to the public and decision makers related to the 30 by 30 land acquisition, any land acquisition within the boundaries of Coffee County, and authorizing Andrew Berriman to support the statement by signing up online.
I'll make the motion.
Second. Tim moved, Tom seconded, any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor, aye?
Aye.
Passes. Okay, we're done with that, Andrea's off to go do her thing, thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Hagan.
Thank you, Jesse. This actually is not gonna take very long. So I brought, Samantha Coolman, she's our grant writer. She was gonna explain some things, but, apparently, as I visited with Bob the other day, Angie just provided us with a document that you guys had signed for the ROS grant. I just got one. For the ROS grant back in January, we were gonna ask for you to sign a ROS grant for us today, so the hospital could use that, but you've already signed the resolution, so we'll be using that resolution to sign up for our hospital. So, anyway, that's what we were here to ask for, and so we appreciate you doing that, and, it will allow us to try to ascertain, get some people.
So we did something right for us.
You did, ahead of time. We were behind the 8 ball, and so we were late, and they said go ahead and get it signed, but apparently the state does not, as you said, somebody doesn't have a copy of
No,
it.
the state doesn't have a copy of the resolution, so we'll get that turned in today.
So, no, we have it, so we'll, send that to them today, so anyway.
Okay.
So, thank you, and, Joe would apologize, he couldn't make it, so thank you.
Sorry it took so long.
Oh, it's fine.
Any objections breaking for
You're gone.
an hour?
None by me. You're gone. Cause I see where we're gonna be another 2 or more.
Yeah, we might as well just go ahead and hit
Time
lunch.
we do roundtable in Wayne.
Yeah, it's gonna be 4 o'clock.
So Rhonda Gilbert was out there. Did she leave? I told her she might as well come back this afternoon, but I don't know whether she left.
Andrea said she was gonna hang out.
Well,
I mean, be around here. Be available, I guess I should say.
if she was here, we could do her real quick and get her out of the way.
I don't know if she's still here.
I can look at the lobby.
She was sitting in the lobby down, headed towards the
okay.
court.
When we came back up, I'm not sure she was there.
First signal.
I'll be back after lunch.
Okay. We didn't even have hearings. Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think when we come back, we get Heidi, then Wayne.
I don't see her
You
anywhere.
don't see
I
her?
don't see her vehicle
Okay,
either.
so,
We give her a buzz.
so when we come back, let's do Heidi, Rhonda, Wayne. In that order. Everybody good with that?
Yep.
As far as the water south.
come back at 1:30.
Yeah, we'll come back at 1:30. Everybody good with that? Yep. We don't need a motion.
So recess at 12:20.
Recess at 12:21 and come back at 12:30, or 1:30.
Yeah, we're not gone long.
Well, now, since we're recessed,
Can we shut this off, recess?
I think so, yeah.
yeah, just gonna, yeah, we can.
Okay, yep, you did it.
You
All right, we're back. Lunch break over. Run.
Lindsay.
It was Rhonda, but she had to run up to our labor house, so I decided to step in for
All
her.
right, jump in.
All right, so I am going to be here to ask to waive the landfill fees. Since you guys are a little bit more together now, I'm gonna make you guys share some pictures. It's Bob Raybolt. His shed burned down a couple weeks ago over on 6th and Potomac. He did get some insurance money, but it's not going to cover to get everything down.
Is that cinder block wall?
It used to be the bait shop, so yeah, it's a really thick walled area that used to be tanks for fish and stuff, so it's going to cost quite a bit for him to get it torn down and then to the landfill, so he was wanting to know if we would at least waive the landfill fees for him.
Can we use them cinder blocks?
Yeah, potentially. I've never seen the structure.
I mean, along with this deal over there?
It's 607 Potomac, it's just right up the road here. I can-
Biggest thing is your contractor.
And I can get with him too, it's going to be Victory Excavating who's going to be doing it.
Might be able to split that out, put all that over on one side and.
We can store it somewhere.
Right, that's what I mean when they get to the landfill or something.
Is that a front structure or the roof just falling?
It burnt. Yeah, it caught on fire, and we were very nervous because, you know, our triplexes are right on that fence line. So we were watching it pretty closely there. Here, if you don't mind, I'll give
The only thing is, we have never done outbuildings before. We've always done a house and did an outbuilding if it was connected with a house, but we've never just gone in and done an outbuilding. But
Well, I mean, I know
totally
that.
up to the commission.
I do know that since I've been here, we've done a garage on Merrimack.
But wasn't there a house with it?
Nope.
There wasn't?
Nope.
Yeah, we've done one or two, but it's been very limited.
Mhm.
Yeah, you're right, the garage on Merrimack, and then we did the garage on Allegheny.
Mhm.
Really?
And this is a business.
No.
Not anymore.
This wasn't part of Rainbow?
It's not a business.
I mean, it was mainly
No,
used
it
for
used to be years ago.
storage.
Years ago.
But yeah, once upon a time, it used to be the bait shop, well, connected to the bait shop where we tore down and built the triplex, and this is where he kind of kept his live fish.
The part I like is that it didn't burn that long ago, he's already working on getting it going.
Yeah,
I have no problem
He
with
came
it.
in this morning and asked when it was gonna be done,
It's doing
because
anything.
his contractor's ready to move. Actually, I lied, he was not, it's Mike Schmidt who's gonna be the one bringing that in, so it will be Mike Schmidt. He's
Those
on
walls,
the-
those standing
on the
walls
schedule, ready to
aren't
go.
concrete block though, I don't think, are they? It's the tanks and there's some tanks inside.
I
Yeah,
think
there's
so, I
tanks
think the
inside.
walls are, tin or something.
The walls are tin, but I think the
Oh.
foundation is pretty
Yeah,
tall
it's-
and concrete.
It's block up so high, and
Yeah.
and then got some bins inside, if you will.
It just looked like all cinder block to me up that side, but.
It's my district, I'll move, I don't, like I say, again, the impressive part for me is a landowner, there's been several in the past few years, maybe not several, that have burnt,
Mhm.
and
And
they're
they're
still standing.
Mhm.
So this particular property owner is
Yeah, he's ready to
taking
make a move on
initiative
it.
and getting it done and getting it cleaned up, so.
Which is nice for us as the housing authority, because, you know, our building's right there next to it. We,
So, I'll make a motion to waive the landfill
It's a
fees.
mess for rodents, that's for sure.
oh, for sure.
I'll second.
Okay.
Tom moved, Don second, any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Passes.
Okay,
Waive
thank you.
landfill fee.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
And did you wanna use that suggestion of some of the concrete going somewhere?
Well, I mean, if it can be used to work,
How soon are they getting
He's
started?
gonna, I think he came into my office this morning, I think he wants to start as soon as next week.
Mike does?
Make sure, yeah.
I'll give him a call when he's over there.
yeah,
Absolutely.
because I mean, a person can utilize some of that in the river.
So, how you gonna do that? We can't expect the contractor to haul it out there.
No, when they bring it to the landfill.
Landfill has a special place to put it.
I mean, it'd work perfect.
For that.
Yeah, as long as there's no rebar sticking out.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's probably what we'll do with anything that comes up. It's gonna be basically fill type material that we can use longer. We'll just store it at the landfill.
Yeah.
Take one off the top.
Heidi, case number SU 2021-02.
No, it's that packet right on top, take that whole thing.
Packet. Yeah, you should have two sheets. Okay.
So last year, on March 11th of 2021, you guys had approved for special use 2021-02 to be approved for a campground. They asked for an extension of that time frame because of March 11th, this is Friday, so they're wanting another year. They have some financing they're needing to acquire that they're close to getting, so it's gonna get this year to be able to start that campground. So according to our regulations, to be able to get that extension, they have to come to you guys. And so they sent a letter that was in your packet stating that they'd like an extension of time.
I know when they first was granted that, there was a lot of work going on, and they really started cleaning it up, and then about 2 months after that, it went downhill very quick, and things stopped. And, how long are they gonna be on their financing, do they think?
They just told me that they were gonna have it this year. They didn't give me a specific date and time, so.
This one's already been extended?
No, the one that was extended, you're thinking of last year, was for the vehicles up at Vito Junction for Jason Harsh.
I don't have a problem with it. Need a motion, I guess I'll make the motion, to extend the time.
I did provide a motion in your packet as
Yeah.
well.
No, you did, yes. I'm sorry. I was reading it.
And then the time period section where it says days, I would propose 365 we put there, like we did for the other extension we did last year.
Motion to approve resolution number 882.
Nope.
No,
That's not
sorry. My bad. I'm looking at the wrong one. All right, motion ZA-2022-01, based upon the recommendation of the county zoning administrator, move to approve the written request from Melissa Marquardt for SU-2021-02 as to extend the period of time from the original time of 1 year, March 11th, 2021 to March 11th, 2022 to complete condition number 1. Applicants will follow recommendation of sanitary officer for all requirements according to the Coffee County Sanitation Code. Condition number 2, provide adequate size solid waste disposal container on site as approved by the county sanitation. Said request to be extended, the time period 365 days is to without notice or public hearing as allowed per Coffee County zoning regulations. Tommy said you moved. I'll second. Tom moved, Jesse seconded. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all, yeah. Now we're gonna vote. All in favor? Aye. Passes.
Thank you, guys.
Yep. Sorry about that. Had a brain cloud.
Do you wanna do that? I need to call Carl.
Okay, this is Carl's, okay, I was on the wrong one.
You can.
Carl's down there.
Okay.
Wayne and Jeff sitting here, we took care of the 2 short ones. Okay, come on up, Wayne.
Got some special issue checks, I know there's quite a few, but last month was a short month, so trying to get some of those bills paid as they came in. The motions, we have quite a few, so unless you wanna have some, or unless you have some discussion, we'll just plow right through them. So I'll just cover the front pages. We got 2 road permits, we have the landfill totals for February, and so what you'll be looking at for the motions, unless you want to stop and have some discussion on them, is the first one is at 2022-02, that'd be equipment purchase for a motor grader that we put out for bids, and we do have basically a bid tabulation sheet enclosed. We have the assorted culvert pipes also, we have the bid tabulation enclosed. The rest of them are, for the most part, is just doing annual business. So de-icing salt, we generally get 1,500 tons. That should be a comma instead of a period, so 1,500 tons. We have finished the last contract. Dust control, this would be our annual, and this would be put the dust control out. And so keeping it at the same price as $1.50 per lineal foot. That, for what we had done last year, I know I'm going into some of the discussion, but for last year, that pretty much covered the material cost only, and that would be just basically the magnesium chloride. It does not cover the rock or any of the equipment costs, but we also say that's just part of maintenance, so we don't expect to recoup that cost. We do expect to recoup the cost from the magnesium. And so last year's prices, the $1.50 covers it. I don't know what this year's magnesium chloride price is going to be. So then the next one would be the magnesium chloride, would be to put that one out for bids. The next is summer mowing, 4 parcels. The next would be, 2 of them would be hot mix asphalt projects. These are fairly small length projects, but they're ones proposed for 2022. Pavement striping would cover the chip seals and the hot mix that we have proposed. Summer seasonal, we have been asking for 11. Last year, I believe we had probably 6 or 7 folks. We were not able to fill it, but at that point, it was enough for us to basically do our work for the summer. The next one is the Caterpillar loader, and that would be just to go ahead and do the repairs onto it, and this would be the fire damage that we had on the loader. So that's in essence what we have, and then all the motions now go with it, and this is where
I basically have 3 sets of this. Which one are we actually using?
Yeah, that, I apologize, I had to revise that this morning, so,
Which one are we using?
the ones with the green?
This one?
Yes, sir. That's the one.
On our desk, station,
Yeah.
or.
The
I
white
have-
ones aren't this, they're not motions technically.
No, the front pages aren't
The white
motions,
ones
just
are not
a,
motions.
No, but your information.
yeah. But that sheet that you just showed there with the green sheets, those are the ones. But then Andrea had them this morning too, so I just brought up an extra copy. Be efficient.
Okay.
Kill a couple more trees.
Poplars.
Farmer employed.
Keep the farmer employed.
Agriculture's number 1.
You bet.
Yeah, we gotta keep it going. So,
So your road grader on the bid tabulation,
John Deere instead of cat, I mean, we get a lot of cats, but we have some John Deere too, and Jeff's here, he can answer more questions on that. He's done an excellent job as far as putting that out, getting the quotes, the bid specifications, and visiting with the folks, also working with the equipment, saying which one's the best equipment for us. And so if you have some questions there, Jeff will be able to answer you on the motor blade.
Since we have quite a bit of cats, I don't know if we've had as much trouble with cats as we have John Deere's, have we?
We've had trouble with all of them. We just kind of depends on how many hours we have on them.
Okay, how was wrong?
and this is brand new, right?
Yes.
Which do they prefer to use?
You know, I asked our operator to get in both of these machines and run it, and he 50-50. He didn't have a preference. He said he'd use either one of them. So we didn't didn't specify a preference for me, so I had a hard time, coming up with any reason not to go with low bid. It's really close.
Yeah, it
It's
is.
the same, exact same thing happened last year. Same set of specifications.
Does John Deere have joysticks?
Yes. Yes, that's part of the specifications. They're a different style than the Caterpillar.
Says, Foley says 7 years, 8,000 hours, no deductible. Murphy doesn't say no deductible. Is there a deductible with that?
It should say no deductible.
Should say no deductible.
No travel.
But eventually get it in 2 weeks.
We changed one small thing in our specifications. We used to get a 12-foot moldboard with a 2-foot extension on the right side. Both manufacturers, all their stock orders are 14-foot solid moldboard. So we done that this year because it takes so long to get equipment, and that really slows it down. So that was one change, the only change actually. Specs this year over last year.
What's your recommendation, Wayne?
As Jeff said, there was no standout reason to say that we would not accept low bid. So they met the specs. Low bid is Murphy Tractor. I agree with Jeff. So
this blade we're getting rid of, what's wrong with it? Other than it's old.
It's old. Got a lot of hours on it, and it's the next one that we've got scheduled to come out.
You're old, you got a lot of hours.
And I'm guessing I'm
You aren't
probably gonna get
scheduled?
pushed out before long.
Okay.
we're all gonna hit that door someday, Bob.
Yeah.
Actually, the one, B1 is the one that, Chris Gifford's blade is the one, he'll be the one getting this blade. It has more hours on it than 670, but we just spent a whole lot of money on the transmission on that machine, so.
That was the first one that we ever got with GPS on it, wasn't it?
That is correct.
That GP,
Or not.
Yeah.
well, it had the capability of doing the GPS. That is correct.
Yeah, it's the first one, I think.
It has grade control, grade
Yes.
control on it.
That's right.
Mhm. And so do these, 670s, but they were not, it's not spec'd. We did not spec the GP. That's just how they came.
All right. Any more discussion? Motion 2022-02, A, based upon the recommendation of the county engineer, approve the county attorney as a forum, move to find that 2009 John Deere 670D blade, vehicle number B as in Bob 007, is no longer required or cannot prudently be used for public purpose of the Coffee County, and as such should be disposed of by trade-in to Murphy Tractor for $35,000. Notice of the board's intention to dispose of said property will be published in March 10th, 2022 and March 17th, 2022 in the official county newspaper.
35 doesn't seem like very much for a trade-in.
That's more than some of the blades we traded in. Some of them are done around 20. I'd have to go back in history. Some of the last ones we've done. We had an old cat last year that was 50 for that trade-in, but, that's,
How many hours are on it?
I couldn't tell you right off the top of my head.
A bunch.
I could find out before the meeting's over, if you like.
Generally 1,000 or more a year.
Typically, that's what
You know, we bought some cats with a guaranteed buyback a few years later. Does this John Deere does this have that?
I think those are the ones for the landfill, and
The
they were
only
loader.
thing that I know that was bought was a landfill.
Was the landfill loader.
And the
loader.
last one of those we bought, we didn't go with the guaranteed buyback. on.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I know it was available with cat, and I didn't know that was available with.
I so moved.
I'll second.
Tom's moved, Don seconded. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Motion 2022-02B. I move based upon the recommendation of the county engineer to accept bid from Murphy Tractor for one 2022 John Deere 670 GP to the purchase price total of $303,779.00.
69, 769.
769.
Yes, sir.
$303,769.00 with standard warranty, as being the best bid, and to purchase the same for the sum of $268,769.00 to be paid from General Fund Public Works equipment line item. Said purchase of the sum of $268,769.00 reflects as a trade-in value of $35,000 for one 2009 John Deere 670 blade B as in Bob 007.
I'll make the motion.
Tim moved.
Second.
Tom second. Any other discussion? Not hearing any. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passed. This is your culvert.
Yes, sir. Low bid, Weldon Cells.
That a Salina? No, Olathe. Okay. Salina. That's what I thought.
They want you to get payola.
They got both. He got
Oh.
Olathe is where.
Headquarters in Salina.
That is correct. The headquarters in Salina.
Is that the one that used to be a payola with a lot from?
No, not Welborn.
Okay.
No, J&J, there was a J&J drainage out of Paola.
Motion number 2022-09, based upon the recommendation of the county engineer, move to find that the bid for assorted culvert pipes be awarded to Auburn Sales Inc., Olathe, Kansas, as best bid, and to purchase same for the sum of $62,226.38.
Move.
Funds to be paid from the Road and Bridge Fund.
I move.
Bob moved.
All second.
Tim second. Any discussion? Not hearing any. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Next one is de-icing salt, and so what that is we have a capacity of 1,400 tons. It's about half full at this point, probably about half full at this time, but we just order as we need, and so it could last a year, could last into the next year.
Motion 2022-14, based upon the recommendation of the county engineer, move to approve county engineer's request to solicit formal bids for seasonal restocking, de-icing / salt material to be delivered FOB to the county shop. The purchase of the de-icing salt shall be paid from the Road and Bridge Fund.
I'll make the motion.
Tim moved. Don seconded. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Passes.
On 2015, the one I would say, if you want to hold our price of the $1.50 is what we've been doing for last couple years, we can do that. If we get the bids in on magnesium chloride, if we go ahead with this motion, we'd be holding it at $1.50, but if the price goes up quite a bit, we'll be supplementing it out of Road and Bridge Fund, which is fine if that's all right with you too.
Most of them are what, 300-foot strips?
Yes, sir.
How many of them do you do in a year?
I believe we have over 50 locations.
At 300 feet, what's the
50 to
total price?
75.
50 to
There's some that
75.
are longer than that.
Some are longer.
I know you do 3 or 6, from what I understood. How much does 300 foot cost $1.50?
$4.50.
$4.50.
How many of these sites have the county stands for them? Because we did quite a few this year.
We didn't take that into account when we were figuring up basically what the measure price was, but there are some detours that we take care of out of our own cost.
This is just
That's
basically regular.
Residential.
Yes, that is
residential.
correct.
Okay.
And so, as we were evaluating it at its current price, or the price last year that we received for magnesium chloride, it was only about $1,000 difference. Basically, $1,000 more, maybe $1,500 more on our cost that we supplemented that program. So if the price goes up on magnesium chloride, which I don't know yet, because the next motion basically is about magnesium chloride, so,
Should we
So do you think we ought to table this 2022-15?
if you don't want
To
to pay,
find out
yeah.
what it's gonna cost us, guys?
I'd prefer that.
If you don't want to say we'll just pay for or supplement the rest, you want to keep it where we're actually supplementing, or we're only supplementing the gravel and maintenance that we do on the road, not the magnesium, then I would probably hold off on that motion. I apologize, but I did not have a chance to check with them to see if the price would change.
I can't believe the price is gonna.
I haven't seen that thing go down.
I think when we started doing this, it was $1 and a nickel.
Yes, yeah, I believe you're right, Bob.
I mean, I was gonna suggest a 10-cent increase, but if 10 cents on 7,500 gallons is quite a little bit.
But you're,
But I
we'd be
just,
supplementing.
we could just table it and find out
We can
what the
table it.
magnesium price is and then come back.
It'd be a couple weeks and then we could start the program. I thought of that after I'd done this, so I apologize.
Table, motion 2022-15.
So then the next one would allow me to go ahead and solicit bids for magnesium chloride, and then that way we could get a firm price, and then let you know what it balances out to.
Motion number 2022-16, based upon recommendation of the county engineer, move to approve the county engineer's request to solicit sealed bids for magnesium chloride for the 2022 dust control program. I'll move.
Second.
Jesse moved. Bob seconding. Discussion? Not hearing any. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
The next one's the mowing. We've been doing this for the last couple of years, and I believe we had at least 4 folks that put in bids for those tracks, so seemed to be pretty competitive. Yeah, it was pretty competitive. Last year, we had a bid of $35 for Hope Cemetery, $35 for New Strand Monument. Park at Old 50 was $50. Rock Creek Cemetery was $45. All 4 parcels, they were doing the work for $165.
Now, when you, those are, do those under contract labor? Do those mowers, do they have to supply the county with workman's comp?
Well, you know, that's a good question, because we went through that here last year. So Jeff helped me out on that. I believe they had to show that they had insurance.
They had to show proof of insurance.
They had to show proof of insurance, that they were an independent contractor.
Yes.
I believe
So
that's...
they wouldn't have to carry a workman's comp or an occupational accident policy?
I believe
So,
we had that
see
discussion on that.
if you're an owner of a business, which I think each one of them was the owners, they were just kids. There was an owner, so they couldn't get workman's comp on their own. It's because it's illegal for an owner to have workman's comp. So I would think they'd have to get a occupational accident type policy, which is fairly cheap.
I can't remember what they provided this last year, but I do remember some of the discussion.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, I forgot about it, so.
I know that
Whether that was, they provided that or they signed a waiver.
I still think the county's liable even if they sign the waiver. Wade?
We do that on this, we've got some other projects we gotta do the same thing on.
That's where I'm getting at.
The mowing company is they'll have employees, so work comps and possible.
Right, so the occupational accident.
Yeah, like a general liability policy, if I remember correctly. It's been a few months too for me, and I know we brought this up to Bobby at Trust Point and where that went. And I believe there was some the insurance certificates that were provided were, if I remember correctly, they were satisfactory to our insurance company.
Yes, that is right. Because we asked these same questions last year, I don't remember.
Yeah, but I don't remember how the policy was worded to be able to quote that, but I do remember Trust Point did receive something
Mm-hmm.
and was content with what policy or what insurance they had in place. Means they're just a person mowing, I mean, they have
Right,
general liability basically is what it is.
covers them for knocking over a headstone or whatever it may be, fence.
And I think we even put something on there that they had to meet our insurance qualifications or something like
I'd
that.
have to look at the file.
Yeah,
I
but we can,
almost forgot about it.
but we can make sure it bids that way when we send it out for bid, is make sure that it meets meets basically our insurance carrier requirements.
I'm pretty sure that's the way it went down last year.
I think so too. And I believe we had all that in place because those questions were asked.
Correct.
And we basically backtracked to make sure that they were satisfied and answered.
Does Trust Point house the or the workman's comp as well? Or is that
Yeah.
through another insurance company?
Got it.
It's
Trust
through
Point?
EMC.
Yeah, they
No, it's through EMC?
Right, through Trust.
Okay.
I think all through Trust Point, they may farm it out, but.
Right.
We'll make sure that's done, again, satisfy that requirement.
Motion number 2022-17, based upon the recommendation of the county engineer, move to approve county engineer's request to solicit sealed bids for seasonal mowing at Old 50 Park, Rock Creek Cemetery, Hope Cemetery, and Strong Monument, 16th and Forma. Was there anything else?
Oh, no.
Tom's moved.
Second.
Tom seconded. Any further discussion? Not hearing any. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
These are two short asphalt projects that we have, but they would have their own plans and specifications that would go with them, so that's 2018 and 2019. I'm sorry, number 18 and number 19.
Is this the only hot asphalt we'll be doing this spring? I don't remember your workload now.
The next one is the big one. It's gonna be Old Highway 50, 7 miles.
Okay, but that's all the asphalt we'll have this year?
That will take care of the 1.5
Okay.
mil that we have.
Motion 2022-18, based upon the recommendation of the county engineer, move to approve county engineer's request to solicit sealed bids for A 2202-C hot mix asphalt HMA project, approximately 2.5 miles of 1.5 inch and a half hot mix, 26-foot wide overlay, 11th Road to Kafer Road, Links Road, 11th Lane to Kafer Road, Links Road, Kafer Road, 11th Road to 11th Lane, whatever. Okay.
I think that's my district, but I'll kind of complicated, but yeah, I'll move.
Bob moved,
All second.
Tim seconded. Any further discussion? Not hearing any. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Okay, 2022-19, based upon the recommendation of the county engineer, move to approve county engineer's request to solicit sealed bids for A 2203-C hot mix asphalt HMA project, approximate quarter mile of inch and a half hot mix, 26-foot wide, overlay on Fauna Road, 27.75 to 28th Road, funds to be paid from general fund, Public Works asphalt line item.
Little section there north of Lebo.
Oh, okay. Oh, right up to Osage County.
Yes.
Okay. I'll move.
All second.
Jesse moved, Tim seconded. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Next one's paint striping. At this point, he said if we go in now, they can lock the price, and it shouldn't change too much from last year. But if we wait any longer, the price is gonna change.
Get it while it's hot.
Yes.
Motion number 2022-20, based upon the recommendation of the county engineer, move to approve county engineer's request to authorize to solicit sealed bids for approximately 61 miles of highway paint striping S2201-C at several locations in the county.
I'll make the motion.
Tim moved,
I'll second.
Tom seconded. Any discussion?
If you do that now, you gotta bring them back to restripe 50? And these two.
That should take in, that should take in that, but,
You're talking about now versus October.
well, what's gonna happen there is, all that's gonna be underneath contract. And so, that'd be basically the striping, all of that would be underneath a contract
So even though
that
that
does,
comes, okay.
yeah. So, this 61 miles should be just really reflecting, our hot mix asphalt and our chip seal program, for the most part.
They won't do any of the work till fall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're-
Just putting it out there so they can.
Yeah.
They can lock in the price.
You said you'd lock in a price if they did it now.
If he can lock it.
You're talking about just as a city.
Get the bid onto it.
Okay.
If he gets the bid on it, he can lock in
I
the
thought
price.
the way I took that, they're gonna apply it now.
No, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll move.
Yeah.
I'll second.
Jesse moved, Tim seconded, any further discussion? Hearing any, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Which one was that one?
2022-20.
Okay, here we go. And that was you and Jesse.
Yeah, I moved, Tim seconded.
Last couple of years, we've just been doing up to 11 temporary seasonal employees. I don't believe we have filled 11 for several years, but we've had it out there. And so, that's what we're asking authority to be able to advertise for and hire up to.
Motion number 2022-21, based upon the recommendation of the county engineer, move to approve county engineer's request to advertise to hire up to 11 temporary seasonal employees.
I'll move.
Bob moved.
I'll second.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Tim.
Tim seconded. Any discussion? Hearing any, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
The next one is being able to use or forego the purchasing policy for good cause. Good cause is basically Caterpillar repair, sole source, and this would be the fire damage that we have on the loader. And so that's what all that motion's about, is basically allowing us to use Caterpillar to repair the fire damage.
Motion number 2022-22, based upon the recommendation of the county engineer and approval of county attorney as a form to waive the purchasing policy as to competitive bidding for good cause, said cause being repairs of service, parts, and labor from fire damage of 2018 Caterpillar 926M loader as a sole source from Fully Equipment, Caterpillar, Chinook, Kansas, in the estimated amount of $36,577.66, and to authorize and direct the county engineer to sign all documents related thereto. Funding for the repairs will come from Road and Bridge Fund and insurance fire damage of January 26, 2022. Funds of claim LF 20-Z01706733 with EMC insurance.
What's the word estimate in there mean?
At this point, that's the estimate for the repairs that they see. So once they get into it, if there's more as far as the fire damage portion of it, there could be more, but then we'll go back to the insurance and point that out as well.
Did we ever get a clarification on the deductible? We're gonna be paying one deductible, or are we gonna be talking about paying two
I'll
or
have
three?
something on that in a second.
Okay.
Yep. And Jeff's gonna give you an update on the sign truck too, so he'll give you some more updates on the insurance.
I'll make the motion.
Tim moved,
I'll second.
Don seconded. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
And let's see, we're looking at a tire on that one too, Jeff?
Yeah, shoulder submitted.
Okay, so there's a tire, but it's not part of this, but there's a.
Yeah, he mentioned that last week, I think.
Tire on that.
They had to buy a tire or something.
So, Jeff, do you wanna give them, or do we have time to give them an update on that?
Go for it.
Okay, well, just here to say that I misinformed you last week, on the deductible. We had $5,000 on the building. We also had $2,500 on that loader. It came off the check from the estimate.
Because they're two different policies.
Yes.
That's
What
what
about
they-
the truck?
I was just reading through there, I cannot find the deductible that they're charging us for the truck.
The truck should be, no, that's
And the loader should be together.
No, I bet not, because that's inland marine on the loader. So you're gonna have three deductibles, possibly three deductibles. You're gonna have the building as truss point, then you're gonna have inland marine on the loader, and then you're gonna have probably truss point again on the vehicle.
There's nothing in their settlement sheet that shows a deductible on the truck.
Maybe they're gonna put that with the building.
And it had something to do with fire. But regardless, I told you there was one deductible last week, and I was incorrect, because it was applied to and taken out of our check from NC. So that's clarification on that. As we went over the numbers last week, $20,000 for the truck, $9,600 buyback for a net settlement of $10,400. I think Wayne kind of had the question, and I didn't think about it, is there's no money changing hands there. Just want to make sure that we don't need a motion. We're not exactly spending money, it's all our insurance.
Yeah, they're gonna take it off the settlement.
But it's kind of like spending $9,600, but it's not. I mean, there's no check. Just making sure that there's
If it's a buyback, technically you're not spending it, but you're also not recovering it.
Right, so just making sure you guys are all right with.
Because your damage is 20, so.
Right, just making sure you guys are all right.
I don't know, that'd
with
be
us
a Wade's
to go
question.
Without a motion to, you know, typically if we spending $9,600.
You are spending $9,600.
We would.
Okay. Indirectly, or however you wanna look at it.
Summarize the question.
Okay. Our fire damage truck, we've been offered $20,000 from insurance. With a buyback of that vehicle, which we'd like to do to keep the bed and move it to a different truck, is $9,600. So the net settlement would be $10,400 out of the 20. Is there, you know, just before I call and say, yes, we're gonna accept all this, is there any motion needed to show that we're somewhat spending $9,600 on our own truck for the bed?
It's kind of the question I get on the prosecutor side, if I should go search warrant. If you have time to make a motion, just to cover it, whether it, in reality, you might not need it, what can it hurt?
Because
while you're here asking, then motion to.
Are you staying a while?
Yeah, I would
Could you
say.
just write something up real quick at the end of the.
Angie has it. Do you wanna just move to approve the settlement of, and then basically give her those numbers?
Yep. And that's the easiest way to do it.
Basically, it's the settlement of the 10,000, and we keep the trucks, what amounts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Angie will have that motion for you.
Final number.
So that's what you're doing.
Something that, Ryan reminded me this morning that we did not get on construction zone. Reaper Road, 18th and 19th is closed this week for pipeline reconstruction. It's not our project. Pipeline's should probably be in your territory up in there. So, weeks what we've been told.
Alright.
And while she's doing that, just an update, we've, from the fire, we're finding multiple electrical problems in our truck barn, not just due to the fire. Old age is a lot of it, so we had the electrician in there identifying all of our breakers, where they go to. He's finding trouble that some of them breakers that should be tripping aren't tripping. Built in 1984, so you may see some bid documents come down the line where we're gonna replace our breaker panel and breakers and split up some services, because we got too many services on some.
Been added to too many times.
Yeah, there's been at least 2, if not 3 additions to that truck barn since it was built in 1984. So that'll just kind of be down the road. Some electrical bills you'll see coming before long, but we're gonna take bids and fix some of it right.
Speaking of some old stuff, where are we at on the Osage County Line Road from Fauna going east?
We have a resolution, and then I think Wade and I are working on that one, so that would be something that, we're going to finish up.
Okay.
Otherwise, I think we're comfortable, I mean, we're gonna have that formalized, but I think we're comfortable to keep moving forward for the 2022 projects and keep working on it.
Okay.
So,
I know spring's coming around the corner, so.
yeah.
You think?
Oh, yeah, we think that this morning.
It is one week, not the next.
Yeah. That'd be
Make
motion.
changes if it's not right.
Okay.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Move to authorize and direct the engineer to approve the net settlement of $10,400 from EMC Insurance for the buyback of the 2010 International for a added salvage value of $9,600 from the fire at the Road and Bridge Department. And that settlement's 10-4, the salvage.
20,000.
For total settlement of 20. Dawn, have you seen that low water crossing that you're talking about? You think it might be 15 inches of stuff over the top of it?
The way the silt is filled in south of it, there's a good chance there's 15, 18 inches on it.
Because I'm wondering if that's, somehow we're gonna have to take that further south, if we clean out that low water
Jim's
crossing.
gonna take it further south, about 100 yards.
Oh, on
until
both
there's-
sides, both
Until
sides.
there's a natural fill, or
Both-
natural fall.
Both sides of the low water crossing. Okay.
He's gonna have,
I get it.
like I said, there's a lot of silt on the south side that goes
Okay.
south maybe 30, 40 yards.
That makes sense.
And that's fresh silt, so that crossing is probably 15 inches deep.
That makes sense.
And he's gonna go south another 70, 80 yards, and then you can see a pretty good fall.
Okay, so he's working both sides.
Yeah.
I get it now.
Yeah, 'cause he farms that side to the south.
Okay.
And that'll open that drainage up real good there.
Yeah. Okay.
Do you want me to take this spot for the buyback of the 2010 International with the salvage value? Okay, exactly. Let the spot too.
Yes.
Read again?
Read again, please.
Move to authorize and direct the engineer to approve the net settlement of $20,000 from EMC Insurance for the buyback of the 2010 International with a salvage value of $9,600 as a result of the damage of the 2010 International due to a fire at the Road and Bridge Department.
I'll move.
I'll second.
Jesse's moved, Tim seconded. Any discussion? Not hearing any, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Thanks, Wade.
Thank you.
I wanna hang around for that discussion. Okay. Thank you.
We got
Carl?
Carl. This yours?
Yes, it's the resolution that Amber Presley, interim emergency manager, until you guys fill the position.
Okay.
Does that take a resolution?
Yes, because we gotta send it to KDM and make it official, so they have something on record showing that there's been a change.
Okay.
And then I wanna make sure and get on your calendar for April 20th, we'll be activating the EOC to have a Wolf Creek drill to get ready for the August 31st, graded exercise.
Resolution.
How easy you want on the calendar? Or you want it on the agenda?
I didn't think it would be this long, I mean,
August 31st, or April 30th.
August 31st is graded,
Oh,
and April 20th is just a practice, so it's a warm-up exercise.
but that's not on a Monday, right?
No, should be on a Wednesday or Thursday.
Okay, resolution number 882, resolution to appoint Amber Presley, okay, as interim Coffee County Emergency Management Director.
I'll make the motion.
Tim moved,
Second.
Don seconded. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. You need this signed, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess
Thank you.
everybody's got to sign it, don't they?
put it in the box and I'll get it, or scan it in and send it to me.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. You want this back?
What is?
I'll get it.
Around.
Oh,
No,
okay.
she'll just,
Okay.
she's got to stamp it and then
Okay.
she'll scan it and send it to me.
Alright. Wade, I got handed a site access and release agreement. Environmental remediation monitoring.
Might wait for, I'm sure Bobby will pop this head back in so he can talk about it a little bit more.
Well, he handed it to me and said he needed it signed, and then he left.
Well, maybe he'll pop his head back up, but it has to do with
You do
Yep.
filling station.
And I think those are requirements for the remediation of that property that are reimbursable by the state.
I think the last thing we have on our schedule is the hiring record check policy discussion.
Yep, so probably poorly worded, and that's my fault. It got thrown on it at the end of the week, and one of the issues is, if you remember going back to county insurance and operating vehicles, if there's something on your personal driving record that flags you. So for instance, if I'm driving and I have a number of speeding tickets, then I get flagged and it's a warning. If I have certain types of convictions on my driving record, then according to EMC and their policy requirements, they're prohibited, the employee would be prohibited from driving and operating their motor vehicle. I think county policy needs to catch up with that requirement, because right now, generically, for certain things, it's a violation of county policy, that they would have to report it to their supervisor, but it needs to be fleshed out a little bit more. And more importantly, than a conversation that needs to occur is, as a condition of employment, that those who are going to potentially be operating a county vehicle, which could be everybody, that they sign a waiver to have their driving record run by the county to see if they have anything that would red flag or cause any issues, because if you don't do that, if somebody gets behind the wheel of a county vehicle, then we end up in a problem in the crosshairs of our insurance company. It's most important in the positions where people drive for a living, a county vehicle, and they're out on the road. So in Wayne's department, I mean, it's out of necessity. Also in the sheriff's department. Now the sheriff will tell you they go through an exhaustive background check. In fact, probably more thorough than a criminal background check, and that would include a driver's license check. And if anybody has any of those prohibitive things in their background, then they don't get hired. So I think whatever needs to be done, since county policy is sort of on the table right now and it's being revised and revamped, that needs to be something that's addressed probably immediately, and not only written into county policy, but develop this waiver, so if somebody wants to be employed by Coffee County, their driving record is run. Jesse, you know, and probably Tom, you know as well, you add that additional layer, if you have a CDL, I mean, CDLs are even more stringent than just a regular driver's license, and a CDL, you too, Tim, and a CDL is, when I see CDLs in the courtroom, whether somebody's driving their personal vehicle or their commercial vehicle, it's treated the same, and I cannot enter into plea negotiations with somebody that has a CDL because of the masking laws and requirements under the federal. It's an ethical violation for me. So it's a pretty serious deal. So we need to come up with what those parameters are, I have sort of a sample for at least a county policy that any employee using a county-owned vehicle for any purpose shall be fully qualified to operate the vehicle, have a valid Kansas license in effect that's of the proper type and class for the vehicle being operated, comply with all laws, including seat belts, exercise due care and diligence, not permit any unauthorized person to operate, don't drink and drive or controlled substances, have no misdemeanor or felony convictions for traffic or vehicular offenses on the employee's driving record that are less than 5 years old at the time the vehicle is being operated, have no more than 2 at-fault or chargeable accidents on driving record that are less than 5 years old at the time the county vehicle is being operated, have no more than 2 infractions, speeding, failure to yield, etc., which would be moving violations that are less than 1 year old at the time the county-owned vehicle is being operated.
So that states only 2 moving violations in a year's time?
Yeah.
Whew.
So, I think a certain, maybe.
Isn't it 3 for CDL?
3. So this is just something.
Right, that is just a.
So I think working with our insurance provider to put something together that they would be satisfied with. And if I remember right, one of the county employees that was flagged in their last evaluation of county employee driving records, I think they only had 2 moving violations.
Yeah, one of them was, if I remember right, one of them was a pretty severe, or potentially severe.
That one was a different situation.
Oh, okay.
The red flag or warning is for moving violations, which would be speeding. So
Now, that is through Trust Point though, correct?
it's Trust Point.
EMC.
Right.
So we go back a while back to the summer months, there was discussion about road graders. That is through a different insurance company. That is through Inland Marine. So EMC would not be dictating what Inland Marine's requirements would be.
And I don't know a whole lot about the Inland Marine policy. That's something that I needed to touch base with Wayne on, so I could understand a little more maybe.
Well, I think if you remember right, we did some studying, and there was an individual that could drive the road grader after he was on leave.
Sure.
For a long time.
But not a county vehicle.
But not a county vehicle.
And that's the problem.
A county passenger vehicle.
That's right.
We gotta make sure we say passenger vehicle.
Well, anything that's tagged.
Passenger vehicle.
It could be a 10-wheel dump truck.
But he can't drive it.
He can't drive it. Well, he still has, can't talk about employees, but employees, they could still have their license.
Right.
They could have a, Class C, or they could have a CDL. But if the insurance says that they will not cover that individual, then they can't drive it. The problem is, for my department then, it restricts if it basically goes more than 1 or 2 individuals, it will be difficult to run the operation.
Mm-hmm.
And so what we have to have is make sure that all of our employees are basically insurable. And that was the discussion that we had as far as insurance. In this particular case, one individual, we were able to work through it, and it was something new, so it wasn't necessarily something of policy, so we worked through it. Now we're trying to create policy, make sure it's known. There was also open discussion onto it, so employees do know about this, just formalizing it in the policy book. But where I'm at this point is I have 3 employees or 3 folks that are potential employees that I'm needing to check their driver's license record first, before I offer them a job. Because right now, the only thing I have that's different than the sheriff's office is all we do is a drug test and physical. That's all we're doing at this point. We don't test, we don't basically check the driver's license.
Isn't that a package of EMC? Don't they offer, NVRs?
I thought they did.
I thought it was part
That's why we
in
gave
the,
driver's license.
Yeah.
They tested them once a year.
I thought EMC can run your.
They do, but that's for current employees. That's not
They won't do
potential
ours?
employees.
So as a condition of employment, so that there's something that they sign that says that they
Right.
consent to it.
No, I understand the piece of paper that they've got to consent to. If they sign that piece of paper giving consent to run their background, CDL or driver's license background, then you should be able to give it to EMC. They should be able to run that and tell you if what their CDL or
That's-
what their driver's license looks like.
Yes, and I need to incorporate that into my hiring,
Yes.
procedure.
I have
And
that
I
piece
think
of
that
paper
was-
in my office.
I think that
that
was
we
an
use.
extra thing that they said they could do for us when they were here in December, but we don't currently do it.
Right.
Yeah,
And
you have
they'd be
to
able to
subscribe
see.
to it.
Yeah.
You have to subscribe to it.
Right.
I think you can even go online and subscribe to or something as well.
And
It might
anybody
be
can
cheaper.
run their own individually. And that's something you go on to the Department of Revenue and run your own driving record if you wanted.
So first off, we need to get something in the county policy. Well, that's all being reworked anyway.
Or definitely for me, a form that you agree to.
You need a form that we would have to agree to give consent for the county to run your NVR.
The insurance would still basically approve as far as an employee. Yes, that's correct.
So to take that even a step further, I mean, background checks. That's something that's not done, has never been done, and maybe there's a reason why, but, driver's license checks and, I mean, that's one thing, but just something to consider. So anybody in the county attorney's office has to we have access to, criminal record information, sensitive information, and we're required to have our backgrounds checked to make sure that we legally can have access.
Right. So how can you have somebody sign a piece of paper that's not in the policy yet?
That's why I'm here.
Well,
That's my problem. We're trying to.
Again, we go back.
We're going back.
I guess if they wanna sign it to have a job, I guess, I don't know.
Definitely, yeah.
Well, I think we can add to it, can't we? I mean, at any given time, so if it's, now I think everybody here knows as well as I do, the insurance looking for any way not to pay, so if we don't cover our own.
Nobody's looking out for us.
Right.
Do we do that by resolution?
I mean, I think you can. I mean, we wanna put it in writing so that it can have what it needs to have.
I mean, I have consent letters I can forward over here.
Sure. And the policy manual as it currently exists has a section that says you can change it, really at any time. Now the whole thing is being revised, and that's why it's right now to have this added.
Speaking of consent forms, do you have consent forms for the clearinghouse as well?
All I have would be what we standard have done, basically being able to take the drug test and physical in my department. That's all we have, that's all they sign, that's all we do.
But you're not running clearinghouse evaluation every year?
The insurance does it automatically, and they provide a report as I understand it.
The insurance.
But that would be of current employees, not of
Right,
prospective
right,
ones.
right.
That would be that's my problem. If we hire them and then we have a problem, then we're not in good position.
Is there anything we can fix temporarily? Because we are waiting on the policy manual to be totally updated, and we'll re-adopt a new policy manual with changes in it that would address this. Can't we just address something temporarily so Wayne can move ahead?
Maybe the answer is through a resolution, but we wanna make sure we have that resolution in order, and then probably attach the form that you're talking about to it as sort of a C Appendix A or whatever.
Right.
So first was to bring it to your attention to see that you agreed, and then from there, then we'll carry the baton to the next step and bring something back so it can get handled.
Well, I can forward you our consent forms, you can take it from there, or any consent form.
I'm kind of surprised that it wasn't something that was done previously. Now, it probably didn't, it probably hasn't surfaced in the past, the way it did with EMC, where they ran and there was a flag. But now that there's a flag and it's brought to our attention, I think it's something that needs to make it into policy.
You'll need this for the seasonal too, won't you?
Yes, sir. Now that's kind of turned to the point that we have to take that in consideration as we're hiring them. If the insurance is checking them to see if they're able to drive our vehicles, which 100% for the most part are required to at some point from flagging. I mean, as simple as flagging traffic. They'll jump in a truck to basically be a flagger.
I think that what we're thinking of on that, when we redid our insurance policy, that additional fee thing was a little more expensive than just doing a run your driver's license, checking your record to see whether you're insurable or not, so to speak. The other one was, it was a monitoring. In other words, you enter each one of those people, and for a certain fee, they would monitor each one of your employees. So all at once in a year time after you hire them, they get 3 violations, then the insurance company notifies you. That's all that was. So as far as just running the actual prior to hiring, that's not an additional fee.
Right, I think you're right.
But the driver's license monitoring.
But your monitoring's still gonna be every quarter, every 6 months, it's gonna update.
Yeah.
I mean, or 3 months, it's gonna update. I mean,
That
it's not.
was that one, that
it's
was
not
an
gonna be
additional
pushed.
fee. It was just to monitor, not to run it just for hiring.
I think it's included in not running it just for hire.
Yes.
But you have to have the consent form.
Correct.
That you send to them, then they run the MVR, and then they send you back where it's at.
Every new employee I get, they run, before I can put them on the list of potential drivers, they run it, and they say yay or nay.
Mm-hmm. Yep. But I can forward Wade the consent form. I'm gonna forward the clearinghouse, because I think that's something that needs to be in there as well.
And the clearinghouse is for CDLs?
Drug, yep.
Yeah.
Yep. I still think there has to be a consent form they have to sign, that Coffee County as an employer can send them once a year an annual review, basically, and they have to agree to let you look into run their own report. So if they don't agree, that's like denying, it's like something's being hidden. But you have like 24 hours to accept that agreement when you send out the email. So it gets pretty sticky pretty fast. So, but I can forward both of those to Wade. He can look at it and get with Wayne and whoever can write stuff up if you like it or not.
So something for the resolution possibly next week, so I could keep going.
Possibly, I mean, I could probably have it yet today. Have it here. I could probably have it in a matter of minutes if I took a 5-minute break, but, I might be able to get it here.
So we still have to have the resolution drawn up.
Yes.
I think a week is,
Next week.
I'd request a week just so we have time to review it, make sure we have what we need.
Because I think they'll sign the form.
Sure.
We just need to have everything in place.
Right, right. All good there?
Thank you.
That's all I
Thank
had for that topic.
Okay.
Hey, Wayne.
Wayne?
Yes.
Mr. Bobby? You dropped something on?
That, KDHE is finally ready to go start their part of the demo work on the. Oh, good. Oh. Well, and they just sent that over. It's, I gave it away, he looked at it.
Okay.
It's just saying, giving them authority to enter your property, and they want the property owner to sign, commissioner to own the property.
No, I appreciate it.
Site access and release agreement. The site access release agreement is made and entered into the 4th day of March 2022 among Environmental Remediation and Monitoring, Inc. Consultant, Coffee County Commission, here thereafter, referred to as owner, and together with consulting hereinafter referred to the undersigned. Referred to the undersigned. Whereas undersigned desires access to the property site, vacant lot located at 224 South 4th Street in Burlington, Kansas. I'm assuming that's the address down there at the film station. Site at number 1, site access. Owner hereby grants permission to undersigned to enter the site and engage in the activities specified as follows. Performance, site remediation, reclamation on the owner's property. All locations to be cleared by dig safe and city personnel. B, geoprobe drilling for the collection of soil, underground water. C, spreading of soil cuttings for monitoring. B, site restoration and cleanup to match existing site conditions. 2 is release. So, I guess this needs to be a motion.
I'll move to authorize and direct the chairman to sign that agreement.
I'll second. Tim seconded. Any further discussion, or would anybody like to?
Just so everybody knows that we need this in process to get things moving and get that building demoed. So.
Yes, sir. They want to come out tomorrow. They just handed that to me.
Okay.
And can we, those blocks from that building be put, we'll hold them at the landfill too?
Should be able to hold them at the landfill as well.
Yeah.
So, Bob's moved, Tim seconded. Any more discussion? Tom?
I just think about those blocks, I don't know.
Right.
Paint
That's
being
cinder
on,
block, isn't it?
yeah, but paint being on, I don't know if the state will allow that or not.
I don't know.
That's a question.
That'd be a question for.
Not a.
What about your tanks? When they pull those tanks out, do you want it on the scrap metal pile, or do you want them to take them?
Those should be plastic tanks. Those should be.
They're steel.
I think they're plastic.
They're old enough to be steel, I believe.
They didn't weren't those replaced once?
I don't know.
The state says they're steel. They could, if they are plastic, then I guess they gotta be hauled off somewhere else. But if they are steel, do you?
It's in the landfill.
Okay.
Bob moved, Tim seconded. Any further discussion? Not hearing none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Item signed.
Thank you.
This is not actually demolition, this is just for the
Yes, sir.
environmental people come in and check it out.
Can I get a copy of that one?
Yes, ma'am.
You wanna call Lindsay up here? For her plaque?
Sure, we will. Well, Mark's here. Mark can take a picture of it.
I have brought my camera.
Huh?
I think I brought my camera.
So you always got it, don't you? I'm the only one who don't have a
She was just on it last week.
You ready for it?
I checked over everything over
Yeah,
100.
yeah, let's do that, and then we'll take on
You checked it, there's no reason me to check
one
it.
last thing.
Sheriff's Department, there's no reason to check it anyway. then.
Well, it's not the last thing. One of the last things. Come on.
Those are pretty good clips.
Yes, they are. They're rascals. You guys just thought you was done. I haven't even started signing the checks yet. We still got the bids to discuss as well.
Yes. We got one.
The bids to discuss, opening of the bids this morning, the sealed bids.
Oh, yeah, do I need to let Darrell know to come up?
Well. Don't those, bids contain the same thing as the mowing bids?
I don't think we have to award.
Same requirements, so I mean.
I don't think we have to
Should,
award anything.
should they have the same
today.
requirements, basically?
This is Wednesday, right? No, I have to wait till next week. What did we say?
I think it's just, appraisal.
What are we doing?
I didn't want to, I think that's just, the values of the
Oh, okay.
properties of the county owns.
I'm not having to be when you're the chairman, you just delegate somebody, right? Hey, Tom, there's more stuff for you to do. Was she still holding that baby down there?
She's on the way outside, she's going right back.
Oh, okay.
So she's still there.
Mike, you guys staying busy?
Yeah.
See trucks going zoom, zoom, zoom.
Find drivers. Imagine that,
I can't believe it.
I know. You don't know what we're
I
talking
find that
about.
hard to believe. I find that hard to believe.
Liking this fuel price?
That's an ugly story right there.
How's the off-road?
No, it's chasing it right up.
Chasing it right up.
Stays, what, 45, 48 cents below the road. It runs right up.
What are you doing outside?
I'm loading my stuff.
Oh, you was moving, huh?
Yes, moving out.
Moving on up.
Yep, yep.
Well, we as a commission would like to give you a plaque
Thank you.
for your service.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Good luck.
Thank you.
And,
Thank you.
Something a little more formal.
Oh, good Lord.
They told me to. How's that? Then probably get everybody? Yeah. I don't know how we'll get everybody in the picture, but.
I'll hold Lindsay on my lap.
No.
near kids all the time, I could, or, you sat right here in this chair, Lindsay, come here, and I'll stand right, we'll stand around you, get over
There
here.
you go.
That way, you're sitting down, you won't look so
Yeah.
short.
That's gonna
I
make you
didn't
look
say that,
worse.
Hey, we got plenty of books behind here.
You're chairman, get in.
Oh, dang, I've already got my picture with her.
All right, here we go on three. 1, 2, 3. Hit one more time. Okay, I'm done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Good luck with
Thank
with
you.
everything you're gonna be doing, that's fun.
Oh, yeah.
That's better than working.
Anything's more fun than COVID.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm sure it's true.
All right. Mr. Mike, you got anything good for us?
I just wanna thank you guys for having the courage to vote for my reevaluation on my buildings and stuff. I know, I'm sure you've caught flack over it because I have my Arrowhead Mafia, I call them, that follows me around and likes to cause me havoc and called Mark's well aware of him. He's been down a few of those roads with me. No, and I'm sorry, it's just I got a few people, and I know you see them quite often on other things too, but anytime somebody tries to do something right, they just want to bring people down. They don't want to look at what's positive and what's doing the right thing. I wanted to come in here years ago, but once I got behind, I couldn't reevaluate until I got totally caught up. Well, thanks to Wade and Richard Kroll and all them, we really focused because, I got caught off guard because I was paying enough just to make sure I didn't get put on the whack list. And it was actually a blessing because it forced me to get them caught up. But basically, I just wanted to thank you and also kind of just reiterate a little bit of, I borrowed $500,000 to build that building. I did put, we did a lot of it ourselves and stuff like that. When the evaluation first come out, that was back in 2013 when I built that building, almost 9 years ago. I didn't think much about it. Of course, I had over 100 employees doing millions and millions a year, didn't think nothing about it. Of course, everything went south, and that all of a sudden started bringing my attention up. Well, then I got behind, and I'd struggled to get caught up, so I couldn't get reevaluated. So basically, like for that building, I did a quick figure. I've paid over $300,000 in taxes on that building in the last 9 years. So I appreciate, I know you guys are going to catch some slack. Believe me, I know what you're dealing with and who you're dealing with because it ain't, I've had the Attorney General in my office because they think I've embezzled money out of the Housing Authority. You know what I'm getting at. So I know the deal, and I wanted to come in and thank you guys for doing that. You know what I mean? So that's all I had to say. Just wanted to say thank you.
Well, thanks for coming in and thanking us, and hopefully we can get it all behind us, hopefully.
Well, it's kind of one of them deals like a lot of things. If you ever cower to them, they'll never stop.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And that's what I've had to, just part of what I've had to deal with. If you've been in business, you've had to deal with it. You know what I mean? You always got those, it's like my banker says, they're the jealous ones. Damned if you be successful, or be more successful than them, or something like that, So, it is what it is.
That just comes with them, like.
It does.
Things like that just come with success.
It does.
Appreciate you coming in.
The more success you have, the more shit comes down the hill. So it's just, I'm sorry, it's just the way it is.
Amen.
For me, I'm the only one that voted no. And I'll just explain myself. It wasn't who it was what it was. And I think we should have had further discussion on as to, even you coming in prior to would have helped me make a better decision other than, here, just cut them all in half for this person. So now the next person, Wolf Creek's liable to come in here and say, well, you cut his in half, you gonna cut mine in half? I think my property's overappraised. It didn't cost me near what I've got. I'm being taxed at, so I guess now I'm gonna take a good hard look, see if I can get mine cut in half. I mean, again, it's not who, it's the what.
Well, and I totally agree. And I guess my deal comes back to also is that, you know, I was appraised at 1.1 million. If somebody comes and write me a check for 1.1, the building is theirs.
Oh, I've got several properties, yeah.
You know what I'm getting at? So,
I'll tell you.
and that's where I go. Like I said, I do appreciate everything, appreciate the honest answer. You know what I'm getting at. I won't keep any more of you guys' time because you've been here long enough today, so thank you.
We got more here.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. I'm sure Wade's got a round table.
As many papers he's got, I'd say
No.
he's got a round table.
We can leave him out, I guess. We can start with Angie if she's got anything on the round table. I've got a bunch of checks to sign. Dawn, I don't know, there's a bunch of stuff there, so.
So are we waiting on further discussion on this?
We're waiting on information from.
We're short 2 pages.
Okay.
Yeah.
There was 2 pages that wasn't in the book, and Connie didn't know all the details of what it was.
Good enough.
So I finally got all the emails to county employees and sent those up to Christina. She asked if you guys would want to approve of the questions before they're sent out, and I said I think it would be a good idea. So she hasn't sent any questions back to me. I sent her a few just to kind of see what she thought, but she hasn't gotten back to me yet. So we'll work on that this week, maybe next week, so I can get that approved, and then she can get the survey sent out.
This is on bi-weekly.
Yeah, or monthly pay.
Monthly pay.
Mhm.
Weekly, bi-monthly, or monthly.
And then also about clocking in, either on their personal phone through an app, or if they have any concerns of moving to a time clock. So those are kind of what we put out there to start. You guys can add to it later once she sends something back maybe, but, so we got that done, and then, of course, we got all the payroll stuff out to departments, so we're waiting for that to come in. And then we'll have to start thinking about budgets coming up too, to get ready for that. So that's another question I had. Do you guys want them submitting them to Andrea or to my office to put together in your books? And that's what kind of the same situation as we had this last time. I just didn't know how we were going to go forward there, so. I do get all the numbers to the auditor before he comes, but.
I would just bring them to your office. I think Andrea's got her plate full right now.
Well, and I think that would go smoother because I know we were both getting them, like, which ones did we both get, and I've already got that one so that I end up with duplicates, but not one, so if you got everything and then I can just put it in the books, I think that would simplify that.
Okay. And I think that's all I have today. So.
Groovy. Tim?
We dealt with mine.
Dealt with yours, that's all you had?
Yep.
Gosh darn.
Oh, and I only made the one copy for you, but it had a thank you for, and it's not much, that's all the prints on when you submit.
Thank you for signing up with
Pretty
our
much.
organization. Mr. Tom?
Nada.
Nada? Nada?
Two nada.
Two nada? Don?
Or nada.
I'm not gonna stop the roll.
You're not gonna stop the roll?
We're gonna backtrack a minute.
Oh.
Equifax has picked up the ESG, Environmental Social Governance, and it's out on Equifax. Equifax is one of the big 3 credit scoring, so it's in motion. I did not get that printed off.
Only thing I had was I contacted the mayor of Lebo about the waiving landfill fees for city-owned prop, I haven't signed that.
Oh.
For city-owned property, I said, city-owned property, they don't have to come and ask for permission, 'cause that's where I go.
The city has to.
The city has to come and
The
ask.
city has to ask, and they have to bring a motion from the council addressing it, so that we know that it actually happened in their council meeting,
In the
their
council
questions.
meeting, okay. And then if an individual owned the property, the individual had to get with the housing authority to have them bring it in, bring pictures and so on and so forth. So,
One more thing.
Couldn't do it, could you?
No, sorry. Senior Center,
yes.
I was in there, it's going along good, so it's not quite finished. The new floor. I think that's it. Don't give me that look.
We're still here, Tim.
I told everybody it wouldn't be till 4 before I got out of here.
One more chance.
I'm working on it.
Only thing I'd say is, I mean, with the discussion we had this morning on bondings, opportunity zones and this and that and the other, I don't know, anybody think that one Monday after lunch, we go through that all again? And maybe we could work with the city to get a zone of whatever sorts established that's not gonna, I can see the hindrance on the city's part, on the TIF, I really can. But we mentioned earlier today about, you know, adding to their infrastructure or just creating a different fund for that. So I'd like further discussion on that one afternoon, I really would.
I think it'd be very beneficial to the county as a whole, you know.
Yeah, I mean, for every city, not just
Yeah,
the city
yeah,
of Arlington,
exactly.
but I mean, if you know, city of Leroy's could, I mean, you see some of these Family Dollars, Dollar General, and Dollar Trees, I mean, in the smallest of communities.
Yep.
So.
And spreading like wildfire.
Exactly. So, I mean,
I think
in order for an incentive for them to come, maybe the city of Leroy or the city of Waverly needs some sort of zone to where, yep, right here.
Yep. Well, it takes a little bit of burden off of the person coming in, you know, that's gonna spend a bunch of money to build something. So. And I understand the cities, you know, like the city of Burlington, we don't have the money to put forth that kind of, you know, we don't have that extra capital to put forth, you know.
Could we have Joseph come back?
I like Joseph, I like the way he explains things.
I do too.
It's understandable.
Yeah, yeah.
Could we possibly do it next Monday and have a work study after the meeting?
I'm fine with that. We're here all day as far as I'm concerned.
Me too.
Well, it's somebody from Mexico's birthday.
Is it?
Yeah.
Next Monday is?
No, 14th. No, 14th. This is 2 weeks. Yeah. I didn't know it'd mess up his birthday.
14th or the 21st, yeah.
Do you have anything for roundtable?
Just a couple little things. One, I never heard back from the other tree company that was gonna come out. They were supposed to be here last week. They never came, never called, and I've not been able to get a hold of them. So I didn't know if we could go with the one bid that I do have to remove all the trees and grind down the stumps for the old church.
That's for $5,500? And they're several months out, aren't they?
Well, last time they were the ones that did all the tree trimming for us, and they were several months out then.
Yeah.
There's just some trees in the alley, nothing out on the frontage. Tree in the alley, only not on the frontage.
Well, it was gonna be all of the trees, so you're not, so if that was gonna be torn down, all those trees were gonna go.
That's removing all those trees and taking the stumps out.
No, because all those trees out on the east side have all those, whatever those.
Ankle
Yeah.
benders.
And
those aren't oaks. I'm sorry, when we were talking about that, I just assumed it was the ones out in the alley.
I don't think those are oaks. I don't know what they're called, but those little things they drop. If we're gonna make it a parking lot, people are gonna be walking back and forth. We definitely don't want those on the ground. Because they get about size of a golf ball. And they're,
I think those are sweet gum.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
And
I
if
think
people
they're
are
sweet
parking
gum.
there,
I do
those
too.
things.
You know, while
are
they're doing that,
everywhere.
should we remove the trees in the parking lot out here? Especially the two south ones, got a little size to them, are dripping stuff all the time during the summer. Or if we had not, just take them all out at once.
I think we'll just take all the trees down and concrete in between the parking spaces. Where you don't even have to mow them. And actually, when you get out of your vehicle, instead of walking behind it, then you can actually walk down. Instead of on the grass, you can walk on a hard surface.
Of course, we'll need to wait to see what the.
I wouldn't put nothing out there.
I'm gonna do it yet.
Nothing there yet, yeah.
I'm not too sure we'd not take those trees out and get rid of them.
Well,
But
have them come out here
they
and,
will come out if we build them.
I would definitely say at least a minimum over here, because we know there's gonna be demolition there.
Yeah.
So, here, we don't know yet. I guess if they wouldn't charge anymore, you might as well not be on board.
I'd try to get them out while
And it
they're
wouldn't be
here,
much more while they were here.
because they're not that big, but last year people complained about the dripping coming off of them, and they're in their blooming season.
Yeah.
I'd probably get rid of them while they got a crew here.
Yeah. If they do it, not charging any extra money, I'd say.
They might add a couple $100, but it'd be cheap while they're here.
Since Tim backed up, Tom backed up, I went back up.
Okay.
Is the 17th the southeast Kansas, and that's at Anderson County?
Anderson
Yep.
You need to turn in, I mentioned I would go to that.
Yeah, I already turned it in.
You already turned mine in?
We gotta be there by 9.
You're not?
Yeah.
I'm gone.
Okay, yeah, so I put 4 down, so. And we'll be there.
They got an hour for registration, so you wouldn't have, of course, a lot of times you can visit with other commissioners and other people. Get more out of that than you do the meeting itself sometimes.
And my only other thing, since we're turning in the CP5s for the next step, I didn't know how to do it. If somebody, just for an example, there's a few that go up to step 26. So say somebody's at step 22, to go up a step, there's no 23 or 24. How do you increase a step in that category?
You don't say
Can
off
I
out.
help on that?
Well, but it goes somewhere, go up to 26.
Okay, so, those, when those drop off, those people that are getting those wages, when those drop off, those go away.
Yeah.
When she classified those under certain departments, they were already over and above what the classification was, so she said they're just frozen at that, and when they leave, those drop off. So those will not be out there in the future.
Those are topped out then.
So basically 22 is the max.
22 for that.
22's top, is the way I
It's
understand it.
just, like if you had a, I don't know, what's the title of one of those, just for instance?
Administrative assistant?
Okay, so, whoever is in that current category as administrative assistant and they're getting that wage, she felt that they were already over what the standard for that position would pay, so they just would never get any more than just cost of living.
So you gotta be corrections officer, lake patrol, coordinator, lead custodian, process server, sheriff.
Yeah.
Sheriff, yeah, the sheriff doesn't have anything over there, that'd just be.
Did that help, Andrea?
Yeah.
Okay.
So if they're on step 22, they're done.
Right.
Yeah, no more.
That's the way I know.
I think that was mentioned in an email last week. From our email people.
In fact, I even pointed out this.
Sealed bids. Oh, sorry, Wade. Might as well go with you. You got anything for roundtable?
So, nuisance enforcement under the health department. It's come to my attention a few times, and this is maybe just more for informational purposes, that the county is not doing anything, that the county is, what's happening, and I've been working with Maryland. Maryland is the one who, at least right now, under the county, operating scheme, handles complaints, because anybody who has an issue with any property that's in an unincorporated area of Coffee County needs to file a complaint. They need to file a written complaint. Or I think there may be a form available online, because anonymous complaints don't work, because then that way it looks, the impression is that either me or the commissioners or somebody affiliated with the county is sending out our sanitation officer just to pick on somebody, and that's why you want an official complaint. So that should that happen, then there's a trail back to somebody who is making an official complaint. Several of the properties that have been brought to my attention have been sent letters, and I know I've talked to several of the, I don't know if they're necessarily the landowners, but they're affiliated with the landowner who, the it's their parents' property, they had no idea that it had been turned into what it had turned into, and they couldn't remediate it in the time requested in the letter, so they asked for time. So my response, and when I worked with Maryland, was provide some sort of remediation plan so that we know that it's on your radar and it'll be taken care of. And my understanding is the majority of the individuals sent in a remediation plan. Some of them could be dealt with in a timely manner, and some of them not. Now, not everybody has, and one property in particular, we're still trying to figure out who the legal person or persons to send notice to is, because that property had gone through, I guess the original landowners are now deceased, and then the property was in a trust, but figuring out who actually is the legal person to put on notice is the problem.
Can't you put the trustee on it? The trustee's in charge of the property, aren't they?
It's such an old trust that I don't even think there's really.
Well, there's not a trustee there anymore.
Well, I'm thinking about it, nobody from the trust is still alive.
It's more of it's what I'll call a law school exam question. It's not simple. It's a little trickier than what we might be able to do. So
Kind of run and put a flag in the ground.
So
I'll clean it up.
So I think I just want it to be known that those issues are being looked into, and if we need to ramp up the enforcement by filing a case in the district court, then I can do that. That's not the preferred method. The preferred method is to reach out to landowners or whoever through familial association is related to these properties. But at a certain point in time, when those individuals don't take corrective action, then the next recourse for the county is to file a case in the district court. So this is more of a notice to each of you, so that if you have constituents in your communities that are having issue with what is happening or not happening, and there's only eight or nine that I'm aware of. If there's more than that, then I'm not aware of them. But if there are, somebody actually has to go out and there has to be a complaint. Without a complaint, it's not going anywhere. Just calling up Commissioner Knight and saying, out somewhere in your neck of the woods, there's this property that has all these issues, that's not gonna cut it. There has to be a complaint, and it has to go through the health department.
Written notice to the health department.
Written complaint that can then be investigated.
Yeah.
And then if it ends up in the courtroom, then there's another step, and there's penalties that are associated with that. And that's not where I want to go, because I don't think that's necessary. I think the majority of people have the ability to take care of it. I'm working on looking into some other options that may keep it out of court. And some people may be indigent and not be able to deal with remediation. That's something that would need to be figured out. But at least for right now, that's where we are and what's happening. But it's surfaced enough times here recently where I think it needs to be brought back into the spotlight.
I know I've kind of been an advocate of some of this light property stuff, but my intention was always to have a soft hands approach, if you will, that,
get the letter like you're talking about, and somebody goes out and speaks with the landowner or whatever, I wanna know if we can assist in any way, you know, whether it waive landfill fees or whatever, but, you know, I don't know. So, it's always been my,
5 years ago, there was quite a bit of discussion on it. At that time, there were 65 or 70 that needed to be addressed. But a year or two after that, they had it down to 45, 48, or 50 that still needed to be fenced. But I don't know.
well, we're talking about blighted properties.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about, cause I know some other issues with lagoons.
Yeah,
Okay.
lagoons is another one.
Sorry, I didn't.
So you have probably different categories and classifications of property that need to be remedied. You have abandoned structures where, what I call them is, they're an attractive nuisance for young people to go into, and potentially they have they're a hazard to anybody going into them, where in your role, and probably in the health department's role, they serve a potential safety risk. You have those properties where, you know, they're falling in on each other. You have those properties where there's trash and debris and everything else around them, and probably in them as well, and, you know, they are unsanitary and attract rodents and different things, which is a different thing than an unsafe structure. And then you have some that are a combination of both, and then you have potentially just junk that's all around. But when you say junk, what maybe one person's junk is another man's treasure. And, you know.
And what's wrong with having all the rodents in one place that's sprung out? There's so many rodents anyway.
The problem is
the spill over into the neighbor's property.
The disease potentially goes with them, and then you add that, and, you know, the curiosity for, you're out in the middle of nowhere, and you have, whether it be a young or an old individual who wants to go out and just explore, and then they fall through the floor, or they cut themselves, or something happens.
Fall in a well.
Right. Just, you know, my thought is always, I think worst case scenario, because that's what ends up getting everybody's attention, and then when that happens, it's too late. So what could you have done to prevent that? And that's really what we're trying to do here, is mitigate risk for any person, any individual, any citizen, and that's what we're doing so with these complaints. So,
well, I think, as Tom said, the soft hand is the way to go, because your opinion of blight and my opinion may be different. But if it seems to be a problem, and we go in for soft hand, we might be able to hear it before, you know, it is, because, I don't know, it's just, we owe it to the people out there to try to work with them.
With
You know,
the properties out by my area, my concern is what Jesse also brought up, the wells. How many old cisterns and wells are in there that's uncovered?
Those are dangerous, but those things, but it's just the appearance of somebody's place. I can go to a farmer's place and, well, it doesn't look bad to me, but it wouldn't look bad to Jill either, but Casey, it might look very bad to Casey, because Casey's not a farmer, so it depends on, I mean, that's a touchy situation on what is junk and what's not.
Well, that's why
dangerous is a different story.
Unsafe or dangerous is really the focus. So unsafe, unsanitary, and dangerous are really the criteria and the things that I believe is what you're wanting to focus on.
Yes.
Now, the junk and things like that are around, maybe that's a different mechanism to deal with, but those things may be included in those three different areas. They just may be a part of.
There's plenty of them out there that needs to be.
Until we get somebody in place to actually go out and approach those individuals to do that, communications,
You know,
That's all we need.
I kind of, I've thought about this, and I think somebody even brought up to me, you know, could the county set up some type of a fund of somebody that might not have the means to do something, to clean it up, and then maybe be able to assess it back on their taxes?
But we just have to look into the legality of that, and in theory, it sounds like a good idea.
If they don't have the funds, then they can't pay their taxes anyway.
Well, but you might have somebody that might not have the funds that's paying the taxes the whole time. But it goes back to, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. So some people are just going to be that way. That's just the way they are.
I mean, there ultimately are judicial remedies that are available. Do we want to have everybody in the courtroom dealing with these particular issues? I mean, in my opinion, everybody needs to be given the opportunity to take care of it without judicial intervention. And then some that, if they need more time because they don't have, for whatever reason, and it's legitimate, then they need more time. And I don't think, as long as they're making an effort, that there's anything wrong with that. But if it's an obstructionist point of view where someone says, it's my land, my property, you're not going to tell me what I can do, then it may need to be escalated, because these laws are on the books for a particular reason. And if it's unsafe, unsanitary, or dangerous, then it's a community safety risk, and that's why it's there. And hopefully through the soft hand approach, that can be communicated to the point where we won't need to have judicial intervention. But there will be some that will. It's just,
We just gave an extension today, because somebody kind of went through the proper channels to come in and ask about it. And we said, hey, okay, this is what happened. Yeah, we'll give you an extension, it's no big deal.
yeah. So I just thought it was a good topic to bring up. We're going into spring. It's going to be warm at some point, maybe every other day. But the weather will be getting nicer. People will have more of an ability to take care of and remediate some of the properties that are at issue, and others that aren't even on the radar right now. So take advantage of those opportunities, and hope, my hope is that the list continues to dwindle and we don't have complaints. But if somebody feels the need to bring it up, there is a mechanism and a procedure to follow, and they need to follow that instead of, law enforcement's not gonna deal with it. It's through our health department and through our sanitation officer, who goes out and does those investigations, and then she'll work with me to figure out what needs to happen next.
Very well.
So that's all I have.
Keep on moving forward. That's it. You have nothing else?
Anything for me?
You were scaring me with all your paperwork.
People in jail, and I'm trying to do two things at one time.
I got you. I understand. I don't think we have anything else, do we?
No.
I don't. You're free. Free man.
Free is sort of
You may leave.
free from here, but I've
Free
got
from here.
plenty to. They were waving for me across the hall.
I signed those for Wayne, and then these were the ones that somebody else gave.
Before I do something with them. Take the whole.
Yes. The bids. Do you want to review them? Because pretty much everything, is written out.
Okay.
You wanna give those, Darrell, to?
You gave them a list of things that you wanted to see, and I'm assuming each bid adheres to specs and the,
It was, yeah, it was put out in that, bid advertisement or bid agreement that we put in
scope
the
of work
paper.
you needed accomplished.
Right.
So one would assume they're following that scope of work.
But you remember,
But you
assumption,
Do we need to
want
have
him
it all?
to check them to make sure they
That's what
are.
I say,
Right.
have them evaluate them and
and then
come next Monday.
come back to us
Monday.
Monday.
That's the way I'd probably look at it.
Okay.
Make sure everything is addressed as it's supposed to be.
Okay.
You'd have a better understanding what you're wanting to see versus us, so.
The only thing that scares me is neither one of these have workman's comp.
Each year I get an insurance audit, and if I can't produce a work comp certificate from anybody I hire, I pick up the tab.
Yeah, you pay the difference.
Do these people surely will have someone working with them, correct?
I'm
Probably.
assuming.
I don't think it's gonna be a
They're not
one-man
gonna,
job.
they're probably not. Still, even if there's a one-man operation, you still should have occupational accident, because it doesn't fall back on the person you're doing the work for.
Right.
If you're using a chop saw and you cut your arm off, it can fall back on the county.
Well, I don't know if this would have anything to bear on it, but I was visiting with one of them afterwards, and he said, the insurance, the type of insurance wasn't specified in that advertisement. All it said was needed to submit a up-to-date certificate of insurance. Didn't say what kind or anything, but.
The certificates, up-to-date certificates of insurance are in here, but neither one of them has workman's comp.
Workman's comp.
Now, they might have it through another company. They might have it with another company, I don't know, but
Okay.
I just don't wanna.
As long as the insurance company is content, I mean.
As long as
in my
our
opinion,
insurance-
I'm no expert on this, and I know both the contractors well. I mean, nothing against them at all, no, nothing like that. It's just, to me, if you're saying you're a contractor, and then each person that works with you is a clean paid contract labor, that person needs an insurance certificate too. So, if there's 3 people that are working, each one of them needs to be insured like you described.
Occupational accident.
Yes.
Yes. So
So is that something that needs to be cleared up with them before we proceed, or?
your insurance is through trust plan, is it not?
Mhm.
Same as ours, yes.
I would probably ask trust plan that question.
But who would it fall back on, since it is actually the county's bill?
It would fall back on the county.
Okay. That's what-
Yeah, that's my only concern. I don't wanna see the county in a situation, I mean, like I say, they bring somebody on and, like Jesse said, they have an accident and then they don't have insurance, then guess where it goes.
Yeah. So do we need to contact them, or do I need to visit with Angie and have her contact them and have them?
I would say you could I don't know why you couldn't contact
Bobby up there. Trust
Bobby at Trust Point
Okay.
and tell them what you're doing and what's kind of taking place.
And if she's content, I'm happy.
Yeah, if she's content and says we're covered,
As long as our back's covered.
Yeah. Okay, so as long as we're covered for anything.
Any
their
accidents.
Their certificate.
Yeah,
doesn't
any
cover.
accidents or any of their employees or contract employees that are working on the job. I'm sorry you get your arm cut off.
Now, you say
If
you
you
have
go to the
insurance
hospital, this happened on the job.
with them, but yet, if we're talking about a county building,
It's our insurance.
it's our insurance,
Yeah,
so
that's
your insurance, what insurance do you have with them?
Well, we have some liability insurance and directors and officers type insurance. Our auto is with them.
For the extension as a whole.
But this contract's with us.
But those are county, your autos are county vehicles. How come they're not under our policies?
Well, they're not, I don't know, they've never been really considered county vehicles.
Sure, they're wearing county tags.
Well, I know, but we've always carried our own insurance ever since I've been here.
Well, that'd be another thing to check, make sure that.
Make sure they're not double
That we're
insured.
covered. I wasn't aware of that.
Because they could possibly be double insured.
Well, I mean,
You would
they were
think.
insured through Farm Bureau up until last year, and then we changed policies with Trust Point. So, but as long as I mean, it was that way when I got here and had been for years previous.
I always thought they were county vehicles and they were ours.
Well,
You gotta buy them out of your budget.
That was what I was getting ready to say. It was explained to me.
Well, true, but.
Since they were purchased through our budget and not,
Right.
through you all, that's the
That
reason
makes
it was
sense.
being handled that way.
That makes sense.
So how you get county tags on them then?
He knows somebody.
Like,
Okay.
again, we had county
are they-
tags on them when I got here.
Does this sticker say Coffee County?
No, they're county tags.
No, it's
They're
county tags.
They're county tags, just like the ones on our vehicle.
And there's a white tag.
Unless that's what they do for government?
Yeah, they're government tags is what they are. For county, cities, all have that tag. And they get, that's the ones they have on them.
They purchased them out of their budget, so that's why they have the insurance policy, I assume. But
So how they get county tags?
as long as they're not being covered twice, that's all
Right.
that matters.
Right.
You're paying the premium, so.
How many vehicles you got, two?
Two.
So while we got them here, bring up a question. Who does snow removal, mows your yard and all that kind of stuff? Are you guys doing that, or who's gonna be doing that up there? Are we gonna be sending our janitors up to do this kind of stuff, mow your yard and things like that, or?
That was,
Since,
we hadn't really broached that subject. I mean, I'd asked the question, but that was one of those things we talked about working through as we went, since we hadn't budgeted for it this year. The last two snows, I wasn't even sure who was doing it. It was just cleared when I got
Well,
there.
then Wayne told me to contact the person who does, the USDA building next door, which is Jeremy Heathen, and so he's
So
the
what-
one doing.
why is that Wayne's authority to tell you who to contact for snow removal?
Well, because we had discussed if the county was gonna do it, Road and Bridge, and so Wayne said to get a hold of who does the building next door, so if they're right there, they can do that building too, so it's been,
So we're gonna take it out of Wayne's budget?
we can't, I mean, if that's where you want it to come
I mean,
from.
if he's gonna call the shots, we're gonna take it out of his budget?
Well, the extension office has their own board, just like the library and museum, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
So they hire whomever they wish.
But they just said they didn't hire him, Wayne hired him.
Well, that's true, but
Yeah,
Well,
but
those one
that
of
could
those-
be corrected. I mean, we
we can correct that later.
Yeah, we just
gotta
need to
get
know
some-
how you want it done.
We need to get some
You know.
clarification on who's doing
So
what.
next year,
Right,
he
you
needs
know,
to
we
have-
haven't had to mow the lawn
And,
yet.
well,
so-
grass is gonna be coming up. Are you guys gonna mow it? Are you gonna,
Well,
we need to decide. Are we gonna send someone up to mow it,
I
or?
mean, it's not that big a deal. I'm not that old yet that I can't push.
Well,
a
that's
mower.
fine. I mean, I have no problem if you wanna mow it. I don't have any problem, but we need to determine that, because if you're too old, then we want to figure out how we're gonna get it mowed.
Well, and the question I've got, that we've got, is all of that that's to the south, where that tower was put in, is still a mess, and is gonna be a total mess with all this moisture and stuff. Whose responsibility is it for putting that back like it should have been? I mean, to me, that should have been reseeded to grass or something after it was completed and renovated, and there's nothing been done there.
Who put in that tower?
I have no idea.
So does it need to be tilled and seeded?
Yeah, it's just, it's been backfilled and packed, and that's about it.
The county has a tiller, because
That's
we
gonna
till
be-
right-of-ways all the time.
Most generally, a contractor has to put projects back as good or better than what they found it.
How long's that tower been there?
Work with them recently.
Just this last year.
Yeah.
Oh, we just was put there?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, maybe we need to contact them.
So is the tower on your property? No.
The line, the guy wire.
The guy
The
wires,
guy
I
wire.
think,
So that's where the
is on-
problem's at?
Yeah,
So who's the property owner that owns the property adjacent to?
I have no idea who that is. But the tower itself sits on
It'd be the city,
Yes.
back part of the city.
But the guide wire's coming from there onto your
Right,
property.
Yeah, one of the.
And that's where the
wires.
mess is.
Yeah.
So whoever owns that property that has the tower is who we should be contacting to come and fix the grass or the problem where the guide wire is.
Yeah, I
on
mean,
your place.
I would think it would be whoever made the mess.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be up to you all or us, either one, I wouldn't think.
agree.
you know, but it needs to be, like I say, it's gonna be
Cell
a mess.
tower, or is it a?
I don't know, there's 2 towers there now.
Fix it, or we just cut the guy wire off.
Cut the guy wire.
Their property.
Boy, that'd strip somebody up.
Yeah.
Then fall on the.
It'll follow the other direction though.
No, you know, it'll fall the wrong way. You're like a wily coyote.
So,
Maybe back to the janitorial question as well, Bob, how does the commission want us to handle that? You want us to do it through our budget? I mean, that was, like I say, we broached the subject, but we never really cleared it up.
well, this year, you don't have it in your budget, but I think for next year, you ought to put it in your budget.
Okay.
And we will figure it out this year as it goes. You said you could mow maybe, whatever it is, or whatever.
Yeah.
You
I
know,
just buy a
those
new
type
ride
of things,
mower.
but I'd say that all needs to be in your budget next year. And I realize it's probably gonna make you come in and ask for more budget, but you could also ask K-State for a little bit more money.
Oh, we can always ask, but you know where that goes.
But, I mean, it should, since should come from your budget, so you can.
You're not talking about any significant amount of dollars anyway. So just reach it, put it in your budget.
Okay.
Right,
Okay,
and
yeah,
just move ahead.
that was,
Cause the
we
dollars,
just needed to.
dollars are almost insignificant, although it's
Yeah.
gonna be taken care of.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's what we're
That
doing.
guy wire sits right there.
I had a question, I think it was in your guys' plan. There was a shower proposed to go in there,
A
did you
small-
guys continue with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the reasoning behind the shower?
More like a rinse station, if I'm out spraying
Oh,
and
okay.
get stuff,
Okay.
or I'm weighing hogs.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
kinda nice to be able to have.
Clean up before you go home?
Yeah, well, or even not spread it around the office so much.
Well, I
You
didn't
know.
think about the chemicals and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
that was
good.
kinda,
Well, I'll tell you what
or
would
a
be,
day of burning, yeah.
after looking at this map, it'd be nice, probably maybe if we have that, I don't care whether Mr. Walrod does it or we do it in-house, but when you look at those 2 properties where the new liquor store is now and what we bought, that was all one piece of property, so I'm wondering now what sold at the liquor store and what, we didn't look at the legal description of the, I didn't, anyway, digest legal description of that lot to see where things cut off.
Wayne ought to be able to look at the legal description and survey it out, but, I mean, he's an engineer.
Well, somebody
Surveyor.
with the county was out and looking for property pins one day, and now there's a dotted line down the center of that driveway that's between us and the liquor store.
Uh-huh.
And, upstairs, she told me that when they bought the liquor store, they purchased 10 foot towards our building, yeah. So I assumed after I saw the dotted lines down, which is kind of a unique situation, when that driveway split in half apparently.
Just hope the potholes aren't on your side.
Yeah, exactly. But anyway, that's 'cause I went up and got a map and.
So did they find pins and put flags up corners of our property?
I didn't see the back. I know they found one, 'cause I was out visiting with them when they found the one on the, either northwest corner, right there by the street. But I didn't stay around. and
We could have a flag that for us, so
Yeah.
that's not a problem. We could have,
If they,
Wayne could survey and flag that for us.
I didn't remember seeing flags on the side.
Then we could all get it, know exactly where it is, and you would know, put a post there or whatever.
Yeah.
So we'd always know.
Yeah, we need to know in order to maintain mow or whatever, we need to do that south side.
We can get that.
And the east side as well.
Yeah. I know I'd mentioned it one time about getting that surveyed to Wayne, but I don't know if it stalled or is on the process.
I know, they were out there one afternoon, but nobody ever came and told us what they found or anything. I just noticed the paint marks one day.
So can we direct Andrea to get hold of Wayne, have him do that?
Survey the property?
Survey that property and flag the corners?
I guess I'm still a little confused on the insurance issue. Is it our insurance that I'm checking on, or is it your insurance?
Our insurance. The building insurance.
But I still need to talk to Trustful.
Bobby.
Oh, Bobby, Trustful, okay.
We just wanna make sure that whatever the insurance these contractors are providing is sufficient enough that then if
Okay.
something does happen, nothing comes back to get us.
Okay, I can tell you the answer already.
And that,
It's gonna be no.
no, yeah.
The key is,
So the
yeah,
certificates that are provided.
the person who did the bid has insurance, but then they're contracting people to work for them. Do those people have the insurance?
Okay.
Basically, where it
So if
gets down to.
If I get a no answer, visit with Angie then and see what we need to do to, as far as getting those insurance certificates from the other contractor.
Well, like Jesse was saying, there's a, what do you call it?
Occupational accident policy.
Occupational accident.
I'm sure it don't cost a whole lot of money for one project.
Okay. Just visit with Trust.
But that is only for an individual owned, that's only for an individual. Let's just use Tim. If Tim was coming into, he's the sole proprietor of his Johnson Handyman Tools. He comes into work in my building. He's the owner. He can't get work comp, but he can have occupational accident, where that way, if he cuts his arm off or his hand off in working on my job, he is covered. He can claim on that occupational accident policy.
But if Tim comes in and Tim hires me to come in, then I have to have it also, right?
Yes, if you're an independent contractor as well, you would have to have it, or he's
Like-
liable,
like
I'm
elect-
liable for both of you.
Like the electrician, if I come in as an electrician, then I gotta have it.
Yeah.
So, like Arbuthnot already does a lot of work for the county and has here recently.
Who's that?
Mike, is it Mike Arbuthnot?
Amendroff?
Amendroff, there we go.
Yeah.
So is his stuff already on file, or?
Alls I'm gonna say is what was supported in those documents is not adequate as far as I'm personally concerned. Now, the
Okay.
insurance might say something differently.
Okay.
Just wanna make sure that if somebody cuts their hand off
County
or electrocutes themselves, that we're not
Okay,
liable.
so the occupational
Accident would be for an owner of a company that is coming in to do some type of work in your building.
Okay, so.
And him only,
Okay,
him only.
so his workers, it doesn't cover.
If they're
his-
contract laborer to him, they should have the same policy covering themselves.
Really? Okay.
So do we have to be the ones that monitor that? Because
You're the ones there.
But it's our building.
It's a very sticky
It's our building,
situation,
but-
that's why I'm gonna let the insurance company, I can only advise. I'll let the insurance company say, yes, we're covered, because if they say, yes, we're covered, that's all we need to know, as far as I'm concerned. Keeps the county,
But
takes care
say
of the
one
county.
contractor has been up here working now, has he,
Has been overlooked.
has it been overlooked?
Have we not been aware of it?
Was it a bid deal?
Just now became aware of it.
I have
The
no
jobs
idea.
so far have been smaller, that they haven't gone out for bid.
Mhm.
So if they can provide a certificate that has workman's comp on it,
Mhm.
would that satisfy the situation altogether?
As long as our insurance company's satisfied, that's all I care about.
As long as your insurance company says.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Bobby,
Okay.
just don't wanna get in trouble.
All right.
Fair Board building,
Okay.
I was asked about it along the street. Is there something still moving on that? Or did it get dropped, or?
Hasn't got dropped, but it hasn't moved very far, very fast.
Okay.
We did have they've got a building committee, it's met and discussed the options.
The Fair Board's got a building committee?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah, and I was hoping they would have come and visit with you by now, but
okay.
hasn't happened, so.
They were wondering where it was sitting too,
Who was?
at the last
Fair Board meeting? Okay.
Didn't know exactly where it was gonna
Well, and I know, I mean, I don't know that it's gotta be an architectural design building that needs to be done, but we've already got a bunch of work done that can be downsized from y'all's stuff.
Right.
It's already been paid for.
Yeah.
that they could shrink things down and have a real nice building for
That's what
half the
I'm,
money.
that's what I was gonna suggest, take the drawings that we got presented, chop the offices off, if you will, so to speak. I think Darrell said that might be, correct me if I'm wrong, might be big enough to do what Fair Board needed.
Yeah.
Close to, and we can increase it by 2 or 3 feet, whichever direction.
I did get asked about some showers in that building as well during fair time.
Well, again, you take the offices off, the showers and everything at the backside, but on the kitchen and then the showroom floor, so to speak. So.
Yeah, it could be reworked without a whole lot of trouble.
And I don't know how it still works, but when we did the JSB building, we had to have it architected because we're a government agency.
You know, we're almost through this one, so to get Hector back on board to finish this, chop that off would be minimal, if you had to, because you already spent 40-some thousand, so.
Well, I mean, it's for the fair board, is it not? Is it the fair board's building or is it the county building?
Well, it's Fair Board now.
Fair Board.
Okay, so we don't have to worry about architecture.
Just who is the Fair Board?
Good question.
Just who is the Fair Board? It's a bunch of people. Who is the Fair Board? Is it a county fair board, or is it just a group of people, whoever wants to be on it, you're on the Fair Board?
No, it's a county fair board. I mean, and
And we give them,
it's county funds, so I'm
Yeah.
thinking it would have to be an architect involved. I mean,
and see, there's the Fair Board again. If you want on the Fair Board, you just tell somebody you want on it, and somebody puts you on the Fair Board. Who
Well,
really?
you have to show up at their December meeting and request.
I mean,
to be
who,
on it.
is Extension in charge of the Fair Board?
No.
So who is the Fair Board?
The fair board is in charge of the fair board.
Hmm? Who is
The
it?
the Coffee County Fair Association. Yeah. Has its own bylaws, its own.
How do you get on it? How do you determine when you get on, when you get off, who gets on and who gets off?
Maybe at the December meeting.
Yeah, you make a request at the December meeting, one way or the other.
You're late.
I don't want on, no, I do not want on it, but I just, I'm going, who is the Fair Board really? Sometimes the Fair Board has 30 members, sometimes it has 15. How, sometimes you have people on the Fair Board, all they want to do is run around on four-wheelers. Sometimes you have people, all they want to do is work. So,
Fewer and fewer.
who, I mean, who initiated, who constructed, who set up the bylaws? They set up their own, somebody set up their own rules sometime down the road? I mean.
Way back when, I mean, there
Hundreds of years
was
ago.
bylaws filed with the state. I mean, it's an entity that has,
Could you get me a copy of those bylaws, would you?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, like public record.
Okay.
Learn something new every day.
Yeah.
But no, Extension is not in charge of the fair board.
I kind of
I
thought
mean,
that.
we are considered ex officio members of the fair board because of our affiliation with 4-H, and 4-H is part of the county fair. So, that's kind of the way we stand.
That's how you're intertwined with it.
We actually have no vote, or we're kind of there on advisory for everything other than the 4-H program.
But you guys probably answer all the questions that should be coming to the fair board about a lot of things. They come to you
We get
guys
our fair
because
share.
you're there.
Yeah, we're headed into that season already.
Yes, it's right around the corner.
It is.
You don't have to tell us
Yeah.
So, yeah, I was just curious where the buildings, they just kind of dropped, so.
Yeah, like I say, it hasn't progressed. Like I said, I don't know for sure why.
Was you at the meeting, the city meeting down there?
The city.
Or was there a meeting here just not too long ago? The fair board in the
Fair
city,
board?
maybe?
Well, no, the Fair Board, they have their meeting the third Wednesday of every month, and City of Burlington meets the first and third Wednesday of every month.
Oh, okay.
So,
I'm just trying to.
what I was talking about was the Fair Board meeting. Yeah, they just had theirs in February there.
Got one next week.
Yeah.
They got one
The
next week.
Next week.
Okay.
So we'll bring that up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We'll review
Get with
these
us Monday,
Get with you Monday.
if you can.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Let spring come.
And ladies.
Hey.
Yeah.
Angie, Jeff had these while ago, we're supposed to do something with these.
I think Andrea would just file them
Just file them away.
somewhere down
Okay.
and,
They're just, basically what it was a cemetery, Spring Creek,
The first 4 cemeteries.
Rock Creek Cemetery, yep, and Old,
cause you don't pay taxes on them.
oh, okay. Yeah, that's all cemetery stuff. And I'm assuming, is this the same thing? County Appraisers, we didn't open this up.
Actually, I probably ought to look and see if they're supposed to go in the main file. Let me go look and make sure, as I said that in my.
Basically,
Oh, county property,
yeah,
that probably should be in the clerk,
evaluation notice.
clerk's, file,
That's what they gotta go off on insurance, isn't it? The county properties. Be a good thing for them just pull up and, here you go, here's county property, insurance. Alright, like that, we'll set that there. There's the abatements. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we're around the corner from ending it. I think we're around the corner from ending it. We haven't heard anything about that. Did anybody hear anything on that cemetery? That Wade brought up, that Randy Rogers was ramping?
no.
Haven't heard nothing on it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I haven't seen Randy for 2 weeks now, so I don't know whether Wade has talked to anybody or not.
Well, somebody's supposed to go look at it, right?
I'm not real sure. See, I'd be
I
more
think
than
we're
happy.
just gonna get hold of Randy and see if, see if we're still doing anything on it, what we're going with it.
Okay.
That's the way I understood it.
'Cause Randy's
That's the Neo Show City one,
he's
right?
supposed to have the information, Randy had
A bunch of
information.
stuff,
I
yeah.
forgot what they call it, but yeah. Family Road.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Neo Show.
I don't find anything about,
That big one's your valuation, your evaluation of the county properties. That's what's in that.
well, do you want me to just put them in with our cemetery files, or do you want me?
Surely you have the records, don't you?
Well, I, just looking right off the top of my head, I didn't see anything, but, I mean, I have the main county the drawer, it's 2 drawers actually, so I can put it in there.
Well, that should, I thought that should be the county file.
And then we have cemeteries, I could put those in with the cemetery files, you know.
Yep, it's fine with me.
Is that okay with you?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right, I will file those away.
We need our podium back on.
That carpenter too.
Okay.
We could always get the one over at the Christian church.
Is there one over there? You asked me.
I think there is.
He thinks there's a podium over there.
Really, that would be cool.
Yeah.
Set it right here.
Yeah.
That would be neat. You got pictures?
Let me see.
He's got a bunch of pictures that he could be sending to some of these
Oh,
contractors
okay.
we've been talking about.
Uh-huh.
I don't know, I think we'll be getting on that sooner as opposed to later too.
Oh, yeah, I thought you guys are working on that, aren't you? Aren't you guys?
Well, I've been researching some, he's researched some, he got a bunch of pictures and the technology to actually
I was
send them.
wrong. I don't see one up there.
I don't remember one being on the stage.
Got a lot of good pictures though.
Let's go back.
Oh, and I was gonna take that one guy in there, and he was gonna point out those walnut beams to me.
We'll wait till we're getting that one back, so.
Yeah. Was it last Friday that the dog was training over there? Or is it- Oh, it's tomorrow. It's on Wednesday. It's on Tuesday. Are we done?
We're done.
I guess if y'all are happy, I'm happy. We'll adjourn at
Yes, perfect.
3:54.